what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your other side. You're the sea, you just say and throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. You're the sea, you just say
So friends,
what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
Meow, meow.
Thomas Jerr, super chatted $6.12. It's due to her hubby. If she joins the ladies in white, then her meniscus will be confused. Kenny.
Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. I think about you, you look so tired. Cause of the many heavy look you're carrying. You should let them go if you wanna do. You wanna dream come true. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart
All right, what's going on, everybody? I hope you're having an amazing afternoon or evening or morning or whatever it is in your time zone. Today's the 8th of October, 2024. It is a Tuesday. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures. Rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in some kind of a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. So this is the first day that I'm coming to you without the use of my Firefox. It's my crutch. I noticed I didn't say crotch, I said crutch, and my hair is all messed up. Everything's messed up, chat. I'm struggling to get through this stream. This gets later and later, and it's supposed to get earlier and earlier. I'm supposed to be on here like, oh my god, 4.5 hours before right now. No, yeah, 4.5 hours. That's what it's supposed to be. Never seems to work out like that, and here's the deal. I'm not streaming for 9 hours tonight, all right? I hope nobody's upset. We've got a lot to get through, so I need to hurry up and get started, but yeah, I'm gonna try to not go as ridiculously long as I normally do, because I have to get off of this thing. It's a never-ending cycle. It's a bad cycle. It's a vicious cycle, right? It's a vicious cycle that has me making my stream later and later, and that's not a good thing. Unlike becoming a weasel, which is a good thing. Is the Firefox breakup official now? This is the first day. I don't know. That's like saying my quitting smoking is official. I'm not a smoker, but if I was, I would assume that the first, try might not go so well, right? Just from knowing other people that find themselves on the nicotine. So it's kind of like that, right? It's like, it's just like becoming a vegan. It's hard to quit nicotine. It's hard to quit cheese. It's hard to remember to order more lipstick. Are you always this eloquent when the stream starts? No, I am not this eloquent. I need to be more eloquent, because there's a lot of important things that are important to mention as the stream starts, like what we're going to cover today. Like, obviously the main topic today is Anna Kasparian going on Jillian Michaels. Anybody out there, one in chat if you know who Jillian Michaels is. We're talking about a fitness influencer. I guess I had some vague notion that this chick was right-wing, but honestly, I hadn't thought about her. The last time I thought about Jillian Michaels was when she was selling a fitness product that I thought was really cool. It's these balls that how do I explain this? These roller balls, right? And it's kind of like, it's an ab exercise where you've got these roller balls on your hand and you put them down like that and you try to roll out and then roll back in. And that doesn't sound like much, but it's harder than it looks. And this was something that I actually thought about ordering. I was like, if this wasn't so expensive, I would get myself this, because that's a great ab exercise. People don't know how to work abs. They're super stuck on the notion of crunches, which, crunches, nothing wrong with crunches, but you got to diversify your ab workout, especially because you don't know this. You might not know this. You may know this, right? But you've got so many muscles in your abs. It's not just your ab muscle. There's not an ab muscle. There's abdominis rectus femoris. That's somewhere else. Abdominis rectus. There's your obliques. You've got actually 4 obliques, right? You've got an inner oblique left muscle, an outer oblique left muscle, an inner oblique right muscle, and an outer oblique right muscle, right? So yeah, then there's the transverse abdominis. There's a lot going on in your core. Core muscles are called core muscles because it's too hard to you can't simplify it down. Like even your quadriceps, chat, you know, your quads. What do we got, like 5 quads? We have 5 quad muscles, yeah. And you got more abdominals than that. So there's a lot going on in your core. Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked. Big time. I'm trying to talk about Jillian Michaels, fitness influencer. And I guess I had some vague notion she was right-wing, but I hadn't really kept up with her. And so she's gone down that like fitness influencer to right-wing grifter type pipeline. Although I get the feeling she was always kind of right-wing to begin with. Shouldn't you just have 4 quads? That would make sense. Yeah, because quadra, 4 heads, you know, heads, right? So your biceps, 2 heads, you've got 2 muscles in there. Triceps, 3 heads, you got 3 muscles in there. Quadriceps, you'd think. Actually, am I even selling the quadriceps short? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember how this works. You got your your medial quadriceps, like kind of on the inside of your thighs. You got your lateral, that's the other word, opposite of medial, quadriceps on the other side. You've got like a deep muscle, I believe, and then you've got a more shallow muscle in the middle, and then you got your rectus femoris, which is this like thin little band. And some people will even say your sartorius is a quadricep, right? Because it is a muscle of the front part of your thighs, right? As opposed to the back part of your thighs, which is your hamstrings. Jillian Michaels has always been famously fat phobic and body negative. Zara, can you remind me what fitness show Jillian Michaels, what was it? Was it The Biggest Loser? Was she on The Biggest Loser? Was Jillian Michaels a Biggest Loser person? If you worked like that, your six-pack would have sexiceps. You know, the funny thing about the six-pack, right? We don't all have six-packs, right? What that is it's your rectus femoris, and it's a muscle that is like interrupted by little bands of connective tissue, right? So the reason that it ripples like that is because it's like it's muscle, then connective tissue, then muscle, then connective tissue, right? But some people have 4. Some people have a 4-pack, and that's there's no way. Work your body as hard as you won't ever grow a 6-pack. Some people have 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Some people have 8. Some people have 4 on each side, right? It just depends. The human body is an amazing thing, and we are all very different organisms. Oh my god, there we go. That's a comfortable position that I'm sure will not cause my foot to go to sleep later. Isn't that a football player? What is a football player? Oh, Jillian Michaels? I lost all my work of 7 years. This past week has sucked. But, oh no, I'm sorry, Chicken Noodle. But a good burger cheered me up today. I wouldn't mind seeing your 6-packs, Irene. I know, I gotta work out. That's the thing about so here's the other thing. Okay, so I said before, not all of you have 6-packs. Some of you might have 4-packs, and some of you might have 8-packs. One of you out there has a 7-pack, I bet, too. That does happen. But you all have the packs, right? In other words, you all have like it's if you look at your abdomen and you don't see that, it's not actually because you don't have those muscles. It's not because your muscles are too weak. It's because you're that you have to have a certain like body fat for them to come through, right? So a lot of times when you don't see muscles, it's there's the body fat like gets in the way of being able to see those. So you could have these muscles, you could have really ripped muscles and never know. You just have to be like a certain body fat to get those to show up. What am I looking for? Okay. So chat, like I said, this is going to be a weird day since I have not... Everything's different now. You have a 1-pack, says, that's what I feel like sometimes. It's called a belly, yeah. That's another word for it. A guy who had an 8-pack and a third nipple, probably a real guy. You know, actually, a lot of people have third and fourth nipples, right? I mean, you've seen other mammals that have multiple, you know, that have more breasts, right? Some people do have, like, you know, extra nipples. And it imbues them with magic powers. Thomas Jerome Newton says, so Irene is saying that she's a pain in the glutes. Oh, am I saying that Jillian is? Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get this to work too. Like, you should be able to see more of this. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome. I'm trying to make it so that you can... Do I need to... I wonder if I reload this, if this will... Yeah, I reload. No? Here. Still not working. Still not working. Chat, I'll have to figure this out, but at least I can see part of your messages. I can show part of your messages on here. But yeah, we're going to be talking about Jillian Michaels and Anna Kasparian today. Oh my gosh, I'm so sidetracked. The Majority Report does this so much better. We're going to be talking about Kamala on Call Her Daddy on 60 Minutes and on The View. We're going to try to get into a little bit of Ta-Nehisi Coates, who has been making the rounds to talk about Gaza, which is kind of weird because, like, does that sound strange? Wait, who gets to talk about Gaza? Like, nobody, the media doesn't want to talk about Gaza. They want it to be out of sight, out of mind, or if you think of anything, you think about the awful terrorist attacks and how Israel must defend itself and all that kind of stuff. But because Ta-Nehisi Coates has built up a certain level of respect through his writing at The Atlantic, he is actually, you know, being brought on to talk about certainly, if not an issue that isn't really discussed very much, certainly a aspect of the issue, a perspective, a side of that issue that isn't given a lot of time. We've got Norm Finkelstein, who is back to debate Piers Morgan, although I'm not sure if it's going to be what some of you might be hoping for. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm a little bit worried that like Norm's not a young guy, but he's always had like the verve to take on other people in debates, and he's kind of seeming more and more like he's showing his age more, I guess. Is Bond's third nipple a canon? Possibly. James Bond had an extra nipple in The Man with the Golden Gun. Wait, the character did or the actor did? If it worked like that, your 6-packs would... Yeah, I know. Wouldn't it be cool if it worked that you could develop more packs? Yeah, look, my browser is still a problem, but I'm actually on... Let's see if this works. Test this out. Everything's just different. Everything's kind of messed up, and I'm trying to make it work, but it doesn't seem to want to. Oh my god, chat, I'm having to reset up everything. This sucks. All right, and the other thing that we need to set up is some kind of bonus content. So, like, I'm gonna keep cute cat vids on as a permanent thing, just in case people want to see something that is not horrible. Because I know a lot of the content that I cover is kind of horrible. It's kind of not great. I'm also keeping an eye on your stream suggestions on Discord. So if you haven't signed up for the Discord yet, it's a great time to do that. So yeah, I can see some of you have found the Norm Finkelstein. Maybe we'll just put this on here. Norm Finkelstein returns to Pierce. On Pierce. On Pierce. There we go. I'm trying to decide if there's one more thing that we need to add. Oh, also, chat, can you let me know, have other people been able to watch the 60 Minutes interview? I'm thinking that maybe the... Wait, does Crowder have an issue with Call Her Daddy? Can somebody explain to me what the controversy behind Call Her Daddy is? Because I've seen right-wingers act weird, and they don't explain themselves. Oh, Jillian Michaels has been on Bill Maher's Club Random. Yeah, that's another person that Jillian mentions. I'm just trying to decide if we need to replace the Chappell Roan allegations with something else, since people don't seem super interested in that. It's like the allegations are that Chappell Roan is straight and is somehow pretending to have some, you know, queerness or something, and it's silly. It's kind of a silly story. Wait, what is this about Kamala releasing the Epstein list? That would actually be a really smart thing. Where is that? I can't find anything. Oh! I can't find it! Oh no! God damn it! Why is Discord so hard? Okay, now that actually sounds like something good to start out with. Oh my god, which one's it gonna open in? No. I'm sorry, chat, I apologize. You're gonna have to bear with me trying to get used to this new browser. It just completely fucks everything up. Like, it's just not, I'm not used to it at all. Elon Musk, yes indeed. All right. Feel like I'm just looking for one more interesting story to put on the bonus content. There's just one more thing. There's just one more thing. And there's so many options. Many, many options. There we go. There we go. There it is. There it is. Okay. We got it. We got it. All right. What is this one going to be? This is going to be Sam Cedar debates Loner Box fan. There we go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat, you're so good. You're so good. Thank you, people that contribute to stream suggestions. It is very helpful to have your stream suggestions. All right, so I feel like let me just check in with chat again. How are you doing, chat? Sorry I like zoned out there. I just like got so much going on. Oh, it was fake plastic surgery nipple. Like the James Bond nipple was fake. James Bond's third nipple. Yeah, it feels like James Bond's third nipple should like shoot milk at someone as a, I don't know. It should have some way of doing that. Oh, nothing works. Nothing works. Nothing works. I thought the allegations were maybe something more substantial. Well, the main thing that people are going at Chappell Roan about is the fact that when Chappell Roan is asked to endorse Kamala Harris, it's just a full on, like, you know, because you know how that works, right? When you endorse somebody, you're not saying, I think that voting for this person is the best idea, despite the many moral qualms I have with them. When you say you endorse them, you are saying, I think this is a good candidate. I support, you know, you should support this person, right? And so when you ask a musician to do that, you gotta have a better candidate than Kamala. I gotta be real. You gotta have a candidate that that divides herself from the Biden administration's support of ethnic cleansing. From the like you've got to have, at the very least, you'd want somebody who's like, yes, we're going to condition any arms to Israel on a ceasefire, at the very fucking least. And Kamala's not even close to that. Even though I think like 67% of Americans support that stance. So instead of that, Chappell Roan has said there's problems with both sides. That was taken as Chappell equivocating and saying, you know, I don't know, maybe Kamala's as bad as MAGA, or I don't know, maybe MAGA's got some good points. Maybe Trump's got some good points. That is not what Chappell Roan was saying. So then she's more explicit and says, look, I'm going to vote for Kamala. Okay, is that what you fucking want? I am going to vote for Kamala. All right. It's a lot like Hassan. It's like a lot like Hassan's opinion, right? And there's nothing wrong with that opinion. That the fact that Democratic candidates should be better and they need to work for your vote, they need to earn your vote, is absolutely true. Also true is the fact that, you know, weaponizing your vote to disallow Donald Trump another term is probably a good idea, even if you don't support a lot of the policy that Kamala, and I'm shocked and chagrined every day at Kamala's like inability to distance her own foreign policy from Biden's, and many other things too, right? There's a lot of ways in which ever since the last like left-wing consideration that we really got was the Tim Walz pick, right? Everything since then has been a move towards the center. And no, like Democrats taking your vote for granted is not a good thing. So yeah, it's about that. That's the major criticism. But I don't know. I guess there's other stuff too about like, are you queer enough to do XYZ? I don't know. Seems kind of weird. Which browser is it? No, it is Chrome. It's not Opera. Thanks for asking, Shakespeare. Chappell. Yeah, is. Oh my gosh. Oh. Nothing works. Nothing works. Nothing works. Chappell seems to be pretty left with good, reasonable political takes. Yeah, pretty much. The bar is very low. Go Gadget, nipple stun gun, and hell yeah. She's been clear about her support of free Palestine. She's also upset with the lack of the kind of hemming and hawing that Kamala's done about trans rights. Did you notice this was the first DNC convention that didn't just not have a Palestinian speaker, which, there were speakers available. There was somebody who was scheduled to speak, but also no trans speakers as well. Kamala keeps repeating the 7 and 10 lies. True. Zero PE says, I'm not voting for her. Yeah, and look, that... Oh my god! Not enough memory to open this page. What the fuck? Oh! I don't know what to do, chat. I just lost chat! I just went down! This is so frustrating. How do I bring it back? Can I just reload, try closing other tabs to free up memory? Fuck you. Try Control-Shift-T to bring a closed tab back. Well, look, I try to thread a line as far as this, right? Like I say, I don't support the sort of voter shaming that goes on that a lot of Democratic Party cheerleaders seem to think is really useful. Like if there's somebody that's to the left of you that doesn't want to vote for the Democratic candidate because they are pretty conservative, right? You shaming them and saying, oh, I guess you want Trump. I guess you want Trump. I guess you like Trump. Do you like Trump? Do you like Trump? Do you want Trump? This is how we get Trump. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. All right. If you want to bother somebody, bother the Democratic Party ticket. That's your best bet, is to get them to do right by their own base rather than trying to shame somebody into voting. At the same time, I don't think that casting a vote, weaponizing your vote to try to keep Donald Trump out of the fucking White House, I don't think that makes you a dirty person. I don't think that morally compromises you at all. All right? I am not trying to shame you to do that. I am not saying that you are a bad person if you don't, especially because people's circumstances are different. And I always try to think about that. I always try to recognize the fact that, for instance, imagine if you got family that died in Gaza. Do I want to shame that person to vote for Kamala Harris? No, I don't. Right? You got family in Lebanon, right? That you're worried about. I'm not going to try to shame that person into voting. But at the same time, like I really think that people kind of do have a lot of people have like a, they're more concerned about the moral implications of that somehow it makes them an immoral person to vote for a candidate that is, I won't even say imperfect, far from perfect, because that's what the Kamala ticket is, unfortunately. And just drifting further and further towards the center. What am I missing? Chat, this is so hard. What's up, MIDI doctors? Bashing, doubling, bad. Wait, you got shadow banned? Oh, from a chat, not from my chat. Why is this not working? Oh, nothing's working, chat. Oh my god, I hate tech. It's so like when it works, it's great. It's brilliant. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it not? It's not showing. Why is it not showing? Why is it not show? I don't understand. I don't get it. Oh my god. Refresh. Oh, I know. I bet maybe I know. Do I know? This is really, really frustrating. Get that overlay, copy it, copy that, and then put it into here, properties. See, the thing is, like, to really deal with, to be able to stream, you kind of need to be able to focus on what you're doing. And if you're focused on tech, you can't focus on what you're doing. And I am focusing on tech right now, and it's not good. There we go. I mean, sort of go. I mean, it's shitty. You know what I mean? It's cut off. There's no reason for it to be cut off, but there it is, cut off. I don't know what to do to get it to not cut off. There's definitely a way to fix this, but I have not. I don't fuck. The one thing I don't have, chat, is time. My time, like, I do not have any time. Like, to, for instance, fix the stream alerts so that they're, you know, it's like a sheep having to vote for either a wolf or a bear. I don't know, Carl. I feel like it's a little different than that. I don't know what the right, if we're gonna go with like sheep and animals that eat sheep, I feel like there may be a metaphor there. People pretend there are no American citizens with connections to the Middle East. Yeah. It's not lesser evil. It's who will have the administration you can actually push things for. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that the bigger, you know, if you want to yell at somebody, yell at Kamala and Waltz. I do feel bad. I just feel bad because on one level, I do realize the Democrats are marginally better than the Republicans, but I also think the lesser evilism is a bad strategy. Yeah, and I mean that's my whole thing is just don't be a cheerleader, right? Don't be a cheerleader for a shitty platform. And right now the Democrats have a shitty platform. What was the successful tactic for Hill Dog? Yeah, Sasha G, you're not alone. That feeling that I'm not voting for her at this point. There was a chance when she picked up Waltz. Yeah, there was a lot of people that had written off the Democrats, had written off voting for the Democrats, that had decided that when Kamala picked Tim Waltz, there was like a moment they were thinking maybe this signals something different. They were hoping against hope that this might be, you can close extra tabs and reload the memory issue tab. See, I can't. I need the tabs. I need my tabs. Even if you vote Democrat to keep the Republicans out of office, you still get to hold on to your disgust at the government. Yeah, yeah, and it is like, right, that's the thing that I feel like a lot of the, Vosh crowd, not to keep on bringing Vosh up, right? But that type of person, like, that's the issue with them, is that the way that he advocates, it turns his chat into cheerleaders, and that's a weird fucking thing for leftists to cheerlead for an administration like this. And there's a thought of pressuring the administration once it gets into power into doing the right thing, but there's just not enough follow-up. And because you've basically given the signal that we are on team Democrat, there's just not it's a tougher lift to get people to, because you have to fight the Democrats, right? If you want them to do right by working class people, if you want them to do right, certainly by people in Gaza suffering, if you want them to, even if you just want them to heighten the contradictions so that their ticket is going to be less of a tough sell, because that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing, is that they make themselves a tough sell by appealing so hard to the middle, and by not having, you get the feeling they don't have any faith in, the left side of the policy. Anyway, I'm not trying to start off with a downer. I'm a little bit pissed. I'm just pissed at I'm mainly pissed at the tech issue, right? And part of this is just getting used to a new system. To stop it from cutting off, you can increase the dimensions of the browser. Are you sure? I will try that, Zara. I'm not sure if that's really the remedy, though. Increase the height aspect, I guess, is what you're saying? Eh. I mean, it's getting there. Okay, well that's sort of works. It's not what I want. What I want for this to do is to spread out, but increasing the width doesn't seem to do anything good, so um yeah, I would be ready to go, except that I'm not, because everything is breaking apart on me. Sorry, chat. That's just really frustrating. You were bit by a bat in a dream last night. There's a 75% now that you're a vampire. Sassy Sasrai says, I will vote, but I also think our country is at the point where reform isn't coming and voting for the lesser of two evils is just a delaying tactic. So here's the deal. Electoral politics are not even close to sufficient. That doesn't mean that there's not a place for, like I said, weaponizing your vote, especially when somebody like Donald Trump is on the fucking ballot. But you should 100% think of it as what it is, which is voting against Trump, and not cheerleaded for. Not cheerlead for the Democrats. Do you at least once a week clean out the cache on your PC? Defragmentation as well. I've heard different things about defragmentation, but no, I don't have time for shit. I don't have time for shit. I'm working as much as I need to do to keep myself alive and, barely scraping by. And it's like, I don't have time to, I'm having to skip some very important things that I need to take care of. Like, like my hair hasn't been cut and at this point, like, it's not so much about like not having the money to get my hair done. It's more about not having the time. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to depress people. So I shouldn't depress people. Let's, what am I looking for? Okay, so we're going to start off with the Tucker, what am I saying? Elon on Tucker. That's what we're starting off with. Let's move this. Really? I'm sorry, just everything's fucked up, isn't it? Wow, 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 wow. It's like that, and then it needs to go like that. Oh. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying, chat. Am I still writing a book? Are you mixing me up with another content creator, maybe? What is up with that? That doesn't look right. Oh, I don't understand. Okay, well that helps. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with Tucker and Elon. I don't know. We're not gonna watch all of this, right? I wouldn't torture you like that. We're gonna start with that. Then we're gonna move to looking at some of the Kamala Harris interviews. The one on Call Her Daddy. The one on 60 Minutes. Everything is so fucked up. And then we're gonna take a look at Anna Kasparian on Jillian Michaels, and hopefully launching into the content will help me out in some way. So, oh yeah, nope, there's still more stuff for me to do, isn't there? Wow. Where is it? Right there. Start a poll. Bonus content. I don't know if we'll get any tonight, chat. Not feeling great. Bonus content question mark. Yeah, see, like people are leaving because I'm taking too long to get, and I literally I can't hurry this up any. There's just like I should just stop the stream. Just end it now. All right, so bonus content. We've got cute cat videos. I try to always keep something positive on the stream, on the bonus content, right? Because sometimes like there's a lot of negativity on here, right? Sometimes we go over some negative stuff, right? So I always want to have the option. If you just want to watch cute cats, that's fucking valid too. And sometimes that's like good for me as well. We've got cute cats. We've got Naomi Klein on Bad Hasbara. My understanding is at least the first part of that. It's a long video. And the first part, the part that we would watch, is mostly about Naomi Klein. I hope I didn't say Natalie. Naomi Klein's book, Doppelganger. I would say new book, but it's actually been out for like more than a year now. But it's you know, compared to No Code, compared to Shock Doctrine, compared to This Changes Everything, it is a new book. All right, that's what I mean by that. We also have Sam Cedar, friend of the VOD. Sam Cedar, debating a Loner Box fan, who I don't think he knew this was a Loner Box fan. I don't know if this was like a plan from the Loner Box community. If you don't know, Loner Box is a streamer who's connected to both Destiny and Vosh, but whose opinions specifically like on Israel Gaza have a lot more in common with Destiny than they do with Vosh. So just not a good person in a lot of ways, right? And that's they're not just like in disagreement with people that, you know, are saying free Palestine. They look down on us, right? Yeah, it's really gross stuff. Anyway, apparently a fan of Lonerbox, what would you call them? A dark acolyte of Lonerbox, called into Sam Cedar to try to debate Lord Sam, and you can imagine how it went. If you know Sam Cedar and the way that he debates, you can imagine exactly how that went. There is your bonus content. I have put it up for you as a poll. You can vote on it. You can like the stream, and you can also understand that when you donate, if you let me know which of these topics tickles your fancy today, I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. That goes whether you are doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you're giving people memberships, or you're getting a membership for yourself on YouTube. If you're signing up for my Patreon, that works as well. If you're donating to my Throne account, which is one way, if you're looking for a way to donate to me without getting some of it taken by YouTube or Twitch, that's a good way to do it too. I have a rent fund that's always open on there that you can donate to, or you can donate for things that will make the stream and or the channel better. I've got a few things on there right now that are for making videos quicker and getting those edited for you. So that counts as well as anything on Twitch, right? Twitch has an ad break every hour at the top of the hour for 3 minutes at a time. That's kind of a long ad to watch. It's way longer than anything you have to watch on YouTube, and you can't skip it unless you get smart about it. You can skip it with a sub for free if you have Prime. You can, if you give your Twitch Prime to me, you will no longer see ads on this channel for the period of a month. If you pay $6 to get yourself a sub, you will also no longer see ads. There's also a possibility that you could be gifted a sub. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up because, you know, they've kind of fallen off lately, but yeah, it can happen. It does happen, and it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. So yeah, we're nowhere near where we need to be on Twitch, but also when you use bits, right? If you Omega Star, thank you for the bit second test. Yeah, it does work. So yeah, what is it? A cheer of 100 bits or more triggers that stream alert. Wait, I need to change that. So we're at 8% now. We're not at 7%. We're at 8%. That means that we're 92% from getting to the bonus content. If we hit 100 by the end of the stream, which again, chat, I'm not going 9 hours today, right? There's no fucking shot of that. Like, I've got to start streaming like slightly shorter, especially since I'm later and later every day, and it's a vicious cycle, and we gotta nip it in the bud. And it's not the bud even. We're way past the bud. I'm gonna try to be positive. I'm gonna try to think positive and be positive. Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the. Wait, does this? How do I make this work again? Nip it in the stem? You forgot your message. What did you want to say? Check out the song called BB's Trial by Vasim. Says Thomas Jerome Newton. Does that even show up? Do I have that in the chat? Oh, sending positivity. Thank you. Oh, there we go. That's where it's supposed to be. Thank you, Omega Star, for the 300 bits on Twitch. I'm supposed to add, let's see, that gets us to 12 and then 15. We're at 15. And also, yeah, just make sure when you donate, let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is. And add your donation as a percentage. Denial box. Fanatic debates. Sam the Ram. Sam the Ram. Thank you, Shakespeare. Wait, why is that not updating? Oh, no. Update. I'm sorry, chat. Just like nothing's working. Does that bring anything up? No, it doesn't. Try. Sasha G, thank you for the gift sub to Imaginary Music. Imaginary Music, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And I would make that automated, except that it broke. Like everything in my setup is breaking. But I can say it manually, so there you go. Thank you for gifting Imaginary Music a membership. Yeah, I think it's got to be like I just have to. It's the thing is that there's like a code that I have to keep putting into the. It keeps changing, and I don't want to explain it. Yes, there we go. Check out the song BB's Trial on Basim. So chat, check that out. And thank you for the super chat. Shakespeare. Wait. Come, click. Is it doing it? There we go. Denial Box Fanatic debates Sam the Ram. Okay, so I'm going to add that. So Shakespeare, thank you for letting me know in your super chat which of these topics you want to see next. So see what I'm doing? Shakespeare voted for Sam Cedar debates Loner Box, and I'm putting her donation right there as a percentage. So it's going to add at the end of the stream, if we hit 100% on the dono goal, at the end of the stream, we'll be adding 2% for that donation from Shakespeare to the to whatever Sam debates the Loner Box fan ends up getting. So chat, do I even dare to try to do a, oh my god. We'll give this a try. I might be biting off more than I can chew here, but I'm gonna try to do a little bit of a shorts stream as well, because that's always good. Ask them the question, have you liked the stream yet? And we'll get going after this. No. I'm struggling so hard here. Thomas Jerome Newton shared the link to the video on the Discord. Thank you. Is it a song? Okay, so then we press this button. Then we press that button. We press this button. Press that button. And then maybe if we're lucky. Oh my gosh, it looks so different with I press one more button. All right. So here we go. We got Elon Musk. We got Tucker Carlson. And we got Luke Beasley to give us an idea for what to look for in this video. So let's see what Luke has got for us today.
Has become this darling of MAGA, and we don't have time to get into this, a discussion about all that's strange and wrong about what we're seeing from Elon Musk lately, but we do have time to look at some moments from Tucker Carlson's interview with Elon Musk, where Musk does something we've seen MAGA folks do so many times, which is accidentally bring more attention to something Trump hates people focusing on. Let's jump into this, and then we'll discuss.
Will that ever come out, do you think? You know, I think part of why Kamala
Okay, so I think they're talking about the Epstein thing.
getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public. Yes.
So I'm assuming that Luke's going to have the receipts from us here, because when Trump's been asked about the Epstein client list before, that's not what he says. It's not a straight up, I want to release that thing, right? Trump had 4 years as president, did not release shit.
And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah. Do you think
You know who should really be terrified about that outcome? And you know who has, when he's asked about this, like Trump kind of like catches himself. Like at first he goes like, oh yeah, we'll release the JFK thing. We'll release the aliens thing. Again, I thought he was supposed to release the JFK and the aliens thing. He never did. But then he says, and the Epstein thing. Well, you know what? Maybe not the Epstein thing, because that thing is full of fake information, and I don't want anybody to get hurt by the fake info. Oh my God, Trump! Like, you're talking about releasing government stuff, but he says it's fake information. Like, do you get what's going on here? There's something that Trump knows about that he does not want to release. And there's a very good chance that it's because of his connection to Epstein. So that's why Elon's really fucked up here.
Hoffman's uncomfortable?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Gates.
And Gates.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't say Zuckerberg too to get in another one of his rivals.
I only ask that because you just look at them and you're like, that's a nervous person right there. I don't know. I mean, I assume you know them. Yeah.
Yes. Reid Hoffman was my vice president of business development at PayPal.
Yeah.
20.
Why do the people, how do I say this? How do I say this? Why do people with questionable character have such strange laughs? There we go. Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson, of course, Tucker Carlson notoriously goes, oh, or whatever. And then this from Elon Musk. I love laughs, so go that, but something's off. And what they're talking about is the Epstein client list. Okay? Continue listening, and then I'll tell you why this is not great for Trump. Do please, while you're listening, make sure to click the subscribe button if you haven't already, as we're rapidly approaching 1 million subscribers.
Okay, got it.
And I'll stop bugging you so much about it.
No, I mean, I assume you know them. Yeah.
Yes. Reid Hoffman was my vice president of business development at PayPal.
Yeah.
20.
It really does sound like an evil villain.
Vice president of business development at PayPal.
Yeah.
24 years ago.
Does he seem nervous to you?
Yeah, I mean, he's terrified of a Trump victory.
No!
Because of the disclosure that would follow?
Fuck me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is
Sorry, chat. This is what I'm talking about.
aligned with Trump.
Oh.
But I think he is concerned about the Epstein situation.
Every time a MAGA figure does this, they don't seem to realize all it does, not all, but one of the things it does is it brings to the forefront of especially the online conversation
Here we go. Is that better?
Trump's history with Epstein. And so he's trying to make a point about how, yeah, we're definitely...
So in the what Luke Beasley's kind of dancing around here is that in the MAGA world itself, right? There's a lot of assumptions. Some of those assumptions come from QAnon. Now they don't talk about QAnon anymore because they know that QAnon is a bad look, right? They know they don't want to refer to that stuff. They know that people are like kind of onto it. And if they start to talk about, you know, obviously QAnon terms and topics, right? It's going to do badly. They have essentially like tried to rebrand QAnon under a number of different labels. But they believe in that stuff. They have believed in that stuff. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Roseanne Barr. These people believe in that stuff. But they know they shouldn't say it. And so there's these assumptions underlying that the Democrats are a secret cabal of blood-drinking pedophiles. And that they've got a lot to hide when it comes to Epstein. Now, in reality, the one person above all people who looks like he's got a lot to hide when it comes to Epstein is actually Donald Trump himself. And when this gets brought up, he acts super weird. Hopefully Luke will show this clip. If he doesn't, I'll find it for you. Yeah, I think Donald Trump was on Fox News talking about Epstein, and he literally was like, yeah, I'll release all that stuff. Oh, wait, except maybe not, because there's a bunch of fake news in there. We can't hurt anyone with the fake news. So, you know, he acts like he wants to release it, but then he changes his mind.
On the good side, because it's Kamala who would protect Epstein or Epstein's dead, but those who associate with Epstein, the Epstein client list. And it's Trump who would expose them. But then, what this brings up is...
Even though Trump, from all appearances, was BFFs with Epstein? Is that what you're skipping over there, Luke? Yeah. I'll just fill in the blanks here.
Trump had this super close relationship with Epstein.
Yes.
And Trump gets weird every time.
But to be fair, okay, other Democrats did. Like Bill Clinton, for instance, seems to have been way too close to Epstein. There probably are some Democrats who would, you know, have stuff about them revealed that they don't want to be, and they should be exposed, and they should be fucking dropped. Yeah, no, like everybody that's on that fucking list, everybody that's connected to Epstein should be fucking exposed, right? Especially Bill Clinton.
It's asked about, which I'm just asking MAGA to judge this the same that they judge anything that a Democrat ever says. If Kamala Harris acted the way you're about to watch with this clip that's recirculating because of the Musk interview, would you find this strange?
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify J
Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'm glad that Luke found this so I don't have to go digging for it.
files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify?
You did, and there's nothing there. You like what? Where's the revelations? We were supposed to find out about JFK, who was behind the JFK thing. We were supposed to find out about aliens. Has our government made contact with aliens? Like, I mean, it sounds pretty wacky, but this was part of what Trump promised, and he didn't fucking deliver. Because he doesn't deliver. He's a liar. He's a con man. This is how he's been his whole life. There's a new film coming out talking about his whole life, sort of like where he came from, how he got not just famous, but how he got good at these skills of conning people and deceiving people that have made him such a star. It's called The Apprentice, funny enough, right? And have not seen it yet myself, but it talks about his connection to another supervillain of history named Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn was a super high power lawyer back in the 70s that kind of traces, I mean, like that's been in power, you know, that's been kind of a mover and a shaker behind the scenes for like years and years and years. And was actually, I believe, I don't want to say this if it's, there was a lot about his own personal life, let's just put it this way, that Roy Cohn was hiding. I think he was very homophobic in public, and maybe had to do with covering up his own sexual orientation, which he kept very secret, which he kept very closeted, right? Yeah, but Roy Cohn, just like super influential, super evil. But this is the guy that trained Trump to be Trump. In fact, the person that made this film, The Apprentice, so we should watch that. God, or not, we can't watch the movie, but there's a Breaking Points interview about it. Maybe we'll see if we can. There's also a Chill Goblin video that just collects all of the receipts connecting Trump to Epstein that I meant to, I probably should have thrown that on there too.
Epstein files.
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would.
I'll look. I guess I would.
Less so because
Less so with the Epstein thing. There we go. Does this guy look guilty? Does this guy look guilty, or does this guy look guilty? And when you see all the, and hopefully Luke's got this. Yeah, there's like 13 more minutes of this video. So I'm assuming that means that Luke's pretty good with the receipts usually. So I mean, we're gonna see some more Tucker and Elon stuff. I wonder if we have the. So I might have to go digging for some of this stuff if Luke doesn't bring it up. But you know, there's audio, there's video of Trump talking about Epstein and talking in very positive terms about Epstein, talking specifically about the fact that he's been known to be with much younger women. What was his comment?
you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much.
I don't know about Epstein so much. He can't fucking do it. He can't fucking do it. He wants to be your fight the power, fight the deep state president, right? He wants to be like anti-institutional, anti-establishment. Well, when he gets asked about Epstein, who he has a lot of connections to, he gets super weird.
As I do the others.
What an odd thing to say.
I didn't know you were going to be talking about.
Ooh, yeah, he's uncomfortable.
Always has that edit there. Oh, but if Kamala did that, Elon Musk and Tucker would be giggling their way to the election about it. They would think it's the bombshell of all bombshells.
Even if Kamala said something to the effect that this is the purview of the judge that oversaw the case, And the president of the United States has no business making public stuff that the judge wanted to keep private. Even if Kamala gave a very pat answer for that, right? They would be all over it.
Now we're more.
And Trump's is worse because at first he's like, yes, of course, and then he's like, oh well, no, Epstein. There's a lot of fake stuff in that world. I wouldn't want to hurt any innocent people. It's even worse than him not wanting to release the stuff, right? It's him pulling back.
Mindful about the allegations we make or the guilt by association we levy, which is why only overwhelming evidence would make me assert something boldly. But I'm asking.
Yeah, again, chat, a lot of this stuff is just on speculation, right? So anything that I'm saying, understand I'm talking about allegations. I'm not talking about anything that's been adjudicated in a court of law, right? As far as I know, there's no there haven't been, no court has found, Trump in guilty of any of the Epstein stuff. Or anybody else we're going to mention either.
Elon Musk goes, oh yeah, it's the Democrats who are scared of a Trump victory because they're going to be exposed. But then that's their guy. And Musk actually ended up giving more attention to that because it gets circulated every time this comes up. Trump's the one who was on the flight logs numerous times. Clinton was on flight logs. That doesn't by itself mean anything. But and
like I said, I got no compunction with exposing Bill Clinton too. From what we can see, Bill Clinton looks pretty involved with Epstein as well. And I think that should be completely exposed, right? I am not here to cheerlead for Team Democrat or Team Republican. Anybody that was fucking involved with Epstein, we should know about.
Logic. They should be more critical of Trump than they are. And we've gone through that so many times. Moving on from that moment, you also have him, I guess, thinking if Kamala wins, even though Kamala's currently in power with Biden, then Elon Musk is going to be locked up or something?
If he loses, man, what? You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
I gotta ask, did they smoke a blunt before this interview? Tucker's face looks even redder than usual. Elon Musk is even goofier than usual. What went on? Did Elon share some of his ketamine with Tucker? What's going on here? Like, I feel like we'll see more of it in a second.
It does seem that
way. Tucker always makes me laugh so hard. Oh my god, are you okay, Luke? That's like me when I'm having tech difficulties. That face that Luke Beasley just made, that was me earlier today.
You can't just be like, yo,
yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out.
My face is all red now. Sorry from that oxygen
deprivation. Yeah.
I am so annoyed with this. You're going to be fine, Elon, unless there's some crimes you're committing we don't know about, but you're going to be
probably even if there are some crimes that we don't know about. Rich people generally are not impacted by their violations of the law, whether those be civil or criminal. Rich people get away with that stuff all the time. Look at how long Epstein got away with it. Look at how long Epstein got, and with Epstein, it's not just that he's rich, he's also very connected.
Fine. It's crazy how much he's...
Yeah, he doesn't see his kids now. Good point, Natalie Marie.
...benefited from the federal government and grants he's received, and then he turns around and acts like, oh, well, I'm also a victim of this weaponized government. You're not. You're a beneficiary of it. And you're going to be fine. Everyone in MAGA, hello. You don't have to be a victim. Some of you are being victimized in your lives in some way, whether it be costs being too high and we want to address that, whether it be actual physical victimization. All of you, especially leaders, if there's not real victimization, you don't have to invent it. You don't have to be the biggest victim in your own story. I know Trump's showing you a way of living. Oh, everything's wrong, everything's rigged, everything's against me. You don't have to model your life like that. But it's a core part. No one's coming after you, Elon Musk. And he knows that. That's why he's willing to go about it. If you actually were afraid of that, you wouldn't be laughing like that. But he has to, and it gets to the next part, even the playing field. There's real criticisms and real concerns around the respect or lack thereof of our democratic institutions that could fundamentally change them if Trump wins again. Authoritarian experts.
Oh my God.
Risking their careers to say this publicly. And Elon Musk understands, for whatever reason, whatever deal he struck with Trump whenever they had those meetings, and then that's when Elon Musk started rapidly changing his views. I don't actually know if anything happened there, but whatever has convinced him he should be a Trump
Pepsi
guy.
Man super chatted $5. The rich aren't victims.
Pepsi Man, thank you for the super chat, and you are correct. You are correct. The rich don't have very much to worry about at all.
Even though surely he's smart enough to know that what he's saying is ridiculous, that's not worth lying to people to balance the scale and pretend like really it's Kamala Harris who threatens democracy.
Over the last 3 years.
The Master 6500 says, I feel like even if he can, even if the chart, if he, I feel like even if he's charged, he will get off. The man could afford the best lawyers in the nation. Not just the best lawyers. You're right about that. But the best PR team to change people's perceptions about him so that, you know, any sort of public stink about, you know, whatever it was went away. And also just like the amount of influence he has as the owner of Twitter. I am convinced that that's why he bought Twitter. Because if you look at the investment, if you look at the purchase, if you look at what he did with Twitter, it doesn't make sense. Not only has Twitter lost, I don't know, what, 90% of its value? I mean, I don't remember. It's a lot of its value. But this has affected Tesla as well. This is spilling over into Tesla. This is reducing, you know, when he has to sell stock, it reduces the value of those companies that he controls as well, right? So there's not a lot obviously in it for Elon to own Twitter, except for just controlling a tool to manage public perception, a tool to inject his narrative into the zeitgeist, right? I'm convinced that's why he bought, you know, that and to maybe have some effect on the election.
I mean, my view is that if Trump doesn't win this election, it's the last election we're going to have. That the Democrats, the Dem machine, has been importing so many people, bringing in so many illegals, flying in with this.
You're so lazy. You're so lazy that this is your argument. Because of undocumented immigration, that's why we're not going to have another election. Because there's going to be so many voters. The great replacement theory, even though right now border crossings are lower than they were when Trump left office. Oh, no, but they're trying to import as many people as possible. Which is why they're stopping people and deporting people. I don't have the education that Elon Musk does, I assume, because he was born to a rich family. I don't actually know where he went to school, but I don't have billions of dollars to invest in.
What are you going to tell me next, Luke Beasley, that you don't have an emerald mine? I thought that everybody was born with an emerald mine. Come on.
In informing myself. And some of these things, even with...
Do you not even own a major social media platform?
Those deficits compared to the Elon Musk are so easy to debunk. It reveals either it's one of those situations where he's really smart in one area, in business areas maybe, kudos, but because of something else, him not understanding how to decipher fact from fiction and on
Donna says, X is freedom of speech for everyone to speak. Do you mean Twitter?
the internet, he's fallen into this rabbit hole. Or, like I said, there's a more sinister thing going on. I hate feeling like I'm a conspiracy, or I'm conspiracy theorizing with these just speculations. Let me say overtly, this is speculation, but was there some quid pro quo with Trump when they had that meeting that was reported on? Like how Trump, this is well reported.
I always feel weird about this kind of stuff because I tend to throw cold water on any kind of conspiratorial thinking, right? People in my chat bring up the idea that the first assassination attempt of Trump was staged or something like that. I haven't seen any evidence to that effect, so I kind of throw cold water over it. There's a lot of stuff that, like for instance, Kavanaugh. This just came out today. Justice Brett Kavanaugh was credibly accused of not just harassment, but sexual assault. And there were 4,500 plus tips reported to the FBI by people who maybe had some knowledge about the events that were discussed, about the alleged assault that Kavanaugh may have committed. Now, I assumed when it was said that the FBI looked into that and didn't find anything, that that's what happened. But it turns out that Trump actually interfered with the FBI and told them to ignore it, right? So, you know, there's another situation which I was like, hey, don't be conspiratorial. If the FBI says there's nothing to this, I guess there's nothing to this. Turns out they didn't even look into it. They didn't get to look into it. They were stopped. The guy that says that his opponents are interfering with the Department of Justice and that the charges against him are due to the Biden administration leaning on the Department of Justice, asking them to go after him, right? Is actually somebody who himself, surprise, surprise, interfered with justice.
Asked oil executives to fund him to the tune of $1 billion and then he would give them things they wanted. What's going on here? Because I don't like doing the whole...
Peggy Thomas says, is he sleeping? No, Trump never sleeps.
He's all just stupid. He's been stupid all along.
Trump sleeps with one eye open.
That's just too simple. That's not the world we live in. Yes, he's clearly intelligent in areas. What's going on here for him to be touting the most basic, debunkable, ridiculous ideas you can imagine in favor of Trump? Then this.
No, and I've been trashing Kamala nonstop.
Oh, I know.
You're such a bad boy, Elon. You're such a bad boy. I can't believe, were you trashing Kamala all the time? Oh my gosh. You naughty boy.
Well, I mean, the Kamala puppet, I call her, you know. The machine that the Kamala puppet represents.
Yeah, she's irrelevant. I mean, she's not even...
No, I made a joke, which I realized I deleted.
Is that an X shirt? Is that branding for his website?
Which is like, nobody's even bothering to try to kill Kamala because it's pointless. What do you achieve? Nothing.
No, it's totally
just find
right.
another puppet.
Exactly. That's...
It's no point in killing.
It's deep and true, though.
Nobody's trying.
Tucker too. I'm sorry. I know some of y'all like whenever I'm calm on these things, it helps you process it and not get so upset. Sometimes I need to get upset, okay? This is me time. Whoa, why, Tucker? Why are you pretending? Oh, you just hit on something, Elon. That's deep and true.
The deep state's gonna be mad. I can't believe he criticized Kamala. They're definitely coming after him now.
That really...
No one's allowed to criticize Kamala?
That really got to the core of everything. Why isn't someone trying to assassinate her? That's really profound.
It's the logo for our internet service. Sorry, Hunter. Can you explain more?
That's...
It's no point in killing.
It's deep and true, though.
Nobody's.
Wait, is it Xfinity? Is that what you're saying? He's been in love with X for decades. Well, he's a Gen Xer, right? Is that why? Was it like, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Some of you in chat may be able to speak to this, right? But Gen X was like the kind of marketing that you'd see would be like somebody jumping out of an airplane with a snowboard. Like, you know, stuff like that, right? So the whole idea of doing everything to the extreme was very popular. Is that kind of why it was? Like X is like the X Files, right? That's a that's a Gen X thing, right? The X Files, right? So like the X Games, right? Have I got it? Am I onto something? Is this what this is about? Is this how you were an edgelord, right? Because there was edgelords back in the 90s, apparently, but they were not edgelords. They were extreme. They were they were. I think that's what this is. I guess.
Kill Joe Biden.
He bought X.com in the late 90s and jerks to X.
It's pretty pointless.
You mean he jerks off to X?
You actually put that up?
Yeah. Now, some people interpreted it as though I was calling for people to
Of course.
assassinate her, but I was like, no, even I was like, doesn't it seem strange that no one's even bothered to try?
It's not worth it.
I mean,
I'm scared. I need to call my mom. Mom.
I'm just trying to. Gorgoth, I'm just trying to figure out what X means to Elon Musk, right? I'm trying to put myself into his shoes, and I'm recognizing that he comes from another generation. And I'm just trying to put together all the old Mountain Dew commercials I've seen to try to make this make sense.
And the supply.
and like nobody would. It's absurd.
It could be anybody.
Yeah. Nobody's gonna try to. Nobody tries to assassinate a puppet.
Of course not. A marionette.
Yeah, marionette. It's just like.
Yeah, there have been foiled assassination attempts. The one that's on my mind right now was against Biden. It led to a death of a Trump supporter who was posting he was going to assassinate.
Don't be dumb. I'm sorry, I didn't see your question. You have a YouTube icon, and I don't know. I guess I just didn't notice it. Like, compared to everybody else's icon, yours is kind of boring, right? It's just a YouTube symbol. So I didn't think you had anything good to say. What has Kamala done in the Biden administration that has had a major, that has been, I could ask you the same question about Trump and his 4 years in the White House. And since that came before, I think that you kind of need to answer that first.
And then the FBI.
But let me give you an example of what she's done. You heard of Kamala, the border czar? Oh my gosh, she's the border czar, and there's immigration. That must mean she's doing a really bad job. Or it could mean that she's actually doing things like talking to countries where the immigration is coming from. Now, in some cases, right, because immigration isn't something that just randomly happens. Somebody who gets up and says, ha ha ha, I'm going to illegally enter the United States because I'm Hannibal Lecter, and I'd like to have you for dinner. No, that's not really how it happens. Somebody leaving their home, leaving their family, leaving their life, right? It's got to be something pretty extreme. In a lot of cases, it's because of instability in the country that somebody's from. Take, for example, one of the countries where a lot of immigration has come from recently, that being Venezuela, right? Venezuela has dealt with some major economic instability due to sanctions placed on the country by Donald Trump. So are you telling me, no comment check, are you telling me, NCC, that Trump actually caused the problem that he's bitching about now? Hey, I could go one step further and tell you that a bill in Congress that pretty much, closed down to a degree where I think it actually interferes with human rights, but the asylum process that really, kind of shuts that down, amongst other things, was shut down by Donald Trump. In other words, was not passed by Donald Trump when he got wind of the fact that Biden was willing to sign it, because he wants there to be a problem more than he wants to deal with the problem that he pretends to is causing trouble, right? Yeah, there's a lot more to this stuff than you're going to hear on Fox News, unfortunately.
Got into a back and forth with him, and it became violent. But I don't think that's the metric we should be judging.
But yeah, get a better avatar, right? I couldn't see you because you were YouTube. That's what. Why is it a YouTube symbol?
And yeah,
do you just really love YouTube that much?
Oh, it's so scary. Tucker's one of the most, still, I don't know how this is true, but influential MAGA people on the internet. And then Elon Musk is one of the richest people in existence right now. This is what we're getting. this, giggling away about assassination attempts because really she's just a puppet.
Actually, you know, I don't know. I feel like Elon kind of wants you to get upset over this. What he said about the, you know, nobody even wants to assassinate Kamala Harris. I mean, it's immature. It's kind of a worthless comment, but I don't actually think, I feel like people are kind of making a bigger deal out of it than it is, and I feel like that's exactly, you're sort of playing again into Elon Musk's plan that way. He wants to be controversial. He wants to be edgy. He wants to get attention. He's not really that interesting. He's just a boring, cringe Gen Xer. Not to shit on Gen Xers.
This disturbs me.
No, don't be dumb. Kamala did diplomacy with countries where there is, you know, immigration and people seeking asylum. In other words, Kamala did the thing that you actually want to do to address these issues, rather than trying to hermetically seal the country with some kind of misbegotten Berlin Wall across the southern fucking border, right? It's more useful to talk to the countries in question, which is something that Trump failed at doing. You want to know about Trump's diplomacy? Trump did diplomacy. He just didn't do it well. He sent his son-in-law, Nepo baby-in-law, Jared Kushner, in to do diplomacy between Israel and other countries in the Middle East, at the same time cutting the Palestinians out of it. So now this is before October 7th, and I think it's a big contributing factor to October 7th. The so-called Abraham Accords were actually harmful to peace and stability in the region. People say that Donald Trump is the president of peace. He didn't start any wars. Oh my God, he set a lot of shit into motion. He destabilized the fuck out of a lot of shit. He moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and he allowed Israel to occupy the Golan Heights, right? A lot of the instability that you're seeing right now in the Middle East was because of Trump and his failed diplomacy. Kamala, on the other hand, seems to have been pretty successful in her diplomacy, marked by the fact that when you hear about immigration, Guatemala is not one of the countries that comes up anymore. So there you go. Smacked down. Thanks for playing.
This really disturbs me. And I want to reiterate, think about, and then I promise I'm going to come to you in a different segment. I'm going to be level-headed. Think about if a left-wing, let's go there because they're obsessed with him, if George Soros purchased X, at the time Twitter, and then took what Elon Musk did recently was he took the America tag and is making it 24/7 pro-Trump propaganda, took the America tag and was doing pro-Kamala Harris stuff, and then said, I'm going to do everything in my power to elect...
I'm sorry, I don't know the America reference. Anybody understand that?
Through the platform that I'm having that was supposed to be a public square, elect Kamala Harris, and being overtly pro... Fox News would say... I can't even deal with this. The hypocrisy is insane. They already say that George Soros helped steal an election by donating to somebody or something. They would say George Soros stole the election because he bought a social media platform and weaponized it in favor of Kamala Harris. That's what Elon Musk is doing.
All right, so chat, I think we got all we can out of this one. This is Luke Beasley. Go follow him if you're interested in this kind of content. He's almost at 1 million subscribers, so good job on that, Luke. You've really been growing your channel lately, and good video. Okay, so I do sort of want to come back to this Trump-Epstein thing because it's fascinating, and there's so much there. There's actually a new video by Chill Goblin on this very topic, but I sort of promised you the Tucker thing. And here it is. Let's make sure that this is showing up. Yeah. It's small. I don't like that. see what happens if I open it. It's better, slightly better. It's still smaller than I want it to be. I can't tell. Is this like a live streamer? Wow, somebody got a lot of views off of this. Okay, so is he gonna... Yeah, this might not... No, we can't use this. We can't use this. I'm not gonna do Streamception. Oh god, I was really hoping... it looks like they're taking down any of the re-uploads of this to... Okay, well, we're just gonna have to watch it, and I apologize, chat, for the tiny little window here, but he's a tiny little man. They're both tiny little men.
If he loses, man, what?
So what do we got here? Got a sizzle reel.
Dude, I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is gonna be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out to him, but I get. You were
Okay, we're just gonna kind of go through this. Does this work?
No, and I've been to a machine.
Yes.
And she will whatever's on the teleprompter, she's going to say it.
Yes.
Now she gets stuck if the teleprompter breaks.
Oh, thank you, Shakespeare. America is the name of Elon's pack, and it has his own Twitter account. It has its own Twitter account.
That happened recently. I think the teleprompter stalled, and she was just like looping for a while, for about a minute.
It's only on Twitter. Hassan had the same problem. Well, maybe it's better that we watch it in a little window anyway. Sorry about the little window, everybody.
I think that happened yesterday.
But I mean, you know what Elon looks like. You know what Tucker looks like. I mean, look, there is some visual that we'll miss. I think Tucker is hilarious, right? The last time we watched Tucker, he was talking to Roseanne Barr, and I almost like had a moment where he was more likable than I've ever seen before, because Roseanne Barr was just spitting nonsense. Roseanne Barr was talking about they're demons, they're vampires, they suck babies' blood, and Tucker couldn't keep it together. He was like laughing in her face, and she knew it. And he kept on trying. He knew he wasn't supposed to. He kept trying to make an excuse for it, but he thinks she's funny as hell, and he's right.
It was pretty funny to watch. But she'll just say whatever words are on the teleprompter. So, it's really whoever controls the teleprompter is the actual sort of, that's who's actually in charge.
And who is that, do you think?
Well, I've tried to pin it down. It's not like any one kind of mastermind. It's not like, it seems to be, it's like Kamala's sort of a marionette with,
so quiet.
Puppet masters type of thing.
Should I turn him up a little bit?
It's or maybe it's somewhere north of 100 is what it seems like.
Yes. I bet you know 80 of them.
I probably know most of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, just by virtue of your job and what you've been doing for the last 30 years, I mean, and I should say, I think you voted.
She's mixing Sudafed and Ambien these days. Is it Sudafed or is it Dayquil?
I'd like to see a matchup of those, call it the top 100 puppet masters on the Epstein client list.
Do you think there's some overlap?
Strong overlap. Strong overlap.
When are we going to see that list, do you think?
I don't know. It's mind blowing that they've not tried to prosecute even one, not even the worst offender on the Epstein client list. They've not even tried to prosecute even one. That's insane.
Well, because they have a lot of diabetic grandmothers who were outside the Capitol on January 6th. They're kind of occupied.
Yeah, they've put like whatever 500 or 600 January 6th protesters in prison, and not one person on the Epstein client list.
Will that ever come out, do you think?
And again, this is his mistake, because Trump does not want to talk about the Epstein fly list. What was the other Epstein thing that we didn't cover? Oh yeah, all the. We'll see. We'll maybe chat if we have time. We'll go to the Chill Goblin video. Okay, how does that sound? Do you want to do that? Do you want to do some Trump-Stein content? One in chat, especially in short chat, if you want to see some Trump-Stein after this. We've got a lot to cover tonight, but
I think part of why Kamala's getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public.
Yes.
And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah. Do you think Reid Hoffman's uncomfortable?
it's weird for him to say that he thinks billionaires are in favor of Kamala. Because billionaires generally want their taxes cut. And the one thing, now that other chatter, I don't see you in chat anymore, YouTube avatar, but the one thing that Trump got done, the one accomplishment that Trump actually did was lowering taxes for billionaires.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That's why I thought it was weird for this chatter to ask me what accomplishments Kamala Harris, the vice president, not the president, the person that's there in case the president keels over, right? That person, what accomplishments she got done. When I'm sure that that chatter was not ready to answer what Donald Trump had gotten done, let alone what his vice president had gotten done, Mike Pence. But there was one accomplishment that Mike Pence did. Do you know what it is, chat? Do you know what the accomplishment of Mike Pence was? Mike Pence did do something good for all of us. Mike Pence did do one good thing before he left, and he almost got hung for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Gates.
And Gates.
Yeah.
And I only ask that because you just look at them and you're like, that's a nervous person right there. I don't know. I mean,
make sure to hit that like button on my stream if you can. It's a little harder on shorts. You'll have to like hold down your thumb on the video to like it. It's kind of like TikTok in that way. But it really does help me out a lot, and I really do appreciate it. So if you like content like this, make sure to hit that like button.
you know them, yeah.
Yes. Reid Hoffman was my...
Yeah, Joe Dirt says save democracy. I mean, yeah, I guess so. But honestly, it wasn't that much. Like, he did the same thing that every vice president does when, you know, when they're, he you know, acknowledged the fact that the thing that JD Vance couldn't do. He acknowledged that Trump had lost. He actually tried to help Trump understand that he'd lost and stop coping, but Trump wasn't interested in that.
PayPal. Yeah. 24 years ago.
God, he's so boring. I didn't realize this was going to be such shitty content.
Trump victory.
Because of the disclosure that would follow?
I think, yeah, I mean, I think he's certainly ideologically in line.
Wait, is he talking about Gates now?
Trump anyway, but I think he is concerned about the Epstein situation. Like something might actually, the DOJ might actually move forward.
There are a lot of videos, apparently. Those rooms on the island, and I think out in New Mexico, were wired for video.
Right.
And
where's the video? I mean,
yeah, supposedly Ghislaine Maxwell said there was video of Trump, that Epstein kept video of Trump. And I don't know, some of the underage girls? I'm not sure, but...
Between Diddy and Epstein, it's good.
But there's probably stuff like that on Bill Clinton, too. So don't think I'm here just for the Trump-Stein stuff. I'm here for the Clinton-Stein stuff as well.
There's probably several...
I want to see it all. I don't care. I don't care who they got.
Hours of footage here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that the people on those videos are lecturing the rest of us about our moral failings, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird.
What is that?
Well, rich people in general do like to do that. Elon Musk would know better than anyone.
I mean, part of how they
Tucker Carlson would know better than anyone. Look, he's married into the Swanson family.
collect attention from themselves is by criticizing the morals of others.
Yes.
So it's sort of like a preemptive moral strike.
Yes.
I mean, as I said, I think those who are saying Trump is a threat to democracy are themselves actually the threat to democracy.
It feels like we're getting to a place where the rest of us know too much. Is this, do you know what I mean? I mean, it's easier to live in a society where you don't really know what the people in charge are doing or why they're doing it. But now, thanks, I would say, largely to X,
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say that.
Yeah.
We do know a lot. Not everything, but we know a lot. And I wonder, where does that, like, what happens next now that we know all this? The kidnapper's shown us his face. Like, what happens?
We all die, obviously. Is that what you're getting at, Tucker? The deep state's gonna fucking off us, every single one of us. I hear a knock on my door right now, chat. I know too much. I know too much.
But if Trump wins, we can do some house cleaning and shed light on things. Yeah, all the X platform does is adhere to freedom of speech within the bounds of the law.
Yes.
And if people want to change the laws, they can change the laws. And so, like X in different countries, X does.
So he's giving his excuse for what he's done in India, what he's done in Brazil, the times that he does not stand up for free speech at all.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. More the merrier.
Is the law.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Make sure to hit that like button on your way in.
But we do try to stick to the law in any given country. That's what we're doing. We open source our algorithm. We try to be as transparent as possible. But those who want to push lies obviously hate truth and transparency.
Yes.
Because it shows them to be liars. I mean, you look at that, like how outrageous it was that Kamala in the presidential debate kept pushing the fine people hoax. They know the fine people hoax is.
Yeah, it's a big hoax. Oh my God. Oh my God. Trump said there's fine people on both sides. And what they say is a hoax is the fact that maybe he didn't mean the Tiki Torch Brigade. Right? Because there's some people that were at Charlottesville that weren't in the Tiki Torch Brigade. You could imagine somebody that instead of going out with a tiki torch, they sat in their hotel room and they came out the next day to protest the removal of the Confederate statue. So maybe, instead of assuming that the people that Trump was saying were good people were neo-Nazis, we should allow for the possibility that maybe he meant neo-Confederates. Which is a whole nother thing. He wasn't supporting, chat, Adolf Hitler and the German Nazi party, right? He was maybe supporting the Confederate States of America and their insurrection against the rest of the country in order to keep their slaves. States' rights to do what? To keep slaves, right? Maybe that's what he meant. So I guess we got to let him go then. Right? There's good people on both sides. Maybe he didn't mean the neo-Nazis. Maybe he meant the neo-Confederates.
Is false. Trump would never support Nazis, a Nazi rally. It's absurd.
He would only support Confederates.
And he explicitly said that in that same speech that you must condemn anyone who has Nazi tendencies with in the strongest possible terms.
It's weird for a guy to say we should condemn people with Nazi tendencies and then to turn around and say that the immigrants are poisoning our blood, but hey.
And yet, despite knowing that to be false.
Is he loud enough, chat? I feel like he's so quiet. Yeah, states' rights to do what?
For the Kamala puppet, put the fine people hoax in the presidential debate.
Look, I gotta be real, okay? If he wants to have any reach with this shit, he's got to get better at speaking. We ran into this when he showed up at Butler, Pennsylvania to help Trump out on stage. I feel like Trump whispered something into his ear afterwards. I think it wasn't positive. I think Trump was mad. Elon's such a bad speaker.
Communist invading radicals.
He just, like, and what you need for this stuff is you need stuff to go viral, right? You need stuff to pop off. And it's just not going to do it this way, right? He's got a 1 hour and 48 minute sit down, interview with Tucker Carlson. Look, for as much as I criticize Kamala Harris, as much as often I don't like the answers that she gives in some of her interviews, she's at least capable of making clips that have reach. Elon, despite that he's on a platform that is integrated video into it and has the potential for, is one of the best platforms for spreading clips. Like this and Reddit would be like YouTube, I guess, would be the best ones, right? It's just funny how he's not able to really comport himself to any sort of
Deliberately lying. Again. Messed up.
If she wins, I mean, how can they let X continue in its current form, in its current role in American society?
The real question is, how will Elon let X continue, considering that it's burning a huge hole in his pocket, considering that it's taking his other investments and like lowering their stock prices? He's having to sell stock in order to keep running X. How will he continue? That's the better question. I don't think he's got any, he's going to have run into any problems with Kamala, despite all the paranoia in this interview. I think the real question is, at some point, this becomes unsustainable even for the former richest man in the world.
They won't. They will try to shut it down by any means possible.
What do you mean by any means possible?
I mean, with either via...
JP says Elon considers himself not an immigrant because he believes in apartheid. So it's really about white rich people are okay. All this other skin. Yeah. Well, Donald Trump said much the same himself.
I mean, they'll try to pass laws. They'll try to prosecute the company, prosecute me. The amount of lawfare that we're seeing taking place is outrageous. There are many examples, but like the Department of Justice, for example, launched a huge lawsuit against SpaceX for failing to hire...
Wait, I'm sorry. Did somebody in my chat just say that Elon is protecting free speech? Might I remind you, this is the guy that banned Ken Klippenstein.
Hire asylum seekers.
I'm sorry, you got no fucking room to talk, Elon. You're in here in my chat glazing him the fuck up.
Yeah,
asylum seekers?
Not asylum.
He's a free speech warrior. My ass he is.
Granted asylum seekers. Now there's also a law called International Traffic and Arms Regulations that because SpaceX develops advanced missile technology that can be used in nuclear ICBMs, that we have...
He's protecting free speech by banning Ken Klippenstein for releasing the J.D. Vance dossier. That's protecting free speech? You naive motherfucker.
We have to be very careful with who we hire. We can only hire someone if they're a permanent resident or citizen. That's what the ITAR law says. Then there's another law that says that you cannot discriminate against asylum seekers. So we're damned if you do, damned if you don't. The DOJ did a massive lawsuit against SpaceX for failing to hire asylum seekers, even though it is illegal for us to hire asylum seekers under ITAR law. This is an actual thing that's going on, and they can only do.
Okay, so what else do we have here?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't know. I'm getting bored with this. Why is there so much anti-human messaging? AI and the woke mind virus? That sounds juicy. Let's see what this is.
Often I wonder, in public.
They should. I'm raising it.
Yeah, you are. You said that artificial intelligence...
How does anybody sit through this shit? This is so boring.
Machine intelligence.
Like, what good is free speech if you're too boring to listen to?
Might be a good thing. Where are we on AI right now?
Say no to censorship. Yeah, say no to Elon. Free Ken Klippenstein. Free Ken Klippenstein.
Right now, and what are your views?
Well, I think at this point it's obvious to everyone that AI is advancing at a very rapid pace.
He's so full of shit. He's so full of shit. Yeah, no, it's not artificial intelligence. It's LLMs, all right? That's what's advancing. And it's got some pretty obvious, pretty severe downsides to it. Some pretty clear limitations. And the other downside being that the one thing that AI seems to be good at is reinforcing disinformation. Case in point, chat. Case in point. Let me see if I can find you this. Kyle Kulinski talked about this today.
Big free speech bro, right? I think it's fair to call me that. Free speech absolutist. You know, the only time you should ever really crack down the apology on there on a day out the falsehoods in the long run, and the cream will always rise to the top, and the correct narrative will defeat the wrong narratives. And we have enough evidence. That is fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Oftentimes what happens, because human beings are flawed, and sometimes we're stupid, is whatever is the most sensationalist thing will become the story of the day and will get the most eyeballs and the most retweets and the most likes. So this is a really, really good example of this right here.
All right, so one in chat if you've seen this picture, right? This picture is all over the internet. Now, Kyle's going to talk about an account that's posting this, but it's been posted by a lot of people. And it looks like, if you have no discernment, if you don't recognize the telltale signs of AI, it looks like a little girl in a life vest, in a boat, in a flooding situation like, you know, the situation is right now for a lot of people in North Carolina, people in Georgia, people in Tennessee, hit by Hurricane Helene, just crying her eyes out and holding on to a little puppy. But if you look closer, you're going to just see some stuff that you're going to notice that this isn't a picture. This isn't a photo. This is an AI, and not even a particularly convincing piece of AI.
So one of the narratives that the right has really run with in the past few days is that the FEMA response to Hurricane Helene is like that of the FEMA response to Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, where, you know, they were really slow to act and they didn't do a good job, etc. Well, when you go talk to all the local officials and the local politicians and even the governor, etc., they tell you, look, day of, they were already on the phone. They already declared an emergency. They already upped the status. As soon as they were supposed to up the status, they're sending the help and all that. And basically, like, yes, FEMA's doing the job that FEMA's supposed to do, but the right is now really leaning into this idea of, like, they've been, you know, these people have been totally abandoned by the federal government. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. Now, having said that, look at the stuff that's proliferating on social media, hand in hand with this bogus narrative. So
this is Elon Musk's free speech. Freedom to scam boomers who don't know, and no offense to any boomers out there, okay? It's all about the, you know, age is a state of mind, all right? But some boomers out there, their state of mind does not tell them that this is not an actual picture. I think when we look at this a little bit more close up, I think it'll become obvious to more and more people, right? This is not a real picture, but yeah, to, like, you know, I'm sure some of my aunts, my uncles, grandparents, people like that, this might be convincing, unfortunately. And look at this woman. I actually feel sorry for this woman. This picture has been seared into my mind. My heart hurts. It's not a picture.
You have a tweet from Amy Creamer. This picture has been seared into my...
Are there 6 fingers? Oh my God, where are they? Where are they? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I see 5 on the right hand. I see 1, 2, 3. You can only really see, make out 3 fingers on the left hand. But yeah, that is often... the hands don't look right though, right? Even though these are... They're showing 5 fingers here. The thumb doesn't look like a thumb. The index finger doesn't look like an index finger. The middle finger doesn't look like right. There's something wrong here. And also look at her face. Right? It's hyper expressive. and actually I would say contains more, you know, children's face don't wrinkle the way that adults faces do, and like that, just this expression of grief is exaggerated in a way that's just, there's just a lot wrong with this. Like, once you start to see enough AI imagery, you start to get the sense for it. You start to get the smell for it, and it becomes apparent.
Mind, my head hurts, and it's a
the hair says Dutch Roof. Variant, you're making some beats in chat, I see, or not in chat, but like while watching this.
picture of
We should have a music section for people to share their. We do have a music section.
little girl wearing a life
It's a tiny person, not a child.
jacket, holding a puppy. Okay.
Yeah, it does kind of have that. You know what? It makes me think of, if you've ever seen one in chat, if you are any JoJo fans, any JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fans in chat. So I really like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's one of my favorite like animes, manga out there. But I do have to admit that the mangaka, the artist behind JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, he draws kids really weird. They look like tiny adults, and it's kind of creepy. He also draws dogs really weird too, but that's another story.
I'll hold off on talking about the picture here for just a second because I want to show you what she responded to herself with. So the next tweet in the thread. Y'all, I don't know where this photo came from. And honestly, it doesn't matter.
Wait, part 8 is your favorite? JoJolian?
It is seared into my mind forever. There are people going through much worse than
Nice, Tiki Dragon. Thank you for the sub.
what is shown in this pic. So I'm leaving it because it is emblematic
Yeah, Oso Loso, JoJo Siwa's Bizarre Adventure.
of the trauma and pain people are living through
It was
right now.
so peaceful up here,
So,
but
of
now
course, the
there are
reality
freaking
about this picture,
communists invading
it is the
radicals.
most obvious fake AI image ever created ever. If you ask
You know, I've seen worse. I've seen a lot of Facebook boomer brain rot that's worse.
me beforehand,
The classic one is like the kid from Africa that's made some kind of like a sculpture of Jesus Christ out of fruit or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? It's always something like that, and they're like, "This little boy is so great. Like we should send him money," and they're sending the scammers money. They're sending the people that are doing the what do you call it, like engagement bait AI posts on Facebook. They're sending them money.
Kyle, will anybody think this is a real picture? I would say to you, no. Nobody is that stupid. Because it literally looks more like a painting than a picture. It's not even a convincing AI image, right? Like, not remotely convincing. It's almost like they made it to not look realistic. Well, this idiot was spreading it as if it was realistic. And then when she gets called out on it, she goes, look, it doesn't matter if it's real or not. There are people who are going through this right now anyway. And, you know, it's traumatic and people are living through hell right now. So the spirit of it is true, right?
Okay, no, look, I will agree with her on one thing. There are a lot of people going through a lot of shit right now. In North Carolina, in Tennessee, in Georgia, in all those places, right? But politicians hijacking people's pain and suffering to try to win another term in office so that they won't have to be charged with the crimes that they have very likely committed? That's not okay. That's not okay. That's not something a human being should be doing.
Right? That's kind of what she's saying. Forget the specifics. The spirit of it is true. And it reminds us of the pain of what people are going through. So, by the way, here's what the community note said. Quote, it is not a photo. It is a 100% fake AI-generated image. Fake generative AI technology has been called the ultimate disinformation amplifier. Therefore, it is important to identify such...
There we go, the ultimate disinformation amplifier. Anyway, that's the basic thing that I was trying to show you here. We'll get back to Tucker and Elon. I do want to see...
You can see it with the new capabilities that come out every month. Or
Let's see if we can find the Trump-Epstein.
You know, AI at this point can write a better essay than probably 90%,
Because it was
maybe
so
95%
peaceful up here, but now there are
Say right
freaking
next to it,
communists
it's
invading
programming
radicals.
AI right now can beat
like I said, Elon's like boring me to sleep. I can see he's boring my chat to sleep too. So we need term limits for what? The Supreme Court? Drain the swamp. Yeah, I agree with that. But when maybe I mean something different when I say the swamp. I'm talking about the most corrupt branch of our government, the judicial branch, right? Which does need term limits. And honestly, they need to clean house there, right? We've got a massive corruption in the Supreme Court. Yeah, that swamp needs to be drained. Kick them the fuck out. Kick them out.
If you say draw an image, draw a picture.
And speaking of corruption, what's the deal with this guy and the space program? Why is one man allowed to own the space program? Right? What the fuck has happened to our government? Like they've privatized the fucking space program. I feel like that's where corruption comes from, when you got a fucking billionaire that's able to get money from the government to make himself richer. Fuck that shit.
It can draw, like, if you try to say Midjourney, which is, the aesthetics of Midjourney are incredible.
What is he talking about? Elon, you're so boring.
It will create...
I want to know about the woke mind virus. Please tell me about the woke mind virus.
That are better than, again, like 90% of artists. It's just objectively the case. And it'll do it immediately, like 30 seconds later. We're also starting to see AI movies. So you start seeing, short films with AI, AI music creation.
I just don't understand why such a weird man is so boring. Tucker's bored. You're boring, Tucker.
The rate at which we're increasing AI compute is exponential, hyper exponential. So there's dramatically more AI compute coming online every month. There seems to be roughly, I don't know.
I'm so close to playing the Bo Black's clip. Talk about the allegations.
The amount of AI compute coming online is increasing at, like, I don't know, quote, roughly 500% a year, and that's likely to continue for several years. And then the sophistication of the AI algorithms is also improving. So we're bringing online a massive amount of AI compute.
My show is extremely boring. Well, that's because of what we're watching, dickhead.
And also improving the efficiency of the compute and what.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is your name not Dickhead? I'm sorry, Rob Connors. I misread your name there.
What the AI software can do. It's
I got to get new glasses, Chad. It looked like it said Dickhead.
Quantitative and qualitative in improvement. I think next year you'll be able to ask AI. So certainly by the end of next year, make a short movie about something, or probably can do at least a
woke mind virus. This clip is supposed to be about AI and the woke mind virus. Where's the woke mind virus? That's really all I'm interested in, is the woke mind virus.
One of the questions that people asked was, like, which is worst?
Okay, this is boring everyone. All right, chat, I'm gonna make an executive decision here. We're gonna see what's up with this Trump-Epstein shit.
This video about Jeffrey Epstein contains non-graphic, non-descriptive news coverage of controversial issues. Usually I would never do this, but I've decided to censor the following words because if I don't, YouTube will age restrict this video and drastically limit its reach. None of the details have been removed, but if you'd prefer to watch the video in full without annoying censorship, please check out my Patreon. Lowest tier is just $1 a month. Want to hear something crazy? The year was 2015. Hillary Clinton was expected to run as a Democratic Party presidential candidate, but something in her past didn't sit right with American political consultant Roger Stone. Starting in January 2015.
Wait, is that supposed to be Stone? It's Stone! Oh my god, Stone is a goblin.
Mr. Stone began shouting to anyone who would listen about Hillary and especially Bill Clinton's ties to notorious child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. First, in an article in Sunshine State News. According to flight records, Bill was on Epstein's plane 17 times. Epstein even pleaded the Fifth Amendment when asked about his relationship with Clinton and whether Clinton was supplied with underage girls. February 2015 on Hannity.
Sean, some of Epstein's victims were as young.
So again, chat, I'm not gonna, you know, I mean, like, there's a lot, maybe a lot more connecting to Trump to Epstein, but as far as the Bill Clinton connection, yeah, that needs to be exposed too. All of it needs to be exposed.
As 11 years old. The average age is more like 14. This isn't consensual sex. This is pedophilia. Why would Bill Clinton be friends with someone like this? And what did Epstein's victim, who's filed this lawsuit, mean when she was told by Epstein, Bill Clinton owes me a few favors? What did Epstein mean by that?
March 2015 in the Daily Caller. Despite the fact that Palm Beach police identified Maxwell as the chief procurer for Epstein's underage orgies, Maxwell was nonetheless an honored guest at Chelsea Clinton's wedding and now works for
Oh, there she is.
a nonprofit funded by the Clinton Foundation, according to the foundation website. On Hannity again in March.
Yeah, we now know that Epstein, the billionaire convicted, was actually convicted in June of 2006. Yet in July of 2007, he made a contribution to the Clinton Foundation.
A convicted pedophile then donated.
Right.
Is that, who's sitting next to him? That's not Karl Rove, is it?
Which means they knew about his status at the time they took the money.
Now, say what you will about Roger Stone. In fact, I will right now. He looks like the Monopoly man started taking HGH after a midlife crisis. He looks like the Crypt Keeper's before picture. He looks like he regularly asks optometrists, just give me the evil owl. He looks like if Willy Wonka owned an arsenic factory. He looks like the mayor of a town where everyone works at the grave.
What he is, chat, is a Nixon retread. Right? And in a lot of ways, Nixon walked so that Trump could run. Nixon was probably the most corrupt president prior to Donald Trump. And Roger Stone was one of his, I guess you'd call this guy like a fixer. I think that's the best name for him. So, you know, they're caught doing all this Watergate shit. And instead of denying it and saying, oh my gosh, it's fake news, right? Roger Stone has kind of just leaned into being a Batman supervillain ever since. And he's been hired by more Republicans.
He looks like the type of guy with a Richard Nixon.
He's still doing the Nixon shit. This shit right here is a Richard Nixon trademark. I think when he jumped off the helicopter and said, I am not a crook. Right? That was, he did these, like, you know, these fingers right here. Right? So he's still living the Nixon life. Even after Nixon's death.
Surprisingly shredded back. That last one isn't even a roast. That's just true.
I mean, he does have a nice, he does work on his back. Oh, I thought it was going to be a full Nixon body tattoo. No, it's just his face, apparently.
That's just a Roger Stone cold fact. But I will be the first to say, at least in the quotes I've shown here, he's pretty much speaking the truth.
Janet Planet, why are you saying that I should vote for a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? I feel like if you got a friend of Epstein on the ballot and somebody who's not a friend of Epstein, the choice should be pretty clear.
Clinton's ties to notorious pedophile Jeffrey Epstein are damning, and they have gone largely unexplored by the mainstream media. Bill Clinton was an honored...
Wait, did I just see what I thought I saw? Oh my God, chat.
Bill Clinton's ties to...
Wait. We gotta pause it.
Are damning, and they
Look, I'm not letting anybody off. All right. Joining Clinton for a 3-hour dinner was a very selective group of people whom, according to the one Democratic Party source, gave as much as $100,000 to the Democratic National Committee for the privilege of dining with the former president. Actor, singer on guest list. Jimmy Buffett. Now, wait, what was this? Oh, okay. So, yeah. Look, I thought I was going to have to call my dad and be like, you gotta burn your Jimmy Buffett albums, old man. You gotta burn that shit. No, it looks like this was a guest list for the DNC dinner, you know, where you'd be dining with Bill Clinton, right? Jimmy Buffett's on here. Don Johnson is on here. Who is Don Johnson? Miami Vice, one of the Miami Vice guys. Is that where Vice City comes from? Is Miami Vice? Deandra Douglas. Oh, wife of Michael Douglas. So is that the woman that gave him the throat cancer from him going down on her? There's this whole thing about Michael Douglas. Was he the one that got throat cancer from going down on some chick? Sylvia Hassenfeld. Don't know. Married into the founding family of Hasbro Toys. Jeffrey Epstein. Richard Garrett, don't know. Bob Knuth, don't know. Alfonso Fanjul, don't know. Don Fowler, don't know. Paul Prosper, I don't know these people. I saw Jimmy Buffett. I was like, am I gonna have to call my dad?
Largely unexplored by the mainstream media. Bill Clinton was an honored speaker at the DNC just 1 month ago, something that should make us all sick to our stomachs. The more you look into the Jeffrey Epstein story, the more crazy-making it is. It's by far the most interesting news story of my lifetime. There are so many celebrity cameos that at
Who is that? These people look so sus. They're like, if I were to imagine a ring of PDFs, that this is the kind of like, I don't know, this isn't far off.
times it feels like a C-tier Simpsons episode. Maybe like,
Oh, that's Rupert Murdoch. That's Bill Gates. Damn.
season 12 when the quality was declining, but you'd still get 2 or 3.
That's Mick Jagger. Okay, my dad definitely needs to burn his Rolling Stones records if he has any.
Good belly laughs out of every
Probably before his time, though.
episode. Also, Matt Groening was on Epstein's jet. And that's the thing, some Epstein
Matt Groening, that's the Simpsons guy.
connections are much more damning than others, and you have to be constantly ready to learn something horrible about your personal faves. Believe me,
No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I cried genuine tears the day I took down my family-sized poster
Oh, that's Harvey Weinstein.
of Alan Dershowitz. A story
My life-size poster of Alan Dershowitz. Yes, me too.
this big, this salacious, with this
The
much
Dersh. I can't believe the Dersh is involved.
star power should, by rights, have been on the cover of every magazine, the front page of every newspaper, the thumbnail of every YouTube video for years. It's always been incredibly frustrating to me that Epstein was treated as this special interest story. So, while I don't co-sign all of Roger Stone's views and statements, I have to commend him for telling these particular truths. In fact, my
Chat, I should have had this on the bonus content.
Communist invading radicals.
This should have been on the docket for bonus content. This is interesting stuff. I'm not
Was so peaceful up here.
I'm not sure if we're going to be able to watch all of it, but
Invading radicals.
yeah, I'm all for whoever. In fact,
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
look, I'm going to say it. Since Elon Musk has been talking about Trump releasing the Epstein files, and we know that he won't, right? We know that there's stuff on him in there that he doesn't want to release, right? I feel like Kamala Harris should do it. This should be such an easy thing. Look, the Democratic Party, like, right, they do have people that are maybe on these flight logs, like Bill Clinton being the first and foremost that comes to mind. If they want to earn the trust of the American people back, a great way to start would be to release the Epstein information.
main critique for Roger Stone and the whole Republican Party apparatus as a whole is that they should have played this up more for several glorious months. Approximately January 2015 to June 2015, the Clinton family's ties to Epstein were everywhere. But all of a sudden that stopped right around June 2015 when Donald Trump descended from a golden escalator and
Wait, what is that? Is that Yoda?
announced he was running
Oh, that's not Yoda, chat.
for president. Now, I
That's not Yoda.
think we all know why these people stopped
I really thought it was going to be Yoda.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein at the same time. It's because when Donald Trump announced his campaign, everyone got really busy working on it.
Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Do you see the piercing?
Kind of forgot about this other big story. It's understandable. Hey, Roger Stone, if you're watching this, make sure you take your meds and keep hydrated, okay? That's from one ADHD king to another. So, allow me to pick up the slack here. Conservatives talk about Epstein to hurt the Democrats. Liberals talk about Epstein to hurt the Republicans. But me, well, I think the Democrats and the Republicans both suck.
Yes.
The only reason I'm talking about
Yes.
Epstein right before an election is because I think it might get my channel a lot of views. And that's how you know you can trust me. So, I'm gonna go over all the connections between Epstein and Trump I thought were worthy of your time. No bullshit, no unsighted sources.
Brian Evans, do you have secret access to these files? Why don't you release them? Brian Evans is acting like he's seen these files. Right? They asked Trump if he'd release them. He started to say yes, but then he was like, oh no, I think there's a lot of fake stuff. There's a lot of fake stuff in that world, in that realm, right? And then Elon brought it up with Tucker. right? So there's files that we haven't seen. And Brian Evans is in my chat acting like he's seen them. Brian Evans, are you Q? Do you have Q clearance? Are you a deep state agent? Do you have some kind of special job in the government? Do you live in Langley, Virginia? Like, what's your deal? What is your special insight to know that Trump is not on the Epstein files that we haven't fucking seen? We haven't seen them. That's what's interesting about them. If we had seen them, then we'd be looking at them and seeing, who's on them and who's not. Unfortunately, we don't have access to that.
No wild speculation, at least not until the final part of this video where I will finally tell you my opinion. I've got receipts for everything. I've got photos, videos, sworn testimony. Some of the evidence makes Trump look bad. Some of the evidence makes Trump look good, and I will show you both kinds. So, if it's possible...
Oh my God, he's really going for those views, right? He's going to drag the Trump fans along too.
Try to put aside whatever foregone conclusion you were hoping to draw here.
He's just not. Oh my God. Do you see what's happening in chat? You see the Trump fans come in here with an almost religious belief that their guy could not be involved in any of this. Whereas I, representing the other side of politics, am all for everything about Bill Clinton or any other Democratic Party figure, any other figure of the left. Hell, if they got Noam Chomsky on there, I want to know. I want to know. I am not like a Trump dick rider, like with this quasi-religious assuredness that Trump could have never done. He can't be involved. No, there's no way.
It's all in with fresh eyes.
Look, I don't have any special insight, unlike the chatter that I was talking to earlier. I don't work in Langley. I don't have Q clearance. I don't know, I haven't seen the files, if they're, whatever files that exist, I haven't seen. But what I will say is that Trump acts weird as fuck when this stuff gets brought up, right? When Fox News asked him about this stuff, he started off saying, yes, of course, we'll look into we'll release the Epstein files. And he's like, no, those files, not those files, though. Like, they're asking him, JFK. He's like, yes, aliens, yes, this conspiracy theory, that conspiracy theory. Yes, we'll release all the files. Then Epstein comes up. He starts to say yes.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And then he changes his mind mid-sentence. And says, no, not that one, though. Not that. We're not going to release the Epstein stuff. Yeah, there's something going on between... And, like, what, again, like, I guess the bromance here is where he'll broach the, so Trump had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The one thing that we can say for sure is that they knew each other and they seemed to be friendly. But I will also say that Epstein knew other figures, other political figures as well, Bill Clinton being the first and foremost, and seemed to be friendly with them. So I want to see all this evidence. I want to see every single thing that's in here. I want to know it all. I don't care what political side they're on.
In an open mind, because believe me, there is so much more here.
Kyle Kulinski actually reported that Noam Chomsky, that's what I mean, Tiki Dragon. Yeah, if Noam Chomsky was on that list, I want to know that too.
And that one quote about how, some of them on the younger side.
Bill Clinton has a portrait of him. No, Epstein, you mean, has a portrait of Bill Clinton in a dress. Yeah. There's some other weird stuff too. There's some other weird stuff that I saw going on as well, right? George W. Bush Epstein had a picture of George W. Bush. Now, I haven't verified this yet, but he's sitting on the floor in front of two, like, block towers. Like how little kids play with blocks. And he's built towers out of blocks. And he's got two paper airplanes. And the towers are knocked down, right? So you can kind of see what that picture sort of implies. And so, yeah, he's something about George W. Bush, too.
They're gobbling!
But first, for the Epstein noobs out there, a crash course in Jeffrey Epstein. The Epstein rabbit hole is deep, and I recommend you do some digging on your own, but here's the bare bones of what you need to know for this video. Well, there are many unsolved mysteries about Jeffrey Epstein, maybe the biggest one being, where did he get all this money? But From a period of time stretching from the late 80s, early 90s, through to his arrest in 2019, he appeared to control a massive child sex trafficking network catering to the rich and powerful. Journalist Julie K. Brown said she received a heavily redacted police report that mentioned over 100 Jane Does connected to Jeffrey Epstein as victims, but I'd guess his total number of victims is well above 1,000. Now, Jeffrey Epstein was doing this for decades, and he was personally abusing 2 or 3 girls a day, not including those he traffics to others. And due to his preferred age range, it's safe to say he needed to regularly recruit new victims. Within Epstein's circle, these assaults were always referred to by the euphemism massage. To help pull this off, Epstein worked closely for years with a woman named Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell seems to be some strange combination of girlfriend, assistant, and co-conspirator with Epstein. She apparently helped him procure young girls to become sex slaves, in their words, helped train the girls sexually, and even participated in the abuse herself. Ghislaine was a natural socialite who mingled effortlessly with powerful people, skills she used to bring many big names into Epstein's network. Epstein was first arrested in Palm Beach in 2008. Police had identified dozens of girls from that area, as young as 14, who had been sexually assaulted by Epstein. It was an open and shut case of child trafficking on a major scale with a ton of proof. But somehow,
Joshua Grant says, if you haven't verified information, you shouldn't share it. That leads to misinformation. It sounds like, Joshua,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
it sounds like you're afraid of the truth. Now, I am going to say, right, that all this stuff, unless otherwise proven, is in the realm of allegations. And you do have a point to the fact that nothing that we see here, even stuff that Chill Goblin has researched and he himself, thinks is true, you should check it yourself. You should look it up yourself. Don't take my word for it. Don't take Chill Goblin's word for it. But definitely don't take Donald Trump's word for it. Because I see a lot of Trump people in chat. All right? And the degree of trust that you have in a man who has conned people, who has been a scammer his entire fucking life, is grotesque. And should be an embarrassment to you.
Epstein pled guilty to one very small charge of procuring a child for prostitution. I'll just quickly mention here that it is impossible for a child to be a prostitute, only a victim of sex trafficking. So this case also had a very unusual non-prosecution agreement that stated nobody else who had committed these crimes with Epstein could ever be prosecuted. Epstein was sentenced to...
So I haven't said that Donald Trump is guilty. I haven't said that Alan Dershowitz is guilty. I haven't said that Bill Clinton is guilty. I have said that all these people are acting weird when it comes to Epstein. That's all I've said. And that is undisputable.
18 months in prison.
I have not only said this, I have shown you them acting weird.
Only 13, and was allowed to leave the prison for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So he basically got away with it completely. Rotten luck. Epstein was arrested again in July of 2016, and this time, there was a lot.
So again, that begs the question, right? Why is Epstein getting this special treatment? Why is somebody that's been convicted of a heinous crime being treated almost like being given a sentence that almost doesn't seem like a sentence, right? Now, have I said that XYZ, law enforcement organization is corrupt? No, because I don't know that. Have I said that a certain judge is corrupt? No, because I don't know that. We don't know. We don't know. All we can say is that from the outside, it looks weird.
A lot more attention on him. It seemed like we might get some answers, finally. But then, before he was able to testify, Epstein was found dead in his cell of an apparent suicide.
Epstein did not Epstein himself.
He'd been taken off of suicide watch 11 days earlier, and on the day of his suicide, his cellmate was transferred out, the cameras pointed at his cell just stopped working, and the 2 guards who were supposed to look into his cell every 30 minutes both fell asleep for 3 hours. Rotten luck.
Wow. Again, chat, it's weird. It doesn't prove anything. You can't make any, concrete conclusions by virtue of this, but it's weird. It's weird. And so what does it mean when something's weird? It means you should look into it more, or maybe we shouldn't look into it more. Maybe it's dangerous for us to look into it more. But chat, they can't Epstein us all.
So,
at least I hope they can't Epstein us all.
What exactly happened here? How could such a clearly dangerous person repeatedly escape justice for such terrible crimes? This fascinating question is not the topic of this video, but I will throw you a bone here. One possible explanation comes from the US attorney who agreed to history's most pedophile-friendly plea deal, Alexander Acosta. When Acosta was questioned by the White House administration about this in 2017, more on that later, Acosta stated, "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone." Jeffrey Epstein, a spy? Step aside, Sean Connery. We've got an even more problematic James Bond. How would that work exactly? Well, all of Jeffrey's houses from Palm Beach to New York to Little St. James Island appear to have been rigged up with cameras. One victim described a secret media room full of monitors. "I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, toilet, bed, bed, toilet, bed." She added that it was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments. When the FBI raided Epstein's New York mansion, they found a locked safe that contained CDs with titles like Young, Name. Geez, either Epstein was very private about his rap mixtapes, or those CDs contained important evidence. Well, instead of taking this evidence in right away, the FBI left them at the house overnight, and when they came back, the CDs were just gone. Rotten luck again. It just goes to show, never put off until tomorrow what will allow you to expose a global child sex trafficking and blackmail ring. So my mom always told me. Now, whether they worked for an intelligence agency or not, it's possible that Jeffrey...
Twitch chat, no Fed posting, okay? I know that these are some... There's some really awful, heinous crimes against some very vulnerable people, children that seem to have been committed here, right? But do not Fed post. That is not the answer.
Elon likely had a lot of very powerful dirt on a lot...
Do not Xander Hall in my chat, okay?
It's unreasonable to look at what evidence we do have and observe that they went out of their way to befriend celebrities, politicians, academics, and other powerful people, pulling them into a web of blackmail, recording them doing unforgivable...
Twitch mods, can you make sure to, if anybody's like, we don't need to be talking about violence, okay? Anything like that comes through in chat, it would be awesome if that got deleted.
Roger Stone has laid out a convincing argument that Bill Clinton is one of those people. Think of Epstein saying that Clinton owed him a favor. Now let's find out if the same can be said about Donald Trump. I'm going to focus on the evidence that is the most substantial and relevant, and I'll do my best to point out whenever you might want to take something with a grain of salt, like secondhand information, uncorroborated stories, or when the person reporting it has an obvious anti-Trump bias. Let's dig in. The bromance years. Now, if we were to...
Okay, so here we go. This is what we want to know about. We want to know about the Trump-Epstein connection, right? Like I said, I can't watch this whole video, but if you want to watch this, the rest of it, his name is Chill Goblin. You can go check this out on your own time. We're going to watch a little bit of this before we get into the Anna Kasparian content, which is coming up next. I guess I'm gonna skip over the Kamala interviews for right now.
Give Trump and Epstein
so we're running out of time here.
Treatment and split their time into eras. Is that what Taylor Swift does? I have no idea. Anyway, the most substantial one, the longest one, would stretch roughly from the late 80s to the early 2000s when the two were close friends. So let's start here. Though Trump said in 2016 that he barely knew Epstein, it's...
Temporal Insanity, thank you for the Prime sub. Bringing us up to 39% on the dono goal. That is, 61% of the way from hitting that bonus goal and unlocking that bonus content.
Pretty much confirmed that from the time they met until their falling out in 2004, Trump and Epstein hung out quite a bit. When did they meet? I'm not exactly sure. The date that keeps coming up during my research is 1987, but the only citation I could find for that was in Michael Wolff's book Fire and Fury, where he claims that in the late 80s, Trump and Epstein were part of a group of nightlife musketeers that regularly partied together. The only way I could get specifically 1987 as the start date was that Trump said in 2002 he'd been friends with Epstein for 15 years. So you do the math there, that's 1987.
Okay, also, could you not make Epstein look like Mo Sislak, please? Look, Mo Sislak did nothing wrong. We don't need to as far as I know, Mo Sislak was not on the flight list, okay?
Consider Michael Wolff a reliable source at all, and Trump randomly tossing off 15 years during an interview?
Yeah, who is Michael Wolff?
Isn't exactly solid evidence. It's possible they were both involved in the world of New York real estate at this time, but if anyone has anything more substantial that points to 1987, please let me know in the comments. I'd love to nail this down somehow. But in 1988, here are 4 photos of Trump at a party on the Lady Ghislaine, the name of a yacht owned by Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell. Now,
the Lady Ghislaine, okay.
Photos, it doesn't look like Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell were present, but at the very least, we can say that these represent the earliest photo evidence we have of Trump being in the same circles as Epstein. Now, the 90s are where we start to see real evidence of a connection. So, in 1990, Epstein buys a house just 1.6 miles from Trump's resort, Mar-a-Lago, about a 5-minute drive away. Now, at this point, both Trump and Epstein own their 2 main properties in New York and Palm Beach, Florida. Now, they spent a lot of time in those 2 cities. Trump has claimed Epstein was never a member of Mar-a-Lago, though as we'll see, Epstein spends a lot of time there anyway. And this lines up with a claim from James Patterson's Epstein book, Filthy Rich, which states Jeffrey was not a member of Trump's club at this point, but he was given...
Lady Badash says Michael Wolff is a regularly confused with Michael Klein. Okay.
An unlimited use of the facility.
But not the same person, apparently.
Due to Ghislaine's friendship with Donald Trump. By the way, anytime I reference Filthy Rich, keep in mind that James Patterson has written several presidential crime thrillers with Bill Clinton. It always blows my mind that probably the most widely read Epstein thing is this airport book by Bill Clinton's pal.
Seriously, Bill Clinton? BCat K, thank you for the for the Twitch Prime sub. Temporal Insanity and BCat K, you got a hype train started. So chat, what that means for you if you're watching me on Twitch, if you have any intention to get yourself a sub, which gets you out of the top of the hour ad break, now is the time to do it, because not only will you get out of the ad break, but you'll also potentially earn extra emotes for all of chat, and they'll be very grateful to you. So anybody that's thinking about donating bits or signing up as a sub or gifting subs, right? This is the time to do it, right? Twitch rewards you if you all do it like at the same time. So you've got, what does it say? Oh my God, there's an ad break right now. You've got 4 minutes left. You got 4 minutes to make that happen. So see if you could advance that hype train. If you do, you earn extra emotes.
Now another book, The Grifters Club, claims...
Making a reference. Oh, nice. I didn't even catch that. Michael Wolff and Michael Klein. I get it. It's like a doppelganger reference. I get it, Lady Badash. That's clever.
That the authors were given access to internal Mar-a-Lago records, and it appears that Epstein was a member of Mar-a-Lago all the way until 2007. Either way.
So Mar-a-Lago, I guess, sort of functions as a country club? Is that what being a member of Mar-a-Lago? I'm a little bit confused because it's like it's Trump's home, but it's also a private club, like a country club. There's like golf. There's, I don't know. People go over there and they I think they eat. Shakespeare with the 100 bits for denial box that puts that up to 6%. Remember, let me know when you're donating which of the topics of the day, which of the bonus content topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is and actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Remember, you can also vote on those on the main YouTube stream, not the short stream, but the other stream.
1992 Mar-a-Lago party is the...
Shakespeare tells me there are also houses and condos there. So wait, what? People like rent them like vacation shares?
Of the earliest footage we have of Trump...
Oh no, please, the music. I'm scared of getting shit canned for... I'm always afraid that, like, you know, that sometimes YouTubers have licenses and they'll put licensed music in, and their license, you know, works for them. They don't have to, they don't get in trouble for it, but I do.
Hey look, Elon's there too. There's Elon. Right in the back.
What a couple of weird dudes.
Well, dang. Now, two more events from 1992, both secondhand sources, so maybe not as reliable as photos or video. Melanie S. Walker, who would later become a top advisor to the World Bank and the Gates Foundation, and was the person who introduced Jeffrey Epstein to Bill Gates. She first met Jeffrey Epstein at a party at the Trump-owned Plaza Hotel. She says Epstein was there with Donald Trump. Epstein offered her a modeling contract. Finally, here's the grossest connection so far, but believe me, it will get grosser. Businessman George Hourani claims he helped organize a Calendar Girl competition-themed VIP party at Mar-a-Lago. He invited 28 young models. The only two other attendees were Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. 28-2 is an insane entertainer to audience.
But when we say young models, what do we mean? Are we talking about 18-year-olds? Are we talking about younger than 18? What does that mean?
And I say that as someone who's produced some wildly unsuccessful comedy shows. Moving right along to January of 1993, and we've got another photo of Trump, Eric, and Ivanka photographed with Epstein at the grand opening of the Manhattan Harley-Davidson Cafe. April 26, 1993, we have the first time Trump appeared on the flight logs for Jeffrey Epstein's Boeing 727-200.
Okay, so there we go. Now, chat, this is a subject of some confusion, and I can tell there's some Trump fans in my short chat right now furiously typing that this is fake news because Donald Trump was not on the flight logs. Now, what you're thinking of is the flight logs for the Lolita Express, for, you know, specifically going to Little St. James Island, right? And this is another plane. It's a Jeffrey Epstein plane, but I don't think it's the Lolita Express.
Now popularly known as the...
Oh, wait, what? No. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Trump appears on Lolita Express flight logs for the first time. So what's the difference that they weren't maybe going to Little St. James Island?
Lolita Express. Now, that year, Trump would be listed as a passenger 4 times in total. The next two
communist invading radicals.
Okay, wow. So he is on the... Actually, this is new information to me.
Flights kind of tell a story. On October 11th, Trump, Epstein, and Maxwell fly from Palm Beach, Florida, up to the New York area. On October 13th, Tiffany Trump is born, back in Palm Beach. Then on October 17th, Trump, Epstein, and Maxwell fly again from Palm Beach to the New York.
Okay, so this is, yeah, Palm Beach to New Jersey, right? Palm Beach to Teterboro, New Jersey, right? So this isn't to the Little St. James Island.
Looks like Trump, Epstein, and Maxwell were doing something together in New York, but Trump was just like, I better go make an appearance at my daughter's birth. We'll come back here later, but I should check in. In December 1993, at Trump and Marla Maples' wedding at the Plaza Hotel in New York, David Jones snapped this photo of a man who looks a lot like Epstein. Is it him? I can't be 100% sure, but I will say it would be a very on-brand move for Epstein to wear jeans to a wedding. Those might be white pants. If they're white pants, that might be a bit too dressy for Epstein. In May of 1994, flight logs show Epstein, Trump, his wife Marla, baby Tiffany, and a nanny as passengers on the Lolita Express. In 2020, an anonymous victim of Epstein's made a civil filing against Epstein's estate. In the Jane Doe's deposition, she described meeting Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago in 1994. Introducing 14-year-old Doe to Donald Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. Okay, ugh. Here's a nice photo from January 1995 of Epstein and Maxwell at a Mar-a-Lago party. No Trump, though. It seems that Trump was still hanging out with Jeffrey that year, as we can see from this August 1995 flight log showing Epstein, Donald, and Eric Trump flying on Epstein's plane together. There are also claims connecting Trump and Epstein around this time made by Epstein victim Maria Farmer. Now, Maria Farmer is an incredibly admirable and brave person. She was the very first...
So why is she getting drawn as a goblin?
...victim of Epstein's to go to the authorities, and I'm sure you can imagine knowing how rich...
Okay, so just for those keeping track at home, this is Chill Goblin, so I guess being drawn as a goblin doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad person. We have had a goblin, what do we have? We've had a goblin... Roger Stone, we've had a goblin Donald Trump, we've had a goblin Jeffrey Epstein, but people maybe that did nothing wrong are also getting goblinified. They're becoming short-stacked goblins.
Connected and ruthless Epstein was, that couldn't have been easy. When the police and the FBI completely failed to help her, she basically created her own witness protection program, uprooting her life, moving across the country.
Roanoke, this is a long-ass video, and it goes through systematically. If you see the years 92, 91, right, it's a timeline. So he's taking you through the story, first of the connection between Trump and Epstein, the bromance years, as he calls them. Then there's another section called the fallout, where I'm assuming that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump will have a falling out. Trump-Epstein and modeling is another section after Epstein's first arrest, the campaign. So this is getting into Donald Trump's political career, right? This is very comprehensive. And it's comprehensive because it's trying to be thorough and accurate. I would think that if you want to get to the truth, you would appreciate that, but maybe you don't want to get to the truth. Maybe you're afraid of what the truth about the Trump-Epstein connection actually is. And if that's the case, then I guess you can click away and go watch something else.
Living under a fake name for years. She's also a talented artist. I have signed up for the email to let me know when those prints are available, Maria. Let me know. I would like a print of the Seth Isles painting. Let me know when it's available, please. Now, Farmer worked as Epstein's concierge at his New York townhouse from 1995 through 1996, making her an incredibly valuable source on Epstein's New York contacts during that time. Now, she describes to the New York Times Daily Podcast.
I'm sorry, what is the art reference that Chill Goblin just made?
An experience she had meeting Donald Trump.
It was evening, so everybody had left the office, and I'm sitting there in a running outfit, and my legs were exposed. And Trump comes into the office, doesn't say anything to me, looks at me and kind of snickers and stares at my legs. And Epstein comes out at the same about that time.
Wait, I'm sorry, how old is she at this point?
And Epstein looks at me and goes, no, she's not here for you. That's what happened.
That's gross, no doubt. But snickering at legs is not a crime. However, Farmer directly named Donald Trump to the FBI as a likely co-conspirator of Epstein, as she explained further on the American Vagabond podcast.
I named everybody. I named Donald Trump. I named everyone who I thought was a co-conspirator at the time. So I named Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump, absolutely the Clintons. These are people that I saw coming and going.
God damn, did I miss it? Did he say how old she? Because how old she is at the time, it's definitely pertinent to this.
I knew were part of it, and I made it really clear that this is a very scary thing for children, and that I see between 5 and 10 girls a day going upstairs. And now that I know what's happening to them, I want it stopped.
1997, as you can see, a lot of things going on here.
Sorry, let me just find her name.
They going upstairs, and now that I know what's happening to them, I want it stopped.
Okay, Maria Farmer. Let's let me look her up really quick, and just confirm her age at the time. We're talking about 1996. Maria Farmer. Here we go. Maria Farmer. How old? When were you born? Born in 1969 or 1970. Is that right? Yeah, 55 years old as of now, in 1996. So she's more of a. It sounds like she's not a victim of anything other than maybe ogling, and I'm just gonna confirm her age at the time.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
26 years old. So this isn't about her being underage or her claiming any kind of assault or anything, but she's sort of maybe a witness to some stuff that she thought was potentially illegal. She's working at as a concierge at Epstein's New York mansion.
1997, as you can see, a lot of things going on here. Big year for the Trump and Epstein bromance. Starting with January 5th, Trump is back on the Lolita Express flight logs. Records show the passengers included Trump, Epstein and Epstein's brother Mark. Now, we have corroboration that this flight took...
So anybody who wants to claim that Trump was not on the Epstein flight logs, you're just wrong. We're looking at them. His name is there, all right? We don't see we haven't seen any of the logs so far going to Little St. James Island. I think that's the one thing that Trump can say is that there's, at least as of yet, no proof that he visited Epstein's Island. But as far as the flight logs, yes, Trump is on there, and as far as I think Bill Clinton is as well.
Place from Mark Epstein, who gave this testimony long before the flight logs were ever released. How many people were on this airplane? It was my brother, myself, Donald, the pilot, the co-pilot. I don't remember if anybody else was on the plane. What was the purpose of Donald Trump riding on your brother's airplane? You'll have to ask Donald. I think he wanted to ride back to New York. What was your understanding of the relationship of Donald Trump and your brother? They were friends. He also said in an interview with the Washington Post, Mark Epstein said Trump flew on the plane numerous times, but said he was only present for one flight. They were good friends, Mark Epstein said. I know Trump is trying to distance himself, but they were. He added that Trump used to comp Epstein's mother and aunt at one of Trump's Atlantic City casino hotels. I just gotta point out, it's really funny how absolute chicken scratch shorthand writing in these flight logs all of a sudden becomes very...
Okay, so let me read you the names. This is from a Newsweek article from 2021, right? Who flew on Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita... who flew on the... Sorry, I can't speak. The Lolita Express plane, right? We got Donald J. Trump. This is according to Newsweek, okay? Donald J. Trump, Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, Bill Gates, Prince Andrew, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., violinist, Itzhak Perlman, if you've heard of Itzhak Perlman, U.S. Senator John Glenn, former astronaut as well, former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell, I believe a Republican. Little St. James Island was a regular destination for the plane, but none of those names should never necessarily be assumed to have traveled there with him. I don't know if we have a list of the people who actually went to the island.
Eligible for people like Donald J. Trump or President William Clinton. It's like they're trying to...
William Jefferson Clinton? Come on.
People in the future find celebrities to cancel. 1997 was the year Trump separated from his second wife, Marla Maples. And just from his associations with Epstein and Maxwell, you'll notice it seems like he was really on the prowl around this time. And for Trump, famous appreciator of beautiful women, that meant going to a lot of modeling events and dating a lot of models. So in April of that year, Trump and Epstein were photographed at...
Remember the time when Trump said if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he would date her? Yeah.
Victoria's Secret Angels party. Epstein has a lot of suspicious and disturbing connections to Victoria's Secret owner Les Wexman, but I don't have time to get into all that here, so if I had to sum all of it up in just one sentence, it would be, "That motherfucker is guilty, Your Honor." Now, this photo and the caption is from James Patterson's book, Filthy Rich, and while I believe it does depict Trump and Epstein together, the caption is confusing. It's calling this woman a newly signed Trump model, but Trump didn't even open his modeling agency until 1999. James Patterson, sound off in the comments about what kind of pedophile time travel you think was happening here. Now, in May of 1997, we've got Maxwell and Katie Ford, who's the head of Ford Models, inside Trump's private New York apartment, apparently trying to make Nickelodeon slime green the hot new thing. Now, I have not been able to place this photo of Trump and Maxwell from the same year, but it might be from the same night, depending on whether or not Ghislaine had friends who told her to stop wearing this outfit. This video is about crimes that are slightly more serious than the ones Ghislaine commits against fashion.
Fashion, yeah.
I will try not to focus too much on things like Maxwell's proto-brat summer. Sex trafficking children. In October 1997, I've got another two photos that I'm pretty sure are from the same night. Now, we've got Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell at Ford Model's 50th anniversary on October 29th, 1997, and this one from Getty of Trump and Maxwell out on the town the same night, Their clothes look similar. Trump's tie is the same. You know, they look like they work at some kind of evil consulting firm, otherwise known as a consulting firm. In November of 1997, we got something I gotta say very sus. Now, Trump began dating 20-year-old English model Anushka DeGiorgio. Now, that part's fine. I'm not trying to start age gap discourse on a Jeffrey Epstein video. If you're dating someone over the age of 18, you get a pat on the back. But what makes this relationship suspicious is that Anushka DeGiorgio was one of Jeffrey Epstein's sex slaves, again, his words, and she was reportedly introduced to Trump by Ghislaine Maxwell. Check out this article from British tabloid The Sunday Press. Ow, sweet. Trump's Brit of all right. Side note here, what the hell does any of that mean? If that's a pun, I'm not picking up on either entendre. Pure Brit gibberish.
So I believe that they're saying he's a bit of all right, which is a phrase in British English, which is a way to say, it's like a verbal pat on the back. You're a bit of all right, right? But when we're saying he's a Brit of all right, that I think that's the pun, right? I believe that sweet is also a pun, right? Sweet is, how sweet, we usually would say SWEET, right? This is sweet, like the suite of a hotel. So we're playing with that word as well as the word bit in our, there's a few too many puns for me, but again, British humor is its own thing. I won't pretend to understand.
How sweet. Trump's Brit of all right. Nah, didn't make sense that way either. Someone British, please explain.
I think it's supposed to be like a bit of all right.
Several American millionaires already had their eye on Anushka.
In it.
She was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter Helene, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer, Trump. After their meeting, Trump flew Madam Maxwell, emphasis on Madam, and the model south to the Sunshine State, where all three enjoyed a happy weekend together. When they returned to New York, Anushka was installed in one of Donald's many apartments there. Now, the part of this article that really jumps out to me, aside from saying that Anushka was installed in one of Trump's apartments like she's a chandelier, or referring to Marla as Trump's outgoing wife like he has women on a conveyor belt, the other part that jumps out to me is the line about how Ghislaine had introduced several of her attractive friends to Trump already. What does that refer to exactly? Is that just Ghislaine talking herself up to the press, trying to make herself seem more important? Maybe. Anushka would later become the first British woman to publicly allege her abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. In her words.
Okay, so my best bet about this tabloid stuff is this, right? Trump was connected with a very famous tabloid called the National Enquirer, which actually was involved in the crimes that he was convicted of earlier this year in New York. And their role was to catch and keep. In other words, to buy the exclusive rights to, I believe, the Stormy Daniels story, and then to sit on the story. So in other words, they pay her for the exclusive rights as if they're going to publicize the story, and then they never do as a favor or, maybe even transactional exchange with Donald Trump, right? So Trump is good friends with the editor of the Enquirer. Now, the reason that this probably took place is that both British and American tabloids would write about celebrities and talk about salacious stories, right? Of like the, their who they were dating, who they might have had sex with, if there was an affair, stuff like this, right? They were very interested. Those are the kind of stories they really like. If you're Donald Trump, and you recognize, as we all know Trump does, that all press is good press, and that, if you want to get famous, maybe the way to start is to be talked about in the New York tabloid scene of like, ooh, who's Donald Trump dating now? Ooh, he's been seen with very many attractive young models, right? Like, it seems to me like Donald Trump actually wanted to be talked about like that, wanted to be presented as a millionaire playboy because, at the beginning of his career, he wasn't all that famous. He had, he had money, he had connections, he had this, he had that, but he didn't have the fame. And part of the way that he got the fame was through publicity, so in other words, if you're the Enquirer, you want to write stories about rich and famous people hooking up, and you've got a rich and famous person that's like, I like to hook up. Do you want to do a story about me? That's kind of gold, because a lot of these people will fight back. Some of these people will sue you. Donald Trump is somebody who wants to be talked about as a millionaire playboy. And a millionaire playboy is a story that will sell copies of the National Enquirer. Hence, you get the, you get maybe a bit of the quid pro quo. That's my understanding of Donald Trump's relationship. And I'm assuming maybe Jeffrey Epstein's as well relationship to the tabloids.
When I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein, I was young, full of hope and foolishness of a teenager. Jeffrey Epstein manipulated me, coerced me, and abused me. He cannot begin to fathom what he did to us. So, while this all seems very strange, let me put here that even after bravely speaking out about Epstein's abuse, Anushka has always spoken completely positively about Donald Trump. In 2004, she said, "I met Donald Trump in New York at a Bulgari party. We chatted and I was genuinely flattered." And in 2008, we're friends now and I attended his wedding. He's adorable. He's been so kind to me. He's such a generous, spirited person. Weird. I don't have a specific date for this next picture, but here's Trump and Epstein. Getty Images just says this was 1997 at Mar-a-Lago. In May of 1997, The New Yorker publishes a Trump puff piece where author Mark Singer casually mentions flying on Trump's plane with Ghislaine Maxwell. Extremely casually, actually. The most direct, but not exactly the most serene way to travel to Mar-a-Lago, I discovered one weekend not long ago, is aboard Trump's 727. My fellow passengers included...
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, what's going on in that picture? Anybody want to explain this picture to me? He's jumping in the air and spreading his legs. Is this like a thing that people do? Is this like an 80s thing?
And Maxwell, the daughter of the late publishing tycoon and inadequate swimmer.
Oh no, this looks like 70s. This looks like a picture. I mean, is this what he, it's like he's dressed like it's the 70s, but article comes out in 97. I don't know when this picture's from.
Robert Maxwell. What a fun way to refer to the suspicious circumstances around Robert Maxwell's death by drowning. No shade, Mark. I'm just throwing stones from my glass house over here, trying to be funny in a Jeffrey Epstein video. I get it.
Wait, Robert Maxwell being the father of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Moving on then to 1998. On Valentine's Day 1998, Trump attended a combination...
Yeah, inadequate swimmer. That's kind of a...
Valentine's Day / birthday party for his ex-wife, Ivana. He brought along with him his girlfriend at the time, Norwegian heiress, Chalina Middelfart. Chalina Middelfart, stop laughing, that's...
Middelfart. Yeah, I mean, it's a Norwegian name. It doesn't mean fart.
Extremely Ouija-phobic. Chalina has never spoken about her ties to Epstein, but she is listed on the Lolita Express flight logs.
Like, I'm guessing just from my knowledge of language that it's like, has something to do with travel or a journey or...
16 times between August 1996 and November 1997. Epstein and Middelfart...
The meaning of the name.
Were also photographed together at Mar-a-Lago parties on 2 separate occasions. This is them at Mar-a-Lago in 1995, and this one from February 1997, also at Mar-a-Lago, Chalina is shown kissing Epstein. Finally, here they are at an art gallery in November of 1997, just 3 months before Chalina became Trump's Valentine. What do we have here? 2 old farts, and right in the center, a middle fart. What's going on? Now, I need to try and couch this next part as much as possible because we don't have confirmation at all, but the best I can guess, it's unlikely that Chalina was being trafficked by Epstein. The earliest association they have is in 1995, when she would have been 22, well over the age Epstein preferred for his sex slaves. She also comes from a wealthy family, and most, but not all, of Epstein's victims were from families who struggled financially. My theory is that Epstein was dating Chalina for access to her wealth and power. Either that, or he was in love. That might actually be the case. Somebody actually tracked down Jeffrey Epstein's genuine Spotify account, and in between playlists with names like Me Likey Now and Pitbull, there was...
Me Likey Now? Is that him trying to be patois?
Chalina. Now, looking through the Chalina songs, okay, the 2 Adele songs tell me Epstein was down bad. The 20 David Guetta songs tell me...
David Guetta, wow.
Actually, I don't know what to think with that. These are the
I feel like a lot of songs turn out to be David Guetta when you look them up.
Epstein lists that nobody wants to talk about. The Epstein playlists. What do you have to say for yourself, Pitbull?
Misspelling Broadway? Broadway?
Also, goddamn, Epstein cannot type for shit. At the very least, I think we can say that Epstein and Middlefart
Gossip hell
had a very close relationship. So I guess it's just interesting that yet another woman from Epstein's orbit found her way.
The class element is so dark. He preyed on girls from poor broken homes like Dracula, abducting peasant girls for his castle. Yeah.
Just 3 months after Chelina's last appearance on Epstein's flight logs and last photo with Epstein. Now, Chelina and Trump continued to be an item, at least according to tabloid speculation, until around September of 1998, when Trump met future First Lady Melania at a New York party. According to a New Yorker profile of Melania Trump, Trump brought Middlefart as his date to the party where he met Melania. Again, no confirmation on any of this from Middlefart herself. On this entire topic, she's been silent, but deadly. Go on now. We like to have fun over here. But let's move to Trump meeting Melania at the Kit Kat Club in New York. Now, there is a chance that Melania was also connected to Trump by Epstein. Elon and Epstein reportedly both claimed to have introduced them. I cannot find any direct evidence of this, and it's not at all hard to believe that this was something they made up, again, to sound important. There is one pretty loose connection between Epstein and Melania, which predates the party where she met Trump. In a contact book of Epstein's dated October 1997, the second of Epstein's so-called black books to be discovered, he had contact information for Urcha Johnson, now known as Suzanne Johnson, who's often described in media as Melania Trump's best friend. Incidentally, here's Suzanne Johnson and Maxwell in 2012. It's time we checked in briefly with Chill Goblin's gut instinct.
What do you have to say for yourself?
I think it's way more likely that Epstein and Maxwell had nothing to do with Melania and Trump meeting. From what I can gather, around the time of Trump's divorce, they were trying desperately to hook him up with someone, right? Maybe when he ended up with Melania, they figured they'd just take credit anyway. In 1999, 16-year-old Virginia Giuffre, then Virginia Roberts, was working at Trump's Mar-a-Lago as a locker room attendant. Hate to imagine what kind of talk she overheard there. This is where she was recruited into sexual slavery by Epstein and Maxwell. If you're
now, I believe she was underage at the time.
Familiar with her?
My memory serves me correctly.
Virginia Giuffre is a truly extraordinary person. She has been the most public and vocal of all Epstein's victims, testifying in court, speaking in interviews about her experiences, and naming multiple powerful men who allegedly sexually assaulted her while she was underage, including Alan Dershowitz, Prince Andrew, and former.
But I mean, Chad, if Alan was here, he would force me. He would threaten. He would legally threaten me to make me mention that Virginia Giuffre did, I believe, recant what she said about Alan Dershowitz after he threatened legal action against her. Right. So,
Israeli Prime Minister,
just so we're not going to get sued by Alan.
Ehud Barak.
She was underage, says BCAT-K.
Though she hasn't accused Bill Clinton of sexual assault, she has said he knew what Jeffrey was doing to her and placed him on Epstein Island. This makes it notable that in a 2016 deposition, Virginia said, "I don't think Donald Trump participated in anything," and also denied ever seeing Trump at any of Epstein's properties. In almost any exploration of Epstein.
But remember, she's recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago, right? So her connection to Epstein, to Maxwell, and therefore Epstein, is because by virtue of her employment at Mar-a-Lago.
Virginia Giuffre is a hugely valuable source, but aside from being recruited at Trump's club,
she was 15, says several wolves.
Provides no connection between Trump and Epstein, so she won't come up as much as you might expect in this video. Moving on to the year 2000. In February, we've got a photo of Trump.
Again, the connection between Virginia Giuffre to Epstein and Trump is through Maxwell, right? Is through her employment with Trump at Mar-a-Lago and her recruitment there, ostensibly, from what I understand, while massaging. She was working. She was like a massage. I'm not. She was a massage practitioner, let's just put it that way, at Mar-a-Lago, and massaged, I think, Maxwell, who then recruited her.
Epstein, Melania, and Maxwell hanging out at another Mar-a-Lago party. Maxwell showed up to the party looking like a denim cigar lounge lampshade. Royal nonce Prince Andrew was also in attendance that night, who Trump will later claim not to know. In March of 2000, Maximum Golf magazine published an article about Trump.
Was that Adam Sandler?
By Michael Corcoran, mentioning that he flew on Trump's private jet with Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell. In 2019, the same reporter would say in an interview with the Daily Mail that he vividly remembered Maxwell, Epstein, and a young girl turning up late to board Trump's plane. Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the girl in question were late for the appointed takeoff time, which is why I remember it so well. Trump was extremely angry about that. He was screaming, "Never be late for someone else's plane. That's the #1 rule." But he liked him enough to wait. What I do remember thinking about the girl, though, is that she was pretty, attractive.
Droid Clone says correlation doesn't mean causation. Droid Clone, were we talking about research? Were we talking about a study? What do you mean correlation and causation? Where does that come in?
She was of an indeterminate age, though I realized she was young. I thought she could be anywhere from 15 to 20. She wore noticeable makeup and had obviously spent time prepping to look nice for the flight. Ugh, okay. In September of 2000, here's Maxwell and Trump sitting front row at a Non-John's fashion show. And here's another few pictures of them throughout the night. So they weren't just photographed by chance together, they were hanging out all night long. By the way, Anand John, a celebrity fashion designer and friend of Trump's, is also a convicted sex offender who took advantage of girls he promised modeling contracts to. Anyway, that's not really relevant, just weird that Trump knows so many of these people. Moving on to October 2000, here's Trump, Melania, and Maxwell at Heidi Klum's Hookers and Pimps party. Not sure why Maxwell felt the need to wear a costume to this when she could have just gone as herself.
Oh, the joke is because she's a madam. Okay.
There's one more connection from the year 2000. Lady Victoria, a British socialite, while appearing on Good Morning Britain in 2019 to defend Prince Andrew's Epstein connections, talked about a dinner party she attended in 2000 with Trump and Epstein.
You had an extraordinary dinner, I think, in London, didn't you, where Donald Trump was there and Epstein and...
Tinderkin says, well-dressed, gross people. Yep.
Prince Andrew
Clinton.
and Bill Clinton. That dinner party.
And they were sort of...
That dinner
Just because she was at Trump's place of work and was recruited doesn't mean that Trump was in on it. So if I have a country club and I hire massage therapists who are, for some reason, underage, okay, but, you know, it's for massage, so... And then one of my employees is recruited for the personal... Do I really have nothing to worry about? Like, it's not my fault, you know? I just have a country club. And Ghislaine Maxwell is a member, and Jeffrey Epstein is a member, and oh, well, one of my underage employees was, came to harm, because of you know, meeting Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, I should just feel great about that. I should be like, yeah, no, totally, that's...
party.
Yeah. I didn't do anything wrong.
How many people were there?
Not...
Like, I gotta ask you in all seriousness, all right? In all seriousness, Droid Clone, how many PDFs does Trump have to be surrounded by in order for you to say that the motherfucker is sus?
Many, I would say probably about 14 people, maybe.
14 people, and that includes President Bill Clinton, President now Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and Prince Andrew. I mean, that's an extraordinary dinner party for a young model like you to have attended. What was it like, that dinner?
It was, yeah, I mean, I remember it. It was
What were you there for, do you think? What was your purpose of being there as a guest?
I guess I was there to look pretty, you know.
How did they all...
Tinderkin says, did they teach massage therapy in high school? Not to my knowledge. It's I mean, it depends on the state that you're in, but the licensing can be pretty extensive.
Interact with Epstein. How did Trump, Clinton, and Prince Andrew interact with him?
Everyone was very, very pally with him, you know. He was a very well-liked guy. Like, you could see that, you know, the sort of the chemistry between him and all these other powerful people. Like, it was like there was close bonds. You could see that.
Let's fast forward here to October of 2002. A New York Magazine puff piece about Jeffrey Epstein comes out called Jeffrey Epstein, International Money Man of Mystery. Probably, one of the most regrettable articles ever written. At one point, trying to get more information about Epstein, they reach out to Donald Trump, where they get a completely insane statement. I know you've heard this before. Everybody sing along. Epstein likes to tell people that he's a loner, a man who never touched alcohol or drugs, and one whose nightlife is far from energetic. And yet, if you talk to Donald Trump, a different Epstein emerges. I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy, Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side.
George Clone, what have you to say? What have you to say about this? What have you to offer in defense of your parasocial daddy? And why do you feel the need to defend this motherfucker? Look, I am of the left persuasion rather than the right persuasion, and you don't see me here defending Bill Clinton because of that. I do not view myself as having a horse in this race. I think that Bill Clinton is probably a creep. Again, we can't make conclusions. Everything here is under, is allegedly, right? But there's a lot of smoke for there not to be fire around Bill Clinton, just like there's a lot of smoke for there not to be fire around Donald Trump. All right, we're not drawing any conclusions here.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But how the fuck do you resolve he's a lot of fun to be with? It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. I'm sorry. There's just too much weird shit with Donald Trump and it should make you uncomfortable. Not that any of us should be in the position of deciding that, Trump or Clinton or whoever, goes to jail. We're not judges. We're not part of the legal system. We're not, we're not law enforcement. But you have ostensibly a very large choice about who you can vote for political office. And I would say that the probability that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton were involved with some of the more unsavory, some of the more morally reprehensible activities of one Jeffrey Epstein is enough reason for me to want to vote for neither of them. But that's just me. Maybe you're okay with maybe accidentally voting for a PDF. I don't know.
No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys it.
Maybe that's just how you roll.
Social life. Now, Trump would later tell Brad Edwards, a lawyer for the victims of Epstein, that he never said that. And it was something that Epstein made up and put in the article. But come on, first of all, just read it. That is definitely a Donald Trump quote. Terrific guy. There's only one person who talks like that. And second, does Trump really expect us to believe that the notoriously media-shy Jeffrey Epstein, a man who had been running a highly illegal international child sex trafficking ring for around a decade at this point, would have written a fake quote for Trump to say that he likes his women on the younger side? Give me a break. Trump's denial only makes me more positive.
No, that wasn't Donald Trump. That was definitely John Barron.
He actually said this. Obviously, Trump lies constantly. I think even his supporters know that. But he also sometimes tells the truth too much, like more than would be in his best interests. I think this New York Magazine quote was one of those times. Now, I've got more examples of honest Trump coming up. But first, in November of 2002, we've got Trump, Maxwell, and Melania photographed at a Dolce & Gabbana party with Naomi Campbell, who incidentally also has a lot of suspicious ties to Epstein. I'll make a video of those next time she runs for president. In March of 2003, Trump was listed by 2 sources as a dinner guest at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach house. Guests included Mort Zuckerman, Google co-founder Sergey Brin, David Blaine, Leslie Wexner, disgraced British cabinet minister Peter Mandelson, Bill Clinton aide Doug Band, Donald Trump, and some barely clad models. Now this one's just kind of funny and definitely not convincing evidence of anything, but I have to include it anyway. In 2003, Trump published a book called Trump, How to Get Rich. Really impressive they were able to stretch Be Born into Wealth into an entire book, but I digress. There's a chapter that's just a week in the life of rich person Donald Trump that contains this paragraph.
To be fair, to Donald J. Trump here, the big deals from the star of The Apprentice.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
The one thing that Donald Trump ever did successfully, because remember, he lost his ass on a lot of his financial ventures. In fact, it's estimated that were somebody like Donald Trump, instead of trying to become a real estate mogul, trying to become a casino impresario, all of his other, failed attempts, right? Were he to instead make some very conservative investments in index stocks like the S&P 500, he would be a richer man than he is now. So in other words, he's not just like a mediocre businessman, he's a bad businessman. He made investments that paid off less than the easiest, most basic investment you could possibly make, right? But yeah, The Apprentice is the one thing that he did that was successful, right? As a reality star, Trump was very successful. That is one thing that I will say on his behalf.
Mysterious Jeffrey Carlson. As mysterious as Jeffrey is, he's one of a few people I know who can get by on just a first name. My staff never asked for a last name in his case, which in a way puts him up there with Elvis. Not that Elvis Carlson much these days, but you never know. Now, I'm sure Trump hired a bunch of ghostwriters for this, just like every book he's ever written, but...
Yeah, he's not, as far as him as an author, he's sold books, you could say that too, right? He's made money off of books, but again, like Chill Goblin is saying here, from what we know, he didn't write any of those books. He hired ghost authors.
You can't look at that paragraph and honestly tell me Trump's hand wasn't present in the writing. Nobody can capture Trump's voice that well. That stream of consciousness part about...
Yeah, how do you bankrupt 2 casinos? Good question, Earthkeeper.
Might as well be a retinal scan. Was this about Jeffrey Epstein? Who knows? It was about Jeffrey, the Elvis of pedophilia in a way. Okay, just checked on Wikipedia. Turns out Elvis was the Elvis of pedophilia. God.
Oh, I didn't know that about Elvis. Is that true?
Pedophile is such a funny word, like...
Oh, wait, what was the deal with Elvis? Didn't he marry, like, somebody in his family or something?
You really are missing out by not checking out my Patreon for the...
He started as an apprentice, which is the lowest degree of the Church of Satan.
Uncensored version, because, the Elvis of pedophiles, just doesn't hit as hard. Oh, what happened to free speech? In 2012, Epstein's former butler, Alfredo Rodriguez, tried to sell a copy of Epstein's address book. He'd gone through and put a circle around some of the names, supposedly to identify them as potential material witnesses to Epstein's crimes. One of these circled names was Donald Trump. Rodriguez had been an employee of Epstein's from late 2004 to early 2005, so this book would have been from right around the end of Epstein and Trump's friendship, by which time Epstein had collected at least 17 different ways to get in touch, not including other members of Trump's family. 17. Seems like maybe the amount of numbers someone might have who was on a first-name basis with Mar-a-Lago staff? Just saying. Just a little funny side note here. Alfredo was arrested for trying to sell Epstein's contact book, and he spent more time in prison than
Epstein?
His boss did.
No!
He died shortly after, at the age of 60. Oh, there's so much I don't have
the ripe old age
to get into. Anyway, but it's time to close this era of the Epstein-Trump time.
Okay, anyway, it's also time to close our coverage of Chill Goblin's new video for several reasons. One of the reasons being that I have promised chat that I would cover Anna Kasparian's interview with Jillian Michaels tonight, and I intend to keep my word. And the second of all being that you should probably watch Chill Goblin's video, right? I'm not trying to give away the ending. If you want to see more about this, if you want to, continue the rest of it's a very long video. We don't have time to watch it all. And I gotta switch it up. I gotta do the content that I get paid the not so big bucks to do. So we're gonna do that. So right now is the time that we're gonna switch topics. If you're watching me on Shorts, you can feel welcome to join me over on the not so short stream, right? I'm gonna give you the link to that right now. Here we go. Boom. Boom. We're going to be talking about Anna Kasparian. We're going to be talking about Jillian Michaels, and I guess Matt Walsh comes up as well. So if you want to check that out, feel free to join us over there. If not, do as you will, right? But there's the link for it, and I'm going to end the short stream, and it'll probably raise you into my other stream regardless. But yeah, there's your link if you want to. That's the easy way to get there. But yeah, we're going to continue this over on the full scale stream. The full scale. What am I trying to say? The full screen stream. Yeah, if you want to see me in full screen, I'm going to be over there. We're going to be talking about the latest Anna Kasparian drama. So join me over there for that. And we'll be back on shorts again probably tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out with me. Make sure to like the stream. And I'm going to end this stream and send you all over there to the other stream. So see you on the other side. All right. So yeah, I haven't watched any Chill Goblin in a really long time. Kind of dropped off the map, but apparently working on some big projects. Who knew? Who knew? His wife, who he met while she was underage. Chill Goblin is still a TrueAnon fan? I'm not sure. Did TrueAnon talk about this? If you don't know TrueAnon, they're kind of, I guess, tangential to Chapo Trap House. I guess they've done a lot of Epstein stuff, haven't they? But yeah, we are now at 42%. 42% of the dono goal. So far, I've only got 6% down of the people who donated. So if you've donated and you want... Wait a minute. I feel like there's more. I feel like there's... I should know where some of these donations go. Let me read off the donos. Zira, thank you for resubscribing on Twitch. Omega Star, thank you for the 100 bits, for the 1 bits, and for the 300 bits. Temporal Insanity and BCAT K, thank you for the Prime subs. Why doesn't it automatically renew my Prime subs? I guess that's not how it works. And Shaxby, thank you for the 100 bits. Denial box it is. Yes, indeed. So I've got some of your donations where they're supposed to go. The stream is about to get really big. The comment was a continuation of the previous one. Oh, I'm sorry. Gabby, his wife, who he met when she was underage. Anyway, this is the bonus content. This is what we'll watch after the Jillian Michaels, Anna Kasparian interview. If we hit that dono goal, we're 42% of the way there right now. That means we're 58. We have got 58% of the way to go. When you donate, whether it is through a super chat, super sticker, you're getting yourself a membership. If you're gifting memberships to other people, if you're donating to my throne, or if you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you're over on Twitch, getting out of that ad break for free, even with a Twitch Prime sub, getting out of the ad break for $6 with $6, or gifting subs as, you know, a very kind and generous gesture to get other people out of the ad break. You have every right to let me know which of these topics that it's in the poll. Right now, it looks like 53% of you are saying the Sam Cedar debate's a Loner Box fan. 22% of you want cute cat videos. 14% want to see Naomi Klein's appearance on Bad Hasbara. And 10% want to see Norm Finkelstein's glorious return, maybe not so glorious return to Piers Morgan. So right now, it looks like Sam Cedar is in the lead. And if I add, the donos so far seem to be for Sam Cedar. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything over here. Just look really quick. Yeah, Pepsi Man says the rich aren't victims. Wait, let me... Can I make this... Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to try to put some of your donos up here. I'm going to read off some donos, and then we're going to go right into the Anna Kasparian content. The content that you've waited way too long for. Is this one showing up? The rich aren't victims, says Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man, you're right, and thank you for the super chat. Thomas Jerome letting me know that you've shared a video link in the Discord. Wait, why is this not showing up? Oh my god, I'm pressing the wrong button, aren't I? Let's try pressing the right button. Try pressing the right button. That's better. There we go. Pressing the right button. Shared a link, the video in Discord. Shakespeare with the $2 super chat for Loner Box, I'm assuming. Thomas Jerome Newton mentioning the song that is in the Discord. Bassem Youssef. I didn't know that Bassem Youssef did music videos. Yeah, thank you everybody for the super chats. Thank you for all the support. Let me get us back now to the content that you all came for. So let's check it out. Anna Kasparian, Jillian Michaels. You've waited long enough. You've waited too long, actually. I kept that going because I was, kind of interested in it. It just kept, the content kept going longer than I realized it would. So sorry about that. Anna Kasparian, Jillian Michaels. Why I left the left. Oh my god. Anna Kasparian blasts wokeism. Is she ditching the left? Is she ditching the left? We'll find out.
If you want to get
Oh my god, this is I didn't realize this one's long too.
a preview of how a president plans to lead, just look at who their donors are.
Today's guest is American political commentator Anna Kasparian. She's the producer and host of a hugely successful
Now wait, it's Kasparian, right? It's kind of weird to mispronounce her name. Anyway.
Show on YouTube called The Young Turks.
I grew up in the 90s.
Make sure to like the stream if you have not already, especially
But now there are freaking communists invading.
especially those of you just coming in, right? Liking the stream helps me out a lot. It helps push out my content to a lot of other people, and actually lets YouTube know that people just like you like the stream, so it'll actually bring in more people for you to talk to, more people you have common interest in, because that's what it does, is it goes and looks at people's watch history, and it's more likely to suggest the stream to people that watch the same things that you do. So, if you want to have more interesting and cool people to talk to, make sure to like the stream.
We weren't as obsessed with dividing ourselves into these little groups based on our skin color or our gender.
Okay, I fucking hate this music. I'm sorry. And I'm also low-key worried that the music's not that the music is licensed, and that Jillian Michaels owns or has paid for the license and I haven't. So
Right, left, real with Jillian Michaels.
we're gonna be real. Okay.
I haven't seen that film at all, but I mean,
Oh wait, we're talking about Matt Walsh, right?
your conversation with Matt Walsh today, I thought it was a good conversation.
So it wasn't the last person that Jillian had on, but yeah, 2 weeks ago she had Matt Walsh on to talk about his new film, Am I Racist? The most obvious question ever.
I haven't seen that film at all, but I mean, he touches on something that's very real.
God damn it, we gotta watch that crystal ball debates. Wait, well, no, that was about Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? There was something about Matt Walsh recently, right? Chelsea Rebels is telling me that Jillian Michaels is a 2000s era fatphobic muscle mommy, is right wing. Yeah, surprise, surprise, right?
I watched your conversations with Ben Shapiro, and you inspired me to have that conversation with Matt Walsh.
I wasn't going to talk to Matt Walsh, but then I saw you talk to Ben Shapiro, and I was like, I can do the right-wing grifting thing too. Although, honestly, chat, can somebody fill me in on this? I feel like I remember her always being vaguely right-wing. I feel like somehow for Anna, the right-wing grift is sort of a new thing. It's like the blonder that Anna's hair gets. Like Anna's hair is kind of like J.K. Rowling's mold, right? The more that the mold in J.K. Rowling's castle of ill repute infiltrates her brain, the more transphobic J.K. Rowling gets, and the more blonde hair dye Anna absorbs. Apparently, maybe the more right-wing she gets. But for Jillian Michaels, I feel like hasn't she been right-wing for a while?
Yeah, because I'm sure.
Why have I never heard of the woman interviewing Anna? Someone mentioned it on Emma's Today, a Majority Report. Emma had never heard of her either, because she's a fitness influencer. Or not even an influencer. Let me put it the right way. She's a coach. I think she was on The Biggest Loser. I think she was one of the coaches that was like trying to get people to lose weight way too fast. She sells, she's been on ads for like the only place I've ever seen her is I think Biggest Loser, and she's also kind of hawked exercise, like fitness products.
You have disagreements with him, and
many.
Yeah. And so it's interesting to find like the areas of common ground, which I think people have been dissuaded from doing for a long time now.
Yes.
And it helps to like, it basically feeds into like this dehumanizing of the other side, right? So I'm glad you're having these conversations.
Well, part of the reason.
Disgusting body shamer MLM type. Yeah, I wish I could show you some of the footage from Biggest Loser, because I feel like there's, people in chat are saying that she's fat phobic, and, sometimes people don't take, that allegation super serious. But if you watch some of the Biggest Loser stuff, it's actually most fitness celebs are body fascists.
I'm having them is because I've been inspired by people like yourself and people.
But I want to know about her politics, right? I feel like she's been at least right-wing coded for longer than Anna Kasparian, right?
Like Bill Maher. It's felt.
Oh yeah, she went on Bill Maher. That's the other place I saw her.
A very bad divorce for the past.
But she says a divorce. That implies that she's been on the left. I don't. That somehow doesn't. That doesn't sound true. Last time I ever read a Jillian Michaels interview was many years ago, and it seemed like she wasn't fat phobic, actually more supportive. But that's only the only thing I have to read about her.
4 to 5 years.
Yeah, I would say the last decade's been pretty bad in terms of like tribal politics and I fed into a lot of it. So we'll talk about all that, and then realized that I was making a big mistake.
Interestingly, you are, and again, I'm ashamed to admit this, you're one of the only voices on the left I can listen to anymore. And I have found.
Good for Gabby says, happy 1 year to me and NCC, most wonderful chat. Shouts out to the Raptors. I'll take Sam Cedar destroys the Loner Box fan. Thank you, Gabby. Let me see, make sure I can get that. There we go. Yeah, thank you for resubscribing at the no-com level.
That moving center, which I'm holding on to as fast and furiously as possible, reminds me of coming out of the closet. It was that hard for me when you're like, no, I'm not gay, I'm bisexual.
Yeah.
No. And it's like, I'm liberal, I'm center, and I'm center right, but Anna, I haven't changed.
Yeah. I think that there's...
Okay, so let's read a little bit of her bio here. Biggest Loser. Michaels was a trainer on the reality series The Biggest Loser when the show started up on October of 2004. On the show, she assumed the role of Red Team trainer and remained the capacity for the first 2 seasons. After her departure in 2006, she was replaced by Kim Lyons. She returned to the show in 2007 as the Black Team trainer, competing against Lyons' Red Team and Barb Harper's Blue Team. Along with Harper, Michaels was also a trainer in the Australian version of the show from 2006 to 2008. December 7th of 2010, Michaels announced via Twitter the 11th season of the show would be her last. Michaels made her last appearance on The Biggest Loser in May 24th of 2011. She announced that she'll return to The Biggest Loser on season 14. Also returned in season 15. did not return in season 16. There's a show called Losing It with Jillian. She had a contract, CBS. So I'm not seeing a lot about politics, but I really thought that she was somewhat like right-wing coded. Let me add Gabby's resub. So we got 62% thanks to Gabby, and Sam Cedar is up to 26% extra. Sam Cedar's just killing it today. Criticism. The company Basic Research LLC and Michaels were sued in a class action lawsuit for false advertising when marketing Jillian Michaels, a maximum strength calorie control, which claimed to promote weight loss only by taking 2 pills. Oh no, that's not usually a way to lose weight. Basic Research was given the most outrageous award at Quack Watch's 2010 Slim Chance Awards, which is awarded to the promoters of weight loss schemes. Michaels was sued multiple times over diet pills with her name on them. Lawsuits were eventually dismissed. So lawsuits filed but never carried through. Maybe they were settled out of court. I don't know. Michaels publicly came out in 2012, but has stated, let's just say that I believe in healthy love. I fall in love with a woman. If I fall in love with a woman, that's awesome. If I fall in love with a man, that's awesome. As long as you fall in love, it's like organic food. I only eat healthy food. I only only want healthy love. She has credited the music video for Madonna's 1990 song "Justify My Love" with helping her acknowledge her sexuality. From 2009 to 2018, Michaels was in a relationship with Heidi Rhodes. They adopted a 2-year-old daughter from Haiti in May of 2012, while Rhodes gave birth to a son at the same month. They became engaged at an unknown date, but announced the end of their relationship in June 2018. In 2018, Michaels began a relationship with fashion designer Deshauna Marie Minuto. They became engaged in November 2021 and were married in July of 2022. So yeah, I don't see anything on her wiki about you see, what's this Bill Maher thing? Michaels recently formed a partnership with Bill Maher's Club Random to expand her audio pocket. Okay, so she's actually working with Maher's podcast. Is that the only reference to Bill Maher? Yeah, it looks like it. So yeah, there's not a lot of even politically coded anything on this. The closest thing is that, yeah, she comes out as I guess bisexual at first in 2012. I'm not sure if she considers herself bisexual or if she came out as lesbian at some point, but or maybe this is like, I guess, pansexual. If I fall in love with a woman, that's awesome. If I fall in love with a man, that's awesome. That sounds, pansexual, basically. But I don't know what she considers herself now. But yeah, we don't really have any political, information on her. At least from this.
There's a lot going on with political identities, and in a lot of ways, the two parties have also realigned on certain issues. The things that I used to not like about the Republican Party have kind of been adopted by the Democratic Party. And then you have like factions within the party. Some are more extreme than others, but lately it feels as though the extreme factions of each party has kind of taken over the entire party.
It sounds like she left California earlier this year, complaining about like woke politics. So,
and that happens because people who are more, I wouldn't say centrist, but like more moderate in their views or a little more understanding and sympathetic to the other side, they just feel out of place. They feel like they're committing some sort of crime, right? That they're not being loyal enough to their tribe. And so I can totally understand feeling like you're as you become more and more open and honest about what you're feeling, I can see
Oh shit, let me...
of like coming out.
Sorry, I'm doing the thing again. I'm supposed to press buttons. Pressing buttons is good. It lets me know where things are in the stream, which is really important to my editor, which is, for the most part, me. So I gotta be kind to myself here and press the buttons and press that button and then press this button and then that button. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we're finally where we should be, right here.
Out and how scary that is. Like, it's super scary. And I know from firsthand experience how scary it is.
I've watched videos of you a year ago, and you essentially talk about feeling politically orphaned.
Homeless. Yeah.
But you identify still on the left. Talk to me about where you're at.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who's a little uncomfortable with the degree to which identify as has spread to, like, encompass, like, politics? Like, identify as is generally language that's used around something like gender, right? And to have it used as to talk about politics is a little bit weird for me, right? Like, I can change my political ideology, like, if through becoming intellectually convinced that it's wrong or that there's a better ideology out there, as opposed to, your gender identity, which is more like something you find out about yourself, and maybe you find out more about yourself like later on, and right, it's not like that it's set in stone at any point, but it's just weird how it's used for like anything and everything. I don't know.
I'm at a point where I actually do not want to be pigeonholed in any political tribe or identity, because everything has become very dogmatic, and if you don't buy into the entirety of the
political ideology is not an identity,
dogma, you open yourself up to backlash. And
but I think it's a way. I think the reason that people use it for stuff like that is because, like, Anna's saying that she doesn't want to what is it, like, she doesn't want to like it's a way to put her some distance between herself and the ideology that she espouses, right? Like, what did she say exactly? Identify as... Oh no, it was Jillian Michaels saying you identify as being on the left.
Orphaned.
Homeless. Yeah.
But you identify still on the left.
Yeah, identity implies something more essential, yeah.
Talk to me about where you're at.
I'm at a point where I actually do not want to be pigeonholed in any political tribe or identity, because
Didn't Dave Rubin identify as a liberal at some point?
Become very dogmatic, and if you don't buy into the entirety of the dogma, you open yourself up to backlash and being, kicked out of the tribe. And it's like, it's not a fun experience. But I think when you come at every issue from a place of, all right, well, I want to get to the bottom of this story. I want to know what the truth is. What's the reality? That, first of all, allows for more exploring and understanding. And I can't emphasize enough how much happier you become once you have a better understanding of the world around you and those you disagree with politically. Because right now there's, in my opinion, this effort to like really demonize and even dehumanize.
Dehumidify, I think is what you're trying to say. Yeah, to put the
the other side.
Oh, dehumanize, I'm sorry.
And there's a lot of fear mongering going on. And if you have bought into that narrative, then you're going to walk through life thinking that half the country is full of like neo-Nazis.
Considering how many of these people that do this whole heterodox, woke centrist kind of IDW thing, I wonder at what point, because like I feel like a lot of the motivation is because they think that, like, at least if they come from the left, they think that the left is cringe. When are they going to realize how cringe this is?
And, you know, they're going to want to harm you. They're going to want to, you know, destroy the country. And I just don't think that's a healthy way of looking at the other side. I think that there are gradations. I think
it's unhealthy to have an ideology where, regardless of the other political ideology that you're dealing with, you're unable to critique them from a moral standpoint. Right? I don't think it's necessarily always appropriate to do so. I think there could be some issues where it's just like, well, that's a difference of opinion. But when somebody's demagoguing around attacking vulnerable groups, you kind of got to call that what it is, or else you yourself are morally lacking. Right? There's a difference between somebody that's got, you know, a different idea about policy and somebody that's got a different idea about the humanity of different groups.
of course, extremes, but I don't think the extremes should be used to paint a picture of the entirety of the Republican voting base or vice versa.
It's either libtards and commies or Nazis.
That binary way of thinking is just not rooted in reality at all.
As I said earlier in the show, there are neo-Confederates as well.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And that's why when I've watched you debate with Ben Shapiro, and even the preamble you guys have had for 10 minutes about, you know, I really enjoyed the relationship that we have. I really enjoyed that we can have this civil discourse. I really like you as a person. And then it's like, and you still like each other.
Yeah.
It's so comforting. I can't even tell you.
Well, I think that's how political discussions used to happen in the country. I mean, I don't know when it changed to the point where if you disagree with someone politically, well, that means that you can no longer be friendly to each other. You can't be friends. I mean, during the Trump era, so many families were torn apart over political disagreements. And by the way, I'm speaking all high and mighty. I just want to take a moment to take ownership of the fact that I fully bought into that mind frame. Like, I totally bought into that. And there's a video floating out there somewhere of me basically saying, no, you can't be friends with someone who supports Trump or has these views, because it's giving you a sense of who they really are as a person, and they're a bad person.
Right.
Right? That
deplorables.
Yeah, exactly. I remember when Hillary Clinton made...
I'm just like, you're as bad as Hillary Clinton here, right? You're as cringe as Hillary Clinton.
The deplorable statement.
I worked for the Clintons. I loved the Clintons.
And then she
did you train them?
apologized for it because
I didn't read that in her bio.
She was getting backlash. And I remember at that time being upset with her for apologizing because I had fully bought.
Honestly, it was a ridiculous thing to say. It was a ridiculous way to put it. And it's also kind of ridiculous to apologize for it.
No,
look, there's no defending Hillary Clinton. She's Hillary Clinton.
These people are terrible. And it took a lot of growing to realize that there are a lot of Republican voters who actually do not like some of the things that Donald Trump says, because he does say divisive things. He does say hateful things.
I hate that too.
But there are certain issues that he speaks to, right? Certain either economic issues.
I'm sorry, but if you take Donald Trump serious in his fucking crocodile tears for the working poor, there's no helping you. There's no reaching you.
Anything that might have to do with the deindustrialization of like the Rust Belt, those are issues that really resonate with that.
Oh my God. Yeah, Donald Trump lost industrial jobs before COVID started. Do we need to find that chart again? Like, I hate to do it because it feels like cheerleading for Kamala, but on this issue, if your issue is deindustrialization, right? Trump talked about it Trump gestured towards it, I would say emptily. The very definition of a virtue signal, right? Talking about something, pretending to care about something, but doing nothing about it. That's what Trump did. And for all of the faults of the Biden administration, which don't even get me started on, they did add back like an absurd amount of jobs in industry, right? It's just something that Trump promised loudly, took credit for, failed at, actually lost jobs, and that Biden sort of quietly fulfilled.
Because no other politician has sincerely addressed those issues. They've been neglected, they've been ignored. And they've been ignored by what they view as the political elites. And so they see Trump come in, and yeah, he's a little unhinged in some of the things he says, but they see him as like a wrecking ball to the political elite or this the establishment, exactly. And once I was able to really fully grasp that and understand that, and by the way, once I started to understand the flaws in my own party, it helped me kind of begin this journey of rejecting political tribalism and not wanting to be pigeonholed into any political group. I want to feel free.
God damn it, where's that chart? There it is.
And to explore ideas without feeling guilty about it. You know?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think for me, as a devout liberal who always thought I was the better person, I thought we were the good guys. I really did. I was brought up that way. And I thought, if you're a Republican,
Well, look, I mean, I don't know what you were before. I mean, you seem like you're kind of, you got some allegations of fat phobia against you. You got some allegations of scamming people on fake weight loss pills. But you're definitely the bad guy now for selling out and twisting yourself in all kinds of pretzels, doing this mental gymnastics to justify what is essentially a turn to the right. Okay, so there we go. Construction spend on U.S. manufacturing. Right, this is 2021. Biden takes office. Trump actually loses, is spending less even before the pandemic starts. Obviously, when the pandemic starts, all bets are kind of off, right? But then, this is, it looks to me like Biden fulfilled kind of quietly, without a lot of fanfare, what Trump had promised.
You want war. If you're a Republican, you don't care. I have changed my mind on a lot of this stuff, but you're ridiculous with your gun laws. If you're a Republican, you hate gays. If you're a Republican, you're a racist. I really, honestly took the bait. And then Trump was so belligerent when he first began.
Do you want to talk to my friend Dave Rubin about whether or not Republicans hate gays? You want to talk about to my friend Dave Rubin about what people said about him on the right when he and his husband adopted? Yeah. It doesn't mean that every single right-winger out there feels that way. But with that much hate for LGBT people in the Republican Party, you are going to be part of that political apparatus. And there's more of them than there are of you.
Running and they're all rapists and racists coming over the border or whatever, criminals. And that was really abrasive. And I live in a border state. We live in a border state, my whole life up until recently. And it felt like an assault on all of these wonderful people I saw who were economic migrants.
It's important to note the opportunities opening up for Anna after the Substack.
Wanting a better life. Right. And, then it was the woman's right to choose, and we're taking that away, and gay marriage, that's going. And I was appalled. Then I met my wife, and oh my God, I can't believe we're married because she was a.
So I mean, like you could even point to like polling from, I don't know, 2016 that showed most Republicans supporting or at least not wanting to repeal gay marriage in 2016. Those numbers have reversed. The majority of MAGA supporters do not feel that way anymore. They may have shut up about it for a few years because they thought it was impossible, but they very much reversed course on that.
Republican. And I was like, what is wrong with you? How could you possibly? And I'll never forget, she's like, you think you're such a good person. You think you're so liberal and so understanding. You guys are the least understanding, the least accepting, and the least tolerant of anybody who doesn't agree with you. Cut to, I started hearing everywhere, or at least focusing on it. Oh, well, they voted for Trump, so I had to cut them out. Oh, I haven't spoken to my mother. She's a Trump supporter. I remember seeing a post on social, and I've talked about it a lot. It was on this blog called Scary Mommy. That was supposed to be funny. We're supposed to make fun of what shitty moms we were. It's supposed to be funny.
Right.
Which became political. And it was like, if you pray to Allah, I'll sit next to you on the bus. If you are gay married, like I'll hold your hand. All these things about you're allowed to be on the fringe and I will accept you. In the comments, what if I'm wearing a MAGA hat? And the answer was, well, if you're not a racist or a bigot or a this or a that, sure.
Yeah.
And I saw it. I saw it so clearly. And then another person who's friends with my wife was like, don't you understand? These people that your party is demonizing, like they work 2 jobs to make ends meet. Like they go to church.
Exactly.
They try to be a better person. Like they're just trying to get by, and you're calling them ignorant for being religious, like racist, bigoted. So they feel completely abandoned, disenfranchised, and demonized. And
so when you're talking about people who will react to somebody saying they're religious by calling them ignorant, that speaks more to the new atheist movement than it does to the Democratic Party or liberals, right? You've got people like Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris in that movement. And it's not just, a hatred or disdain for religious people. It's a special hatred for certain religions. That is actually a more right-wing coded group than a left-wing coded group.
Trump is speaking to them.
Like they literally had to come up with a separate designation for atheists that weren't, chuddy, right? This is the A+ movement, and you've got people like Rebecca Watson and Steve Shives who were part of that, and the rest of the atheist movement was pretty right-wing coded.
Exactly.
Specifically Sam Harris.
Yeah, I mean, since I kind of started speaking out against some of the behaviors of the left or on the left, of course, that led to a lot of backlash from the left because you're not, you're only supposed to call out the other side. You should never, hold your own side accountable when they're engaging.
This is also another myth that they're kind of reifying, the idea that the Trump voter is a downscale voter, right? This is the idea that the Trump voter is voting for Trump because they are economically disenfranchised. And while there is a definite truth to the fact that the Democratic Party, by and large, has failed to meet its obligation to unions and to working people, you can't say that the Republican Party has picked up that ball in any meaningful way. And when you talk about the Trump voter, you will more often find a small business tyrant than you will a working person. You will more often find somebody that's like the classic example from Chapo Trap House is a jet ski dealer from Terre Haute.
In intolerant behavior.
And that's not a super wealthy person, right? But that is somebody that's owning their means of production in a way that most people do not.
I finally felt comfortable enough to raise concerns about how the left talks about crime, for instance, and things like that. they couldn't wait to like purge me. Like I really did notice that there was this effort to just do away with me. I'm not pure enough. I'm not good enough. Like you're not one of us. And I had already gotten to a point in my life where I was willing to accept that treatment as long as I was able to.
As long as it meant making more money.
My mind, and it took.
And it hasn't yet. And that's why you're going on Jillian Michaels. And that's why you're saying nice things about Matt Walsh. You're trying to open up that grift for yourself to make more money. Because so far, all you've done is kind of like lower TYT's subscriber count.
It took me at least a year, if not more, to finally feel comfortable to come out and say, no, the way that we're handling homelessness is not the right way to handle it. No, it turns out that crime is real, and there are some people in society who are a danger and a threat to the public, and they should be in prison. And
so right after she said there's some people that wanted to purge me, that wanted to say that you're not one of us, you're not on the left anymore. And then she turns around and says, but there are some people that we should purge the fuck from society, just keep them away forever, warehouse them the fuck, you know, in some godforsaken place where they're exploited for their labor. They're literally forced to participate in either, you know, labor that they're not rewarded for at all, or you know, paid very little and compelled to do, right? Remember, the only way that you can allow the slavery is not completely against the law in the United States. The provision that amendment makes is unless it's in the condition in the context of prison.
You know, I was saying this stuff in the left-wing era of
so she wants to take this fucking stolen valor that she's been purged, she's been eliminated, she's been chased out, right? And while she's talking about handling, you know, hundreds of thousands of, if not millions of people in a way where they literally purged from society.
Abolish the police or abolish the prison, you know, the prisons. And as they were trying to purge me, you have the right wing asking you to come join with open arms, right? And it's just so interesting to me. Look, I'm not a Republican, and I'm a little more socially conservative than I was when I was younger, but not on issues like gay marriage or whatever. It's more on, you know, actually police are important and we need to reform policing, yes, but the idea that we need to, you know, shut down prisons, which we have in California. We've shut down 4 of them. Now there's no room.
But there's no recognition for the fact that the United States warehouses, locks away more people than a lot of the countries that we look to and rightly call authoritarian. There's no recognition of that. There's no explanation for why is it that the United States has this like out of control prison population.
For inmates, and they're just
Krachi, thank you for the sub. Krachi says Anna Kasparian is dull.
Releasing people as early as
is she worse than Elon though? I feel like Elon's more boring.
Possible with this BS like good behavior.
That puts us to 65%.
No transparency
on the dono goal.
We don't know like what they did to deserve to get like 20 years shaved off their sentence. But okay, so like this stuff is all going on, and I have a few views that have changed and evolved, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm in line with the Republican Party.
Right.
But they don't care. They don't care that I have some differences with them. What they care about is, honestly, on one hand, if I'm being cynical, power. They understand that in order to be a powerful party, you need to be more welcoming and you need to have broader coalitions of people. I think there's a side of the Republican Party that understands that. But there's also this faction in the Republican voting base that consists of disaffected.
Yeah, I think Gabby's expressing some frustration that a lot of people feel. The fact that Anna Kasparian made her money, made her name off of an audience that in a lot of ways feels betrayed by her. And she's not acknowledging, she refuses to face that audience. She doesn't face shit, right? Even when Adirola calls her out, right? She just kind of, there's no engagement from her, right? She'll go on these right-wing podcasts and talk shit about everyone, but she's afraid to actually confront anyone on this.
Democrats. And I don't know if they've fully bought into what Republicans are selling, but they don't feel welcome on the left. So they've been absorbed onto the right.
Yes.
And I'm seeing the right wing change.
Yes.
They went from the neocon pro-war party to now all of a sudden, what are we doing in
She's bought the hype.
like the Middle East right now? What are we doing in Ukraine? Like why are
Oh my God, you think the right wing? You think the right wing? Oh, this is so wild. This is because one of the few good issues where Anna at least is nominally on the right side is, at least from what I've seen so far, is when it comes to Gaza. But if she thinks that those considerations are going to be honored in any way by the right, I don't know what she's smoking.
are we doing this? We have our problems here. Can we please handle our problems here? And I now see that Dick
Shireen says, is Anna actually going to describe Trump's appeal as merely economic and industry and not acknowledge his racism or xenophobia? It kind of feels like she's sanewashing him, right? And this was Destiny's issue, right? Which I was kind of surprised to see, considering like how, similar a lot of Anna's rhetoric about the far left is to Destiny's, right? His real problem with her wasn't about the birthing person stuff, wasn't about the crime stuff. It was the fact that in Destiny's mind, she's drawing a false equivalence between MAGA and the left, which not even Destiny, it will accept. So when you got Destiny calling you out, and yes, there is some definite hypocrisy in Destiny's call out, but it really says something.
is endorsing Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is going around town talking about how honored she is. And I'm like, you're honored to be endorsed by a war criminal? I mean, if I were in her shoes, I would like pull Dick Cheney aside and be like, listen, thank you.
Yeah, that's right, Blue Hornet. They don't care about Israel bombing people. No, I mean, Trump's words were Israel needs to take care of businesses and finish the job in Gaza,
you for your support, but can we just keep this on the DL?
Totally.
But she's like proud of it. She's flaunting.
Vanguard Supreme says John Adirola destroyed Anna effortlessly in the Nancy Mace thing. So she did a segment on the issue without him. I saw that. Yeah, we covered that one too.
It, and that's not the party that represents me or represents my best interests.
Yeah, they've spun the narrative though. They're like, look, even people are so worried about Trump that people like Dick Cheney have joined our side.
Yes.
No. That implies that you will do his bidding. And it's...
No, it doesn't. But whoever told Kamala Harris to accept the endorsement of the Cheneys and to do campaigning, this is bad.
Playing out in real time. We're in numerous wars.
Yes.
I don't understand anything about geopolitics, but all I know is it's gotten way worse.
It has, definitely.
I'm watching people die all over the world, and everyone tells me Trump is Hitler, and I'm like, well, we didn't really, it didn't sound like it got worse over there, and now we're in a war in the Middle East, where these proxy wars, forgive my ignorance, I don't fully understand it.
They are essentially proxy wars. Yeah, and
they're proxy wars, but if you talk about, if you want to, I kind of hate the idea of categorizing what's going on in Gaza as a proxy war. But there is a proxy aspect. The United States' long sought after enemy, Iran, was and remains a target of both neocons and Trump. And that's something that Biden seems to be on board for, and it's something that Kamala has failed to distance herself from. So yeah, in that sense, that it's a way for the United States to get at Iran without, declaring war on Iran. That's true, but I feel like talking about that as a proxy war, it misses the ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza. It misses the project of Greater Israel and the continued expansion, the annexation of the Golan Heights, again, done under Trump, and the way that that's being leveraged now against Lebanon, the invasion of Lebanon. I feel like it misses that, like that, you know, while there is an aspect of proxy to the conflict, when you think about Iran, it's just, you're really missing the point of what's going on there, which is the killing of civilians by Israel with the bombs provided by the United States. Bombs, you know, freely provided by Biden, bombs which Kamala has failed to even speak to, conditioning that aid on in some sort of a ceasefire, and you know, bombs that Trump would no doubt increase the distribution of, as his comment seems to have been, Israel needs to finish the job.
I mean, the whole reason I don't think the U.S. government really gives a damn about Ukraine. I think the U.S. government gives a damn about weakening Russia's military capabilities.
Right, okay.
But the way the Biden administration has handled this war in Ukraine, by essentially discouraging them to engage in a peace negotiation, that was early on in the war. Now I think it's too late.
That was
Remember,
2022, right?
Yes.
Kennedy talks about that.
Because early on in the war, I mean, Putin was deluded enough to think that it was going to be easy, but it wasn't easy. And so when he goes in and it's a challenge and some of their soldiers are dying and they're having difficulty, you know, taking territory, there was a moment where the two sides could sit down and actually engage in a peace negotiation that Putin was willing to engage in.
Right.
Now, he's not willing to engage in a peace negotiation because he's winning. He's winning that war.
Right.
And we keep giving Ukraine more and more weapons. They're now doing, you know, airstrikes and bombings in Russia, which I don't think is going to make...
I'm sorry, I thought Putin was winning the war. Are you telling me that Ukraine has invaded Russia? Wait, which one is it, Anna?
Situation any better. And Russia has gotten closer with some of our other adversaries, including China, including Iran. So
North Korea.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I'm sorry, this is just a juvenile perspective on geopolitics. Like, Anna really does not know what the fuck she's talking about.
This was, in my view, this was all predictable. But the whole idea was we need to weaken Russia's military capability while simultaneously continuing to make our own weapons manufacturers and defense contractors real rich.
Got it.
So it's a form of redistribution of wealth from ordinary, hardworking Americans to a small group of executives behind these defense contractors. And so I have a huge problem with that. My views on that never changed.
Me either.
So it's weird to have the Democratic Party perpetuate what's happening, you know, around the world.
Look, this is a great argument to make against the United States when they invade Iraq, the United States when they invade Afghanistan, the Trump administration when they insist on staying in Afghanistan, the Trump administration when they drone people to death in Yemen, the Obama administration as well, right? These are good places to make, you know, that argument. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, that's a little weird. That's a little weird place to make that. That's a strange place for that argument to show up, right? I agree that the United States military-industrial complex is a self-licking ice cream cone. I agree that, you know, as Smedley Butler said, that war is a grift. You know, like even Eisenhower warned us in his parting words about the military-industrial complex. But it's weird that that's where you fucking draw the line.
World with these wars, and the Republican Party, on the other hand, at least the voters.
What's this about Sam Cedar debating a loaner box stand? That is bonus content, which we may or may not get to, depending on whether we hit the bonus goal. Oh my god, it sounds too much like bonus hole. I'm not trying to imply bonus holes, chat, but I will tell you that we are 35% away from hitting the dono goal for today, and that it looks like Sam Cedar debating a loaner box stan, a loaner box chatter, a loaner box fellow DGGer, so to speak, is what people are looking to see. both in terms of what people are voting for. Remember, you can keep voting for it. Also, like the stream. Like the stream. Oh my God, chat. You've got to like the stream. I command it. I command you to like the stream. But also vote, because I want to know what you think about this. And remember, when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you are getting yourself a membership for YouTube, or gifting memberships, if you are signing up for Patreon, if you are donating to Throne, or if you're over on Twitch, getting out of the ad break, which is 3 minutes every hour at the top of the hour. Not a nice ad break to sit through a Twitch Prime for free, with $6 if you don't have a Prime, or maybe even gifting subs to other people to keep them from having to see the ad break. You can let me know which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus making it more likely for your topic to be the bonus content if, in fact, we do hit that threshold of 100%.
I want to be clear. The voters are saying, no, we're not okay with this. Okay. We don't want this. We want to get out of these wars. We want to take care of our...
And again, chat, I'm not an AFO person, all right? Just so you know this, right? I'm not an AFO person. I'm not somebody who doesn't recognize the problems that Ukraine has. It's in its own armed forces. I'm not, and I'm not somebody who thinks that there should be no negotiated settlement under any circumstances, right? I'm not, I feel like there probably will be a negotiated settlement. That being said, letting Putin get what he wants here would be a mistake, not just for Ukraine, but for all of Europe, right? As soon as Putin gets what he wants in Ukraine, he's going to look at Poland, he's going to look at the Baltic states, and where does it fucking end? And when we're talking about Putin, we are talking about somebody who is part of the, new right-wing authoritarian axis that's rising up.
And that's what I want. I want to take care of.
And it feels like maybe now that Anna's, a woke centrist, she doesn't see the problem in that either. She thinks we can have a nice little conversation with Pootie Poo. We can look deep into his eyes like George W. Bush did and see that he's fundamentally a good man underneath it all. Yeah, bullshit.
So there are areas where I definitely agree with Republican voters more than Democratic voters. And that's the thing that's really throwing me for a loop, because these are the views that I've always had.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh my God. See, this is why when you talk, I feel like I can breathe. There's a few people out there that, Bill always says like sanity.
Putin can't look at Poland. He has limited capabilities. Well, part of the reason that Poland has increased its military spending is because of Putin and what's gone on in Ukraine.
He needs a safe space.
Yep.
And those voices rise to the top, because I think the majority of us that are in the middle who feel orphaned are finding sanity in the things that you're seeing.
Your eyes don't tell me that you're finding sanity. Your eyes tell me that you're joining a fucking cult, Jillian.
And when I try to have this conversation...
Andy Boom says, nah, Putin is going to be totally cool. He doesn't have some irredentist of Russians, irredentist concept of Russia's place in the world. Yeah. I mean, remember what he said to Tucker? Like, he goes back to Tsarist Russia to justify their fucking claims.
With the people on the left. And I hate to, I'm trying not to shut anybody on the left out, right? But they are the least tolerant, and they eat their own.
They do. That's a huge problem on the left.
They eat their own. Oh, not left enough. You're gone. Oh, really? You don't think you can be healthy at any size?
Show me somebody who's been eaten, okay? Please, tell me what this eat their own is about.
Fat shamer.
How does the left eat its own?
You're out of here. Not left.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So we see the root of her right-wing turn. Right? And this is some of the I guess that you'd call this the camaraderie of the canceled. That's what she's expressing, right? She got some pushback for fucked up shit she did. For being part of a show that put people's lives at risk. and made it seem like the unhealthy stuff that they were putting the contestants through was more of a danger to them than, or that was less of a danger to them than their obesity, when in actuality, probably the converse was true.
Enough. Right. Oh, you're not down with the medicalization of 6-year-olds who want to be a tomboy?
Medicalization? You're medicalizing the 6-year-olds that want to be a tomboy? What? Oh no, is she going to perpetuate lies like that they're medically transitioning 6-year-olds? Is that what she's going to say?
Transphobe.
Right. Yep. It's so true.
What is that? It's so myopic.
Okay, chat, I smell turf. I smell a fat-shaming turf.
You are forcing people to defect.
I want to be the kind of person who empowers.
Or maybe you were never on our side, Jillian.
People, inspires people, and avoids enabling self-pity in people.
Shireen says, Jillian Michaels thinks accepting someone for being Muslim or gay is the same as accepting someone for being hateful or big. Yeah, this is the paradox of tolerance, isn't it? This is literally it. This is what we're doing.
And I think that the other issue that I'm seeing, and again, we're making obviously blanket statements because there are gradations on the left and the right? So there are plenty of Democratic voters that are just like us. I think a lot of them are terrified to speak out. And I'm hoping that by speaking out myself, it'll empower them to say what they really think and voice what their genuine concerns are. But at some point,
Christian Strand, I really hope you're not buying into this bullshit, right? There's a big difference between what you're talking about, not wanting to vote for the lesser of two evils, and the fucking turf shit that Anna Kasparian is talking about. You're not, I don't want anybody in chat to think that Christian's like, signing on for anything like that, for demonizing immigrants, for the tough on crime bullshit, right? You're talking, please do not see like a, you don't need, please do not see a parallel between your righteous expression of what's wrong with the Harris campaign and their cynical throwing under the bus of trans people, of immigrants. They're wanting to continue the criminal, the school to prison pipeline, right? I don't see the connection. And like, that's kind of wild, actually. That's kind of wild. Look, I guess the common thread that you're seeing maybe, right, is that libs, right? And yeah, libs bother me too. Libs are really annoying, right? The libs that think that everything was fine before Trump and that we just got to get back to brunch, right? That's so wrong. You know what got us to Trump? Clinton and Obama got us to Trump, right? The failures of these left-wing politicians to actually stand up for their constituencies got us to Trump, right? But please do not let like the common like annoyance at liberals be like a reason to make common cause with people that are literally enabling bigotry. And as you're about to see, they're gonna see common cause with Matt Walsh here. And I know that's not what you're saying.
Last year, the other thing that really hit me was the difference.
Like, just understand this: Anna Kasparian and Chappell Roan are like on the opposite sides, are like 180 degrees away from each other, right? The only common thread is they both got problems with libs, right? That's not, but for very different reasons, as do you. You have problems with libs for very understandable and righteous reasons, and very different reasons than what Anna and Jillian are expressing here.
Between my upbringing and what the Democratic Party espouses. I was raised by very tough parents. And I would say, like, even though I'm a millennial, an older millennial, I would say my upbringing is more similar to how Gen X was raised, right? Like,
okay, Lady Badash, do you have any insight on this for us? I know that you're a fellow. I don't want to call you out. I want to put you on the spot here, but you're a fellow cusper, right? Not the cusp of Gen X and millennial, but the cusp of don't say Zoomer, don't say Zoomer, don't say Zoomer. The cusp of Gen Z and millennials. But what it has Gen X been like negatively polarized to the right or something? Is that what Anna's trying to say? It's like, I'm not like the rest of these millennials. I'm an elder millennial, and I'm a lot closer to Gen X, actually. And in Gen X, we drank out of the hose, and we were fine. And our parents spanked us, and we were fine. Do not say Zoomer. Do not say Zoomer, Sasha G. I'm trying to wean myself off it too. Look, if it's annoying to be called that, then I don't want to call people that, right? In all seriousness, Anna's saying praising Matt Walsh is disgusting and pathetic grifter behavior. I agree.
Welcome.
But I think that was the right way, because it teaches you to be self-sufficient and honestly.
Lady Badash says Gen X is wait, what is this? Gen X is not right wing. Wait, but what? Okay. Gen X is too busy drinking their Surge and their Fruitopia. I know about this too. Fruitopia, right? I learned about Fruitopia. That was a Gen X stream. Wait, Gen Xers, did you have Ecto Cooler? I'm kind of jealous about the Ecto Cooler. That looks delicious. What did it taste like? Was it like Gen X is not as right-wing as people say, says Izzy Sanchez. Lady Badash, Gen X was literally trying to start a beef with Gen Z. Yeah, the whole over Eminem, over this weird idea that Gen Z is canceling Eminem. Eminem is just cringe, and if you can't admit that, then you're not looking, okay? There's a lot that's cringe about Eminem. He's not as bad as Kid Rock, but he can be cringe. Oh my god, had anybody in chat ever see the Eminem cartoon? Do you know about this, chat? Eminem in the early 2000s made a cartoon, and it was supposed to be like South Park. And I mean, I guess it's like South Park without the humor. And like more like unredeemed homophobia. It's the weirdest shit in the world. It's the weirdest shit. It's the least funny. And I shouldn't mention it because I know now some of you are going to go seek it out. You're going to watch it. It's like you will never get those 2 hours of your life back. Okay, I swear to God, it's worthless. Gen X was raised on asbestos and Twinkies. I'm Gen X. I don't know anything about Gen X. Yeah, I know it's kind of a silly thing to try to like, typify people by their by these arbitrary. I feel like the generations is more for marketing than anything else. Gen X does tend to be more conservative numbers wise. Sam Cedar is sighing somewhere. What about the generation thing and face palming? Some Gen X grew up with Guns N' Roses. Some grew up with Nirvana. See, they had good music too. Izzy Sanchez says, I'm a Gen Xer. Problem is with vocal Gen Xers, they tend to be right wing. Oh, I get it. So it's not like as a group they're right wing, but it's just that like the right wingers that are Gen X are very vocal about that they are Gen X. Gen Xers grew up. Gen Xers I grew up with and spend time with are left wing. I have met more millennials that are more conservative, especially in Florida. Generation X is often referred to as the forgotten generation, sandwiched between the large and culturally powerful baby boomers and millennial generation. Gen X is not conservative numbers-wise as the boomer generation. They are more conservative on average. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Like each generation tends to be like less conservative than the last one. And the whole, before anybody even gets there, the idea that like you grow, the generations just become more conservative over time. That was true for the baby boomers, all right? And they have imposed this on, there's phrases that they'll use like, you know what, if you are conservative when you're young, you don't have a heart. And if you're liberal when you're old, you don't have a brain. With the idea being that, you know, it's like, you know, you start off, you're really idealistic, you do a bunch of acid at Woodstock, and then eventually you grow up and you can become a yuppie and you vote for Trump. Not necessarily so. Not necessarily so. And you're seeing less of that slide from Gen X and you know, definitely millennials. Crystal Safira, thank you for the super sticker. That's a very fit pair.
Empowered, right? Like I always felt empowered to choose my destiny. Right. To like if I work hard, and I get it, there are issues in our government, in our system. There are things that, you know.
It's not my fault though, chat. This time Anna is the one who broke out the generation discourse. I do think it's pretty reductive, if I'm being real. Like, I mean, I sometimes joke around and play along with it, but it is really reductive to see people as a product of their, you know, years in high school or college. Wait, what is NKOTB? Oh, NSYNC?
Have served as obstacles for younger generations that didn't necessarily exist for older generations. I get all of that. However, we all get to wake up in the morning and make choices for ourselves. And when I hear the Democratic Party constantly
15 for Naomi.
Disempower people of color, because that's what they're doing. I mean, really think about it. Like they keep using this messaging that infantilizes them and makes them seem as though, you know, if it weren't for us white saviors, you know, messing around with these laws and policies, they would never be able to survive. And I find that so gross. I'll give you a specific example. This drove me crazy. Culver City schools. They took a look.
Oh my gosh, am I looking at the right? Why am I seeing the playback from earlier? Oh no. Omega Star with the 100 bits. I choose whiteness, says Anna. Yes, she does indeed. That puts us up to 69%. I don't know if you did that on purpose. We are now at 69%. We are now at 69%. That's a good place to be.
Look at their honors program, and they realized that there was a real disparity between the white students and the Latino students. Very few Latino students had enrolled in the honors program. So they decided the right thing to do would be to just scrap the honors program altogether. And that pissed me off. And it pissed me off because...
Ooh, yeah, Davi's bringing up a good point, and I haven't heard people... I have not heard anybody say this yet, so I want to make sure to put this up, because this is important. The generations discourse is also based off of white people. It's a very white conversation, yeah.
First of all, you're not actually addressing the issue here. I think those Hispanic students are capable of greatness. Right. You just have to do the work to get them there, you know? And when you scrap the program, you're essentially communicating to all the students, no, we're going to get rid of this opportunity because we don't believe in you guys. It's just, it's doing away with an opportunity rather than seeing what the flaws are in our education system and then rising to the occasion to help these students, you know, where we do see the disparity, you know, get to where we want them to be.
Is she talking about affirmative action? She's talking about like honors programs and these like, so this is something that people say about like gifted, talented programs as well, right? When you kind of look at the people that are included in these programs, especially in like schools with a large number of POC, right? A lot of times there's like a disparity there. It becomes like a, look up that story. Anna's talking bullshit. Yeah, we should. What is it again? Culver City? Culver City's honors? Oh God, actual Justice Warrior has a video on it too, of course. Oh, here's Anna's commentary on it. Here's the actual story.
Parents in Culver City are pushing back against the school district.
Yeah, an honors English class was eliminated because of racial equity initiative. According to the Wall Street Journal, the honors courses were removed because they did not enroll enough Black and Latino students. They were instead replaced with regular classes. The district says that decision ensures all students receive equal instruction. But some parents say the move actually takes away opportunities for students with diverse backgrounds.
So here's Anna's
Florida
video.
Governor Ron DeSantis is catching a lot of heat, justifiably, for wanting to do away with or limit certain advanced placement classes due to the race-based curriculum it offers. Now, to be sure, again, he deserves the criticism. But so do education officials who want to eliminate high school honors classes for a similar reason, but from a different perspective. Again, having to do with race. I'll give you an example. The Culver City School District in Southern California is now considering essentially doing away with honors classes because they feel that those classes do not have enough diversity in its enrollment, okay? Now let me just say this. When it comes to honors classes, students decide whether they want to enroll in said classes, okay? This is not a situation in which school administrators handpick white students and ignore everyone else. Again, the students get to enroll should they want to challenge themselves with these honors classes. Well, since the start of the school year, freshmen and sophomores in Culver City, again,
what's up, Problem C?
Culver City, California, have only been able to select one.
Oh, God. Yeah, new NKOTB is New Kids on the Block. Thank you, Miskatonic.
Class known as college prep, rather than the previous system in which anyone could opt into the honors class. The school officials say that the goal is to teach everyone with an equal level of rigor, which I'm not buying at all.
That doesn't even mean anything.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Their argument is, oh, no, we want, instead of offering honors classes for students who might find the regular curriculum incredibly boring and unchallenging, by the way, as I did when I was in high school, we're gonna do away with the honors classes that they would have been able to enroll in and instead make the main curriculum rigorous and challenging, except we know that's not gonna happen. We know that's not gonna happen. Some students need extra help. Some students do, unfortunately, slow down, the pace of the class. It is what it is. You have people at different levels within the same classroom all the time. So doing away with options is ridiculous. I think it's incredibly stupid. If you're not seeing enough diversity in the honors classes, then how about encouraging some of the students, whether they be Black students, brown students, what have you, to do it. Give them the motivation, tell them that they're up for the challenge.
Yeah, look, guys, we're stuck in the middle of a culture war and we're the collateral damage.
It's insane.
The whole country. So
Miskatonic says, pretty sure most kids found high school curriculum boring, not just honors kids in the honors program.
As Anna pointed out, in Florida, DeSantis said, well, I don't want the African American Studies AP class because it teaches too much about racism.
Wait, they're mixing up two different topics, two entirely different topics.
What did you think it was going to teach about? He's like, I don't want that history, right?
I don't want that option for students.
Yeah, but then he said he threatened all of the AP classes.
So they made the course the same as the honors classes, but stopped calling it honors.
And so, and by the way, AP panicked then and starts saying, okay, we're gonna take certain things out of the curriculum. We won't teach racism as much. It's disgusting, right? So there is an actual history, and you have to actually teach the history, not the version that you want, where
Jig trying to launder Anna's take. Yeah, most of the time he does. He sometimes pushes back on her nonsense, but
your side is amazing and did nothing wrong. And what the hell's your side anyway, right? Aren't we all supposed to be Americans that look back at our past and go, oh, those were things that were bad, now we're making them better, right? All together. So the right wing is saying, no, let's obliterate.
So they're still getting the same education. So yeah, TYT is making it sound like what they've done is they've dumbed down the curriculum. They've taken away the advanced curriculum. But what they're actually doing, it sounds like, if I'm reading chat right, is that they are implementing the honors curriculum in their regular courses. Now Mulan will never bring her family honor.
AP classes, and no one's allowed to take them because I actually teach things that are true. Now you go to the left wing, yeah, come on guys, get real, it's the left wing here in California.
Yes.
Culver City's in California, right? And look at this absurdity, equal level of rigor. Well, that's nonsensical. Let's say that it's math. There's algebra and there's calculus. Calculus is a lot more advanced than algebra is. So how do you teach it with an equal level of rigor? I mean, some kids, when I was in public high school, in senior year, were still taking algebra. And some kids were taking advanced AP Calc 3-4.
Does Anna not realize the only reason why right-wingers may oppose Israel is because they actually, yeah, exactly. Oh, we will get back to the Anna thing. I wanted to take a little diversion since I didn't know what she was talking about with Culver City, but yeah, apparently this is a TYT story. John Birch Society comes from California. So this is all we need. She's misrepresenting the story. That's... But I mean, this is so often what Anna does. She misrepresents something, she demagogues it, she's got her TYT story, and then she just kind of moves on, and then she'll refer to it later. Oh, remember the time they tried to take away the honors classes? And it's like kind of set in stone. And if you haven't been, if you haven't looked at the issues that she's talking about, right, it's kind of hard to push back on it. But if you know what the actual truth of the matter was, I'm just wondering, did anybody make a video on Culver City honors? No, like because all we have is HAW and TYT, and they're both misrepresenting the story.
That's the right way to approach it. But there's just this weird, like, defeatist mentality. And I'm honestly also very sick of, like, white people going around being offended on behalf of marginalized people.
Oh my God, they're just virtue signaling. It's disgusting.
It
It's
is.
like,
It is.
I'm the good.
You've been virtue signaling this whole show.
Yep.
I'm
centrist. I'm nuanced. I'm not part of the tribal politics.
Do you remember this? Oh
I will
my
save
God.
you. Right?
There was an ad that went around, forgive me, and it had like actors that I had loved. One that I trained back in the day when I was like 27. And it was like, I can't recall exactly, but it was like, I'm responsible. Or I'm sorry that I didn't, and who knows what, basically taking on the history of racism. And I thought, this is so cringy and awful.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility. Wait, what was this from? I vaguely remember this. Now the music's gonna get me clapped, but they're saying I take responsibility. There's no closed captions, by the way. Jillian Michaels, not a very accessible channel.
Every blatant injustice, no matter how big or small.
Every time I remained silent.
Every time I
I'm muting it so the YouTube doesn't.
And as they should.
Narwhal by Nature says it's dramatic, but doing this is not cringy. Anna BKK says Anna no longer analyzing the root issues of these super reactionary stories she's reporting. Did they ever used to do that?
You should. I would too.
And being the mom of a black child, the reason I really don't like it is because if you tell my daughter the world's systemically against her, then if she ever falls down, there's no agency to say, like, why did I fall down? Let me pick myself back up. Let me reapproach. It's, I'm a victim. And as a victim, you're fundamentally disempowered to change anything.
Right.
So part of me wonders if this isn't some sort of conspiracy theory narrative of racism to keep people of color down by telling them they've got no hope. I've often wondered that. By making them angry, which then alienates those of us who...
So instead, you should lie to them and tell them that racism is only when Jim Crow, racism is only when segregation, and that there's no other way that they can be discriminated against unless it is written into the fucking law. I'm sorry, but that is... I would say that is some very harmful gaslighting.
Where there is injustice would have previously got involved, and now we're kind of like, I'll just stand here because I'm paralyzed to know what to do. Like,
right.
I don't want to be a savior, but I don't want to get involved. Like, I don't know. There are real moments.
It sounds like she just adopts an authoritarian style of parenting, which honestly, having worked in the industry, is not super surprising from a fitness coach. And that, on that tip, she... adopts this mentality of like no excuses. So then even if there is like a reason that something happens that maybe you need to understand, we're going to just deny it.
Like this that you're talking about, right? Like doing the work for the Hispanic kids to make sure they have the resources they need.
Right.
It's like it gets taken away, so their opportunities get taken away.
Exactly. I mean, when I started kindergarten, I didn't speak a single word of English. I'm the child of Armenian immigrants. Yeah, so I grew up, with my parents speaking Armenian. That was the first language I learned. Now I need help with Armenian because my English is way better. But what they did in the elementary school I went to is before any of the classes started, they had me do this test to see where I was with like my English skills. They realized I need English as a second language, like an extra curriculum tacked onto what all the other students were doing. So what the school did was realize, okay, she's having trouble with English. We need to get her caught up.
Yeah, on the paradox of tolerance thing, Omega Star says, don't be so open-minded, your brains fall out.
So there's going to be an extra program that we're offering to her to get her up to speed. And that helped me tremendously, along with watching Sesame Street and learning English that way as well. But the school didn't just give up on me and say, she doesn't know how to speak English. We don't know what, maybe we just don't grade her as harshly. Right? So just let her flail, but give her the grade so she can pass. And that's not helping,
I remember watching you on Patrick Bet David. I didn't even.
Oh my God.
He was so far right, but somehow the friggin' YouTube.
Her eyes get so big. I was like, I've never thought about watching Patrick Bet David, but you went on Patrick Bet David and you were so brave and it was so great and you're so heterodox and I wanted to be just like, she's fucking joining a cult. She's got the fucking new member of the cult eyes. Like my mind was opened up. I too could become an operating Thetan. All I had to do was pay $10,000 to David Miscavige and take these fucking bullshit courses and hold on to these soup cans. And I too could remember who I was in the other world with Xeno and the volcanoes and the 747s. And it just opened up my eyes. Oh my God. And so I signed a billion-year contract with Sea Org.
Algorithm flicked it up in my feed, maybe because I had been vocal at the time about leaving California. And you articulated everything wrong with California, and that was the moment I discovered you. And I found you online. And
I don't think I've seen very many social media influencers this performative. Like Jillian Michaels is on another level. I mean, Anna does it too, but Jillian is just like, she's given herself to the performance. She's given herself to this, like, she's on the vibes train. I don't know how else to explain it. PBE mentioned a pyramid scheme. Oh yeah. Pyramid King Patrick Bet David.
Have been devouring your content since then.
Good for Gabby says, I hate mutual ass kissing. Yeah, it's pretty cringe.
Can express this, not Elon Musk. Nobody expresses what's wrong here from a governing perspective like you do. So I'm just going to say I grew up here.
Me too.
Okay. Nothing was crazy like this.
Right?
The homelessness, crime, the advocating for the medicalization of children,
Okay, I'm sorry. The way you talk about homelessness is like as if you think it's a lifestyle. And that goes right along with your like anti-trans turf perspective too, right? The way that chuds talk about queer people is, they'll use phrases like lifestyle, but like the homelessness, the phenomenon of people being unhoused is fucked up. And yet she seems to think it's something that society can disincentivize. The problem with homelessness is that we haven't made it bad enough for the homeless. God fucking damn it. God damn it. Why do they each have mics? A lapel mic and... Oh, wow. I didn't see that. Yeah, they do have an SM7. They do have SM7Bs and... Huh. The only thing I can think of is that... It's like redundancy in case somebody turns away from their mic. In case somebody says something that they think is good and important and they don't have good audio for it, then they could look at the track with the lavalier mic on it, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, that's a lot of, I don't know, it seems silly. I've never heard of anyone doing that. Medicalization. Yeah, heaven forbid we treat her. And like when she's talking, when she mentioned 6-year-olds, right? Why would you call that medicalization? The only thing that's happening with 6-year-olds is parents who give a fuck about their kid. If their kid, comes to them and says like, I feel like I'm, a girl, not a boy, or I feel like I'm a boy, not a girl, or I really don't feel like a great connection to either gender, these parents would allow them to like socially transition, right? There's no medical anything that's going on at 6 years of age. That's just pure propaganda that Jillian Michaels is spewing. Yeah, kids socially transition at that age. Yeah, that's the only thing that would be going on. And again, it's going to be, in families where the parents are accepting of that, right? They're not parents that try to tell them, no, you're wrong, which unfortunately there's not enough parents that will listen to their kids.
Advocating for late-term abort, like I'm never going to put a limit on. Like, what about 8 months?
Oh my God, what are you talking about? What about 8 months? Okay, so that's great. You know what that ends up with? People bleeding out in their cars because their state set some arbitrary limit and they have a medical issue. And until that medical issue is documented to the point where the doctor says, my patient is going to die if we don't intervene, they are not allowed to get the medical treatment that they need. Rather than this, what the lie that Jillian is pushing here is that somebody would carry a pregnancy for 9 months and then just on a whim, decide to, oh no, I don't want that. Like, no, that doesn't fucking happen. If somebody's accessing medical care to terminate a pregnancy that late, it is for a important reason.
No, still no. Like, what do you mean still no? Like, what happened to legal, safe, rare? Come on. Like, there's a limit. Come on. Like, this madness. And I personally feel that I have lived through it, and Gavin Newsom is the tip of that spear.
Yeah, for sure.
Go.
We do need to find out what happened to that chair.
take me from the top to the bottom. No one does it like you do. And the concern is that it goes from California to a federal problem.
Yeah, that should be a concern. And in fact, some of the failed policies that we've implemented here, unfortunately, have been exported to other states.
Right.
And I'll give you a quick example, because we have literally squandered $25 billion on the homeless issue over the last 5 years. And I say squandered because there was recently an audit that wanted to see, like, okay, where did the money go? Because over the last 5 years, we've spent all this money, but homelessness has exploded. Homelessness has increased by 58% since 2013. Okay, so obviously this money isn't going where it was supposed to go.
Right.
And so it turns out that the state government started giving out these grants during, well, not during, but after 2020.
Okay.
And the grants that they would give out to were these nonprofits, newly formed nonprofits in many cases, that were tasked with helping the homeless. Except some investigations found they weren't actually helping the homeless. They were giving their executives some massive raises, lots of gifts to the staff. You know, there are videos of some of these nonprofits literally going to Skid Row and handing out crack pipes.
Right.
And that's their idea of helping the homeless. So the Project Room Key expansion happened. And some of these nonprofits that were tasked with converting old hotels and motels into apartment buildings for the homeless didn't finish their projects, abandoned their projects after getting tens of millions of dollars in these state government grants. And I'm furious about this. They stole from us. And so when you have that experience here, right, in California, and you see...
Okay, so the tracking on Throne says that the chair is supposed to arrive by September 22nd. And I petitioned another tracking request, and it says pending. Yeah, the first one I petitioned on September 4th, and they said arriving September 10th through the 22nd. The second one I posted on September 6th has not been. It says we have received your tracking request and are working to get it fulfilled. Can I request updated tracking info? Cannot create new tracking request for an item with pending tracking request. So because they didn't answer the second tracking request, I can't send another. There was like a way that I think I just need to talk to the... There was some kind of like customer service thing that I talked to before.
How all of these politicians who have all of these friends, who run all of these nonprofits, who stole our money, when you see that, it's really hard to have these conversations about how we need to increase taxes on anyone. You know, increase taxes on the rich, increase taxes on corporations. Generally speaking, I'm in favor of everyone paying their fair share.
Right. Me too.
But I'm less interested in having a conversation about taxing people more when I've seen what is done with our money. On a federal level, a lot of it goes to...
These are some mental gymnastics that Anna is doing in order to backtrack on her position of supporting a social safety net. Right? Well, I saw this one program for the homeless that was actually, corrupt, and the money was going to the wrong places, and it was wasteful, and it wasn't efficient, and so therefore everything must be like that, and so we can't raise taxes because they're just gonna...
The military, right? Not even the military, not to the men and women who risk their lives for this country. It goes to weapons manufacturers, defense contractors, Boeing, Raytheon, you get the point. You look at the starting salary of a soldier in our military, and it's like $20-something thousand, considering we're spending close to $1 trillion a year on our Defense Department. That's insane, right?
Cops don't make much either, Sim.
They don't, right? And if you want quality...
The poor cops, they don't make much either. Oh my God, we're gonna fucking feel bad for cops. That's awesome.
You need to pay
Train 'em.
them, exactly, but also defunding the police makes no sense when you need better training. Better training costs money.
Right.
So all of these things, all of these ideas.
Better training? Like, don't fucking... Like, don't execute people. That's the better train. She really thinks that it was an accidental death. Oh my God. Better training when they're doing extrajudicial killing of people that have not been convicted? Is that the problem? Is it better training?
That I used to subscribe to on the left have been implemented and they have failed. And I'm not interested in having a conversation about keeping this gravy train for a select few going because it's the, in their view, moral thing to do. Like, no, this is not moral. All of the problems that you guys said you were going to fix, you have made worse. They refuse to recalibrate, and it's infuriating.
Why? Okay. Why?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not done with California, but you said refuse to recalibrate. For the life of me, I remember Michelle Obama, let's move.
Mm-hmm.
Health is an alt-right issue now, which I want to get to a bit later on, but
No. People in the fitness industry, people in the natural health movement, because they are so fucking batshit given to conspiracy theories, have moved to the alt-right, got sucked into QAnon. Don't fucking gaslight me. Because I was there when it happened.
I remember the Obamas were anti-gay marriage. Then we got them to...
God, this is so frustrating. They literally took the, whatever I used to contact thrown in the past, they literally took it out to where it's like, it's just giving me, I'm like, contact us. And they're like, here are key resources for, here are articles. I don't need an article. I need to talk to somebody. Holy shit.
Let's medicalize children and put them on off-label cancer drugs.
Oh my God.
Their boobs. And the Obama administration is trying to lift any age restriction on it. They tried to pass that through.
Did they really?
Yes. Google it. Obama.
I did not know
Biden.
that.
Biden. The Biden
Oh,
administration.
Biden, okay.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The Biden administration has moved to remove any age limitation on the medicalization of gender dysphoria. I have no problem with you changing all that stuff. I just want your brain to be developed. And it is irrefutable that cancer drugs and puberty blockers will greatly impair a developing human body. In particular, not just your bones, your brain. Your brain. It says on the box of Lupron, brain swelling. Like, are we insane? And I'm watching Michelle Obama at the DNC.
God damn it, Narwhal, I can't figure out where the... Oh. They've like literally removed the help, right? They had a thing where you could chat with somebody and be like, my shit did not come. Like, and they would be like, all right, I'll look it up for you. And they've literally it's like a... Anyway.
I loved.
I can't fucking do this.
I loved her. And she's advocating for that. And I'm thinking, how did you get from to here? There's no way you've made that quantum leap in your ideology, is there?
Well, I think what happens is...
What is happening?
Every action by one side leads to an equal or even more extreme reaction. And so I think what has happened... Look, I'm not necessarily on board with completely banning all of those treatments. Like, there are cases where someone who is a minor is suffering from gender dysphoria that's so extreme, and they might be suicidal as a result of that, right? I think those cases are actually very rare, much rarer than the left is willing to admit.
That's what the data shows in the Cass report.
And so in that case, I love that you brought up the Cass report. They would reject the Cass report altogether.
They do.
Yeah,
and they say the
Okay, I'm sorry. The Cass report is something that you have failed to support. Like, you don't so there's this thing called the Cass report. It's a report, so we got to believe it, right? No, it's got to fucking justify itself. It's got to use good methodology, and it doesn't. Like, saying that, yeah, it's junk science, and saying that it's being ignored or it's being rejected without explaining that it's bad bullshit science. It's literally like something that was set up in order to give right-wing UK people an excuse to deny care, right? It's something that was asked for, right? We don't have anything that we can use to say, like, this is why, I don't know. No, there's not a 800 number. There, like, the only thing I can think of is emailing the email that I talked to. Well, no, it was like they would contact me on the site and then there would be an email that like would.
Path files.
I know.
Which Michael Schellenberger just dumped all of that data out there,
Yeah.
which is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I feel like the U.S. is kind of behind when you look at European countries and, you know, what happened with Tavistock in the UK.
Oh my God. How is it so late?
For instance.
Oh, I know, because I had to look up the Epstein thing. I had to fucking look.
There are areas where irresponsible treatments can be doled out to kids who might not actually be.
I've just never seen this before where a site has a contact. Like, it's like you got to scroll all the way down, help, contact, and then when you click on contact, there's just a bunch of articles or like. And I swear to God, there was like a chat. There was an on-site chat that was like, you know, if you can't get your shit, like. Try this again. Orders, office chair. Track item, browse facts, lost item. There we go. Submit a lost item. Carrier delivered item to a different address. See, I don't know. I don't know what the problem was. Tracking item says it's stuck somewhere in the journey. I'll just put this. Have not received this gift yet, and I'm not sure what happened. There we go. I can spell right. Submit lost item request. Request submitted. We will send you an email when your request is processed.
Suffering from gender dysphoria at all. So there's concern about that.
Yeah, 2 turfs walk into a bar, says Blue Hornet. That's about the size and scope of it. I love how cis people have conversations about us trans people and our bodies without knowing jack. And they just throw out buzzwords like, what about the Cass report? Oh yes, the Cass report proved everything.
Would you medicalize them?
Stop saying medicalized as if that fucking means something. Oh my God, I didn't realize how bad Jillian Michaels was, and she's like bringing out the worst in Anna.
That's the question. It's not wear a dress and call me Penelope.
Right.
It's blocking their.
Look, I hate to say it, but she is fulfilling a stereotype about the fitness industry. And you would think that somebody that was queer would. Then again. God damn it.
Their body while it's developing. It's taking off parts of their body.
Right.
That they may grow up and be like, actually, I want my.
When does she think that they are doing like bottom surgery? Like, what is she talking about?
My boobs back, or I...
Yeah, you can't give kids cough syrup medicine now. It's medicalizing them. I feel literally sick to my stomach about these two. I'm speechless.
Want my penis back, or like 18, older.
Yeah.
That's my issue with it, not transgenderism.
What I think is
Transgenderism, there you go. Yeah, not a turf at all.
actually the most toxic part about all of this is how this area of medicine has been so politicized.
Yes.
And so doctors who want to be more cautious are, you know, pretty viciously harassed as like, oh, they're gatekeepers. But like, no, they're the medical professionals and they're trying to make the best possible.
Nathan Drake says 2 Australian states and now Japan have rebuked the Cass report. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, shit like the Cass report should have to prove itself in the first place, right? It was just terrible methodology. In fact, you could say that it's a study that's meant to find a lack of support and then use its inability to find support as a reason to, you know, question giving treatment.
Possible decision on behalf of their patient. They're not just trying to be gatekeepers. They're trying to provide the best possible treatment for someone who may or may not suffer from gender dysphoria. My problem is once you politicize this area of medicine,
Anna, you're politicizing it. You know what? You know when it's not politicized? When the decisions are made by the doctor and the patient. That's when it's that's when it's not politicized, right? You, a layperson and a influencer, applying pressure through social media is politicizing it. Right-wing states banning life-saving treatment is politicizing it. That's when the politicization comes in. The fuck? Never seen Anna Kasparian be charitable to a transgender Jess? Oh, yeah, she's definitely got a weird... She's a bigot. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. She's a bigot. She can't handle trans people. She's weird about trans people. Unlike John Adirola, who has transgender people on as analysts.
plays a role, right? Pressure on the doctors, pressure on the individuals carrying out some of the studies.
You're the one putting pressure on the fucking doctors. You're the one putting pressure on the people, the studies that have determined that, like, look, and it's very conservative. Medicine is very conservative, right? They're up against a lot of different things, including, but not limited to, the liability of the healthcare practitioners. If they cannot show the efficacy of a treatment, then they are up shit creek without a paddle in providing that treatment. So there's already a bias there for the medical practitioners to, you know, be conservative with the application of this treatment. Maybe a lot of, you ask trans people, they would say way too conservative. But Anna's putting pressure to make gender-affirming care more difficult to attain.
There's actually a lack of...
Sassy says they're obsessed with stuff that doesn't affect them, don't like trans people. No one is forcing you to interact. Leave that as your problem. Why do you need to start a witch hunt? It's pathological.
Research. I know people want to pretend like there's a ton of research behind gender-affirming care for minors. There isn't.
It's limited, and the length of it is limited, which is what Hillary Cass addresses.
Exactly. And so, look, I have no ill will at all in my heart for transgender people.
The thing is, you don't understand the Cass report. You just found it like a fucking present under the Christmas tree, and you're like, oh, cool, something that I can use to justify my prejudice against trans people. Thank you, Hillary Cass. Thank you. Right? You pick it up and you assume that this is like, well, it looks like a report. It looks like a study. It must be like I can bash trans people over the head with it now. God damn.
In fact, I have a lengthy career of defending them from being discriminated against, and I will continue to do that.
Same.
But I do think that there's this issue of,
you know, I think it really does go back to nonprofits again. I know that sounds crazy and conspiratorial, but it does.
It's not
Yeah.
though. That you're absolutely right. First of all, let's not negate that it has a compound annual growth rate as an industry of 10%. It's the drugs.
I feel like we've been over this on the Joe Rogan show, right? The whole question that Jamie chimed in on with Matt Walsh. I don't know if it was Jamie. Actually, it was Joe, wasn't it? Joe asks Matt, like, so, you know, you're saying that this is a big problem, right? Yeah, it's a big problem. It's going on with a lot of people, right? Yeah, it's going on with a lot of people. How many people do you think? And what was it again? Matt Walsh says hundreds of thousands. And then Jamie looks it up, and we're talking about like under 1,000. Like, no, they're saying that it's a growth industry. It's a growth industry, right? Completely manufactured issue, yeah.
Are making billions of dollars across the board. These children have to be on this medication the rest of their lives, so it's extraordinarily profitable over the long term. Then people say, well, how much is it really happening? And I heard
estrogen doesn't cost that much, Jillian. The only reason that you know, any of these medications maybe cost more than they should is because of the medical industry itself.
Abigail Schreier tell Bill on Real Time.
Gabby says at this point they should just admit that they don't give a shit, and they're still feigning, caring. Yeah, they're full of shit.
She's like, since I've written this book, Irreversible Damage, tens of thousands of children have been transitioned. I was like, well, that's absurd.
Look,
that's not real. It's true.
Yeah, like Natalie says, laughable. The trans healthcare is a huge profitable industry. It's ridiculous. You know what is a huge profitable industry though? Shit like irreversible damage. This shit that they're on right now, the anti-trans grift. What do you think's made more money? Trans healthcare practitioners? Or the Daily Wire? Come on. Yeah, the fitness industry, says SM. As if the fitness industry isn't profiting off of body images. How profitable is it? Ozempic is profitable. It's $400 for insulin. Is profitable.
True. It's true.
Through medication.
It's the medicalization piece. By all means. And
you keep on saying medicalization and it doesn't fucking mean anything.
And people who have advocated for it, like Dr. Drew was on, he's like, well, first.
Oh my God, Dr. Drew, the guy that's on every single health scam? That guy? The guy that's trying to sell you every single fucking weight loss product? The guy who's literally changed from, I don't know what the fuck he was, like a fake sex doctor? Like, that would call it, and he wasn't even doing, he was just calling it and like acting like weird towards people that would call in with sex stories, right? He wasn't, there's like there's no fucking psychotherapy there. There's I don't know, what kind of doctor is Dr. Drew anyway? Is he a chiropractor? What the fuck is Dr. Drew? What the fuck is Dr. Drew? Dr. Drew! Like you will see Dr. Drew around a lot if you watch YouTube commercials. She's just speaking in circles? Yeah, pretty much.
Some people, it can be life-changing. I said, but did they medicalize those people you know? I don't think so. I'm like, put on a dress and I will call you whatever you want.
Oh no. Narwhal by Nature just said the therapist for Trisha and Ethan Klein, Dr. Drew, wait, for real? He was a reality TV host, Loveline with Adam. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like that's what I was talking about. Like he would. Isn't that Loveline's the show where the people would call in and be like, I got this problem. It seems like my some women say that it's too big down there. What is too big? Is 15 inches too big? Dr. Drew's like, have you really got 15 inches down there? That's like the quality of fucking material that I've seen from Dr. Drew. I think Dr. Drew was a general practitioner. He would talk about doing rounds in the hospital. Jillian and Anna are officially sharing one brain cell. Look, I'm going to be sharing one brain cell too if I don't get to bed. I don't know if we're hitting this sub goal tonight, to be honest with you. What did I told you I wasn't going to stream for 9 hours tonight. I feel like I got to start cutting it off at 6 hours. He's an endocrinologist. My sister is a pediatric endocrinologist. Oh, sorry. I can tell from her, I can tell you that the unethical money isn't in drugs for transgender kids. It's in growth hormone. Nice. Yeah. I don't doubt it. Growth hormone because parents are fixated on the children's height. Oh, I didn't even know you were going to say that. Fundamentally broken. I was assuming. What's up, Nabil? Good to see you. Yeah, I was gonna guess that you were gonna say like dudes like the Liver King getting on testosterone, but Anna's gonna say some LBG. Okay, so I gotta watch it for a little bit longer. Oh my God, we're 10 minutes away from 6 hours.
Cut your hair, wear makeup. And I get that that's controversial. Everyone's like, reject that. I'm doing it. If my kid wants, me either. You want to explore it? Explore it. Run through whatever you need to run through. And if it nets out here at 18 or 21 or 25, and then you want to change your body when your brain is...
So I'm sure we haven't gotten into the question of trans women in sports, but I'm guessing that Jillian Michaels is against it, right? And the rationale that they'll give is that trans people underwent the puberty. You know, if you're a trans woman, you underwent a male puberty, and it gives you all these advantages, and you have that Y chromosome, and that must do something for you, right? Even if your, testosterone levels are lower than the average cis woman's. Can we address them using outdated and trans med idea that you have need to have a gender dysphoria? Okay, can we address them? So glad I made a TikTok disparaging Jillian. Has anyone else noticed that Anna just seems more angry and easily frustrated this past year? I watched TYT from 2007 to 2023. Since 2023, she's been mad all the time. Yeah, and I feel like it's performative. I don't know. Do you think she's really mad, or do you think she's... Yeah, as we all know, says Nathan Drake, every trans woman wears dresses. Yeah.
Developed and your bones are developed, by all means.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that now you've got the cash review and all of these different countries in Europe.
The cash review. Yeah, that's right. You do have the cash review. Let's call it that now, Chad. It's the cash review. Look, some people would say she mispronounced Hillary Cass's name. I disagree. I think the cash review is a more appropriate name for it.
Pull back and the U.S. doesn't recalibrate.
Right.
To tie it back to your message of crime is up, homelessness is up. All these other countries are looking at the data and saying, well, hold on, let's put the pause on this. Let's explore this more, research more. We go deeper to remove any age limitation. Why are we incapable of recalibrating?
Certain issues become woven into the...
We're at 79 likes. We're at 69%, stuck at 69% of the dono goal.
Fabric of a political party. And
I don't know, kind of a weird night.
I think in the view of a lot of well-meaning people, they feel they're doing the right thing. They feel that they are being more accepting of a group of people who have suffered a lot in this country, right? Have been brutalized.
Nathan Drake says HRT literally builds bone density. Yeah, like I said, testosterone and estrogen are both steroid hormones. They're both anabolic, both to skeletal muscle and to bone. Testosterone to a greater degree, but they are both anabolic, like I said. And yeah, like when Jillian's saying that you're going to need treatment for the rest of your life, yeah, you need, estrogen for, among other things, keeping your bones healthy. And that so her claiming, but they're gonna still bitch about trans women's bone density, right? When it comes to trans women in sports, they're talking out of two sides of their asses. All these other countries, aka the UK, Finland, and Sweden, 3 countries to be specific.
In the shadows in this country.
Right.
So
Epstein may have cursed this stream.
I think it's important to remember that
I feel cursed.
It does actually come from a good place, but just because it's coming from a good place doesn't necessarily mean it's the right option or the right way to move forward. And so Like, I think it's important to have laws protecting transgender people from discrimination in housing, in the workplace, and all of that.
Agree with you.
But I also think that the transgender community is not the same as the gay community or.
Oh no, is this the LGB without the T thing that that Natalie mentioned? Blue Hornet says the left is transing the babies at birth and then unaliving them for being born white. Davy Cliff, Anna really picked the wrong time to start grifting. If she did this in like 2017, she could have had that Coke money empire by now.
Passing something to codify and protect gay marriage. That's very different from some of the more complicated, nuanced issues that arise when it comes to gender, right?
Crotchy with the epic comment here. Jillian Michaels literally wants to have people buying her supplements for the rest of their lives. What is she even talking about?
So I really think that women have been totally erased from this conversation. And if anyone raises their hand and says, like, actually, I'd like to be part of this conversation because this does impact me. Oh, I mean, they're harassed pretty viciously. Yeah.
What about the people that this conversation can mean life or death from, Anna?
So much so that they might start off as liberal and all of a sudden find themselves, you know, rubbing shoulders with the extreme right. Because the right's going to open their arms and say, come to us. We welcome you.
That is exactly what's happening.
Yep.
And when you feel like you've been attacked by your people.
Right.
And now you're standing out there in the cold wondering what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then
it's just funny because what happened was that Anna attacked her people, right? If trans people are her people, if she stands up for trans rights, it's a funny way of doing it. And she's like, what's wrong? Why am I being attacked? Anna, you aren't being had shit done to you. Like, you haven't had your medical care taken away. You haven't had your rights taken away. You haven't been forced to use the wrong bathroom that you don't feel comfortable using. You haven't had your ability to play sports taken away. You haven't suffered shit. You privileged, entitled baby.
Right opens the door, and I fight very hard within myself to stay in the center because I see the problems on the right. I have my whole life. I don't judge anyone for their opinions. I don't demonize anybody for those opinions. And I've grown out of it like you did. I thought I was the better person. I've learned my lesson. I will mea culpa it. But when Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters are willing to have a conversation about a hearing on health at the Capitol, and CNN tells me I'm anti-science, I mean, my God, where do you think I'm going to lean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think you're doing?
I think a lot of people find themselves.
I'm sorry, but there's been leaks on those hearings, right? They're talking about hearings to take rights away from trans people. They're talking about hearings that these have been leaked. There's coordination between detransitioners and anti-trans grifters to fucking lie to right-wing Congresses to get trans people's rights taken away, right? This has been leaked thanks to a furry, wait, who was the hacker? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember the particular hacker, right? There was the hacker for Project 2025 who was a gay furry hacker. This hacker, oh my gosh, I should know their name. They're on Twitter. I can't remember their name.
Position, and it's uncomfortable, right? Because if you are proceeding through life with an understanding of what your morals, your principles, and values are, then you won't really get sucked into a party you don't belong in. The first time I was pretty viciously demonized by my own side was when I opened up about, you know, I've talked about this so many times, I feel bad repeating it.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the drama part. She's gonna shit on the Vanguard. She's gonna shit on the TYT mods. She's gonna shit on Benny. Here we go again.
But it was really that big moment for me, right?
Yeah, mine was the you're a fat shamer because I said I didn't want Lizzo to die of diabetes. I was like, wait, when did we start celebrating?
I want her to die of my ridiculous, like, inhuman workout routine that I do on the... She's a coach for The Biggest Loser. You know what I'm talking about, chat?
And now she's getting healthy. Like now she's working out.
And watch them attack her, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to start. But or say she's on Ozempic. I saw that happen.
Oh,
She's
I
like,
saw
I'm
that
not
too.
on Ozempic. I was like, can we just
No, I'm
alone?
proud of her. She wants we should celebrate.
Oh, I feel like Jillian kind of slowed Anna's roll. Like Anna was trying to get to, attacking, just her list of enemies. She was about to get to her enemies list. And Jillian kind of was like, well, what about my enemy? Like, what about the people that yelled at me for fat shaming Lizzo?
People wanting to better themselves and better their lives. Instead, there's like this effort to like basically tell people you're fine the way you are. You don't need to change a thing, even if that thing is like slowly killing you. Like it just doesn't make any sense.
It's the empathy you talked about.
Yeah.
And Gad Saad, did you ever read The Parasitic Mind?
Oh my God, not fucking Gad Saad. Come on.
Oh my God, Anna, you must.
And it's going to be like, have you ever read John Haidt?
Read it. Gad Saad calls it suicidal empathy, and it's dysregulated empathy. But I interrupted you. Tell me about your
Tell me about your enemies list.
Your moment of when they went after you the first time.
Yeah, so it was so weird because it was unexpected, like super unexpected. I in 2022, it was around March. I was walking my dog. It was not quite dark yet, but the sun was setting. As I'm walking my dog, I see these two guys that were just kind of like moving around weirdly. They seemed kind of manic and their clothes were.
Now watch and see if she changes her story at all, because this is the story that doesn't make sense, right? This is her story of how I like left the left, or how I, started being like whatever the hell I am now, right? But the original version of the story, she doesn't say like these guys were homeless, right? How would she know? She says they seemed homeless, right? So not only is she using her sexual assault as a vehicle to go after and demonize like all in-house people, but she doesn't even know if these guys that did this to her fit that description. But we'll see. We'll see if she tries to, because like I'm expecting her to try to like start to repair. This is what liars do, right? When they've given a story that is sus, right? You'll see them start to repair it. You'll see them start to
tattered. So I knew that they were probably home.
There we go. They were tattered. So we got a little bit of their clothes tattered. Who would have tattered clothes? I know, a homeless person. There we go.
I also knew that they're probably on something just based on like the twitchy way they were acting. But living in LA, I mean, there's homeless people everywhere, right? So I've never had problems. I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah, openly homeless, says Sasha G.
But as I was bending down to pick up my dog's mess, one of the guys like grabs me by my hips, and he had an erection.
Oh God.
And just starts like humping me. And
who constantly brings up traumatic experiences? Donald Trump, for one.
I didn't know what to do. Like, I was terrified. I didn't have a weapon on me.
Yep.
Like, I had no way of defending myself. I didn't know how far it was going to go because it's two guys. I'm by myself with my little dog. It was
They were wearing without a home shirts. That's awesome, Davi. They were British chimney sweeps. There we go.
One of the most terrifying things ever, because I'm pretty good at defending myself. In that moment, I just knew there was no option.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And luckily, he stopped, and they just laughed at me and walked away as they were laughing at me. And so there was the fear, and then the humiliation, and weirdly shame. Like I felt ashamed for some reason, and it was awful. And it was really taking a toll on my mental health because I have to walk my dog, right? So at least 2 or 3 times a day, I'm going outside kind of scared. And so I opened up about this on the show, not really thinking much of it. And before I know it, I'm starting to get these messages.
But again, like talking about what happened to you, if that's what you feel like doing, I mean, that's great, But in that story, in the recounting of the story, like, right, like Anna, like, so she's going to bring this up later that people assumed because of how she told the story that she was talking about, black guys or something like that. And she's like, actually, the guys were white, right? So if they were black or white, So yeah, here's my question. Why didn't Anna say, 2 white guys did this to me? Why didn't she say, like, I don't know, there's a million other details. There's a million other specifics about the people that you could bring up that would be just as irrelevant as these guys being homeless. But for some reason, when it's like, I think they were homeless, clothes were tattered, they were wearing an I heart homelessness shirt. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay to spread the panic about unhoused people. That's okay. But we would recognize that if you were bringing up the person's like race as if that played a part in why you were assaulted by them, then yeah, you would be regarded as a racist. Why do you not realize that you're, the detail the one detail that you include of their supposed homeless status, which again, you don't fucking know. You don't fucking know. But then you're upset about like that people think that you're trying to, spread more panic about homeless people.
And it's like really, really harsh stuff. And it's about how you are painting a picture of the homeless community. How could you be like this? These are your unhoused neighbors and they need help. A few people accused me of being racist when I had never disclosed the race of the individuals who did this to me. And in fact, they were white.
And like I said, if that's actually what happened, now again, Anna's lied so much that I'm not taking her word for it at this point, right? But if people, made that assumption that because you described homeless people that they were not white, then yeah, that's fucking racist. But you're racist, but you're bigoted too, Anna.
And so like when they started accusing me of being racist, I'm like, wait a minute. Why are you assuming that the people who did this?
Of course.
Yeah, like I think you might have a problem here.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that woke me up. That woke me up because I'm like, oh my God.
They eat their own, mama.
Some of the people.
They eat their own on the extreme left.
And some of the people that I've associated myself because I thought these are the good people.
Yep.
These are the ones who don't treat others differently based on their skin colors. No, they definitely have stereotypes in their head and are totally blind to the fact that they have those stereotypes.
Do you know what implicit bias is? As a TYT reporter, I would hope you'd understand that there's implicit and explicit bias. Now, given the fact that Anna seems to only want to acknowledge harm caused by explicit bias, so in other words, to be racist, you gotta be, literally going out saying XYZ people suck. XYZ people are not intelligent. XYZ people are dangerous. XYZ, right? But there's an implicit racism too. The example I always like to give is Ronald Reagan would talk about a character that I don't know if he called her the welfare queen, but, it's a woman that shows up to the welfare office. She's driving an expensive car. Maybe it almost sounds like they let her out on the red carpet and she goes in and gets her welfare check. So now Ronald Reagan never said that woman's black, but millions and millions of white voters didn't have to be told. They made that assumption by Ronald Reagan's description because of their implicit bias. So yeah, congratulations, Anna. You found some implicit bias, which if you are an actual intersectional leftist, is pretty much fucking universal. That we live in a society that has been based on notions of white supremacy, and that people internalize those notions and without even realizing it, make biased assumptions based on race. Yeah. But she acts like it's this great revelation. Oh my gosh, you mean that left-wing people can have implicit bias too? Holy shit. Maybe they're the real racists.
Types, and in fact, go around accusing others of being bad actors when they themselves need to do the work. This phrase they like to say a lot.
Almost fucking everybody needs to do the work. Come on.
Do the work. Do the work and ask yourself, why did you have that stereotype in your head?
Oh my gosh, did you see, you said you watched a little bit of the interview I did with Matt. Did you see the video where the guy's going around saying our voter ID laws racist? And all the
Okay, so here we got the Matt Walsh stuff.
people say, yes, they are. And when they're asked why, they're like, well, they'd have to know how to use a computer. Well, they'd have to have data plan. Well, they don't have anywhere.
Or you could be smart about it and know that every single hurdle that you put in front of people to be allowed to vote is going to reduce the amount of people that vote. There's a reason that Republicans have chosen voter ID as a way to try to gatekeep people from voting. And it's because they have done the research and they have found that the people that they don't want voting, including non-white people, are the people that are less likely to have these. And it's for a lot of reasons, including living in an area that is, gonna have things like public transit. Like it's just like demographic reasons. It's not a paternalistic justification at all.
To go with this ID, and I thought, it doesn't get more.
They don't see it.
Does not get more racist than you thinking a person of color has nowhere to go with their ID, doesn't have the money for a data plan, can't figure out how to find the DMV on the web.
Okay, so assuming that a random person of color, is going to be like this or like that, that is, racist. But assuming that demographically, if you put these hurdles in front of people, that you're going to stop more people who might vote for a Democrat from voting than from a Republican, that's the reason that they made these laws. I love how she thinks, no, Republicans really just want to ensure the integrity of our voting system. We just want to make sure. We just want to know that we just want to keep the supposedly fake people from voting.
And that they're incapable. Yes. They're incapable of doing basic things.
Talk about racist.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And so, I see this now for what it is. And while these very big issues and flaws exist, we're having conversations about, microaggressions. And I'm like, no, what about aggressions? What about the kinds of things that...
Crutchy says, Republicans closed down DMVs to make it more inconvenient to get to one. People might not be able to take time off work.
You're saying that disempower people. If you're a elementary...
it's not necessary for them to stop every person of color from voting. It's necessary for them to put hurdles which block more people of color than they do white people, which block... And it's not just there's a whole slew of reasons that they choose voter ID to try to increase their chance of winning the elections. So I don't know what the fuck you think you're arguing for by standing Matt Walsh on his voter ID bullshit, but you're arguing for more Republicans. Which Anna will tell you is a bridge that she has not crossed as of yet.
Cool Black student, and you're hearing incessantly from your teachers, from politicians, that the system is against you, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
100%.
Right? And I don't want to message that to kids, and I don't want to message that to any community that's been historically marginalized. I think everyone is capable of greatness. And so I want to get back to a party that actually wanted to lift people up rather than tell people you're failing and you will continue to fail because that's just how the system is.
I also think that is a trick. And I'm not sure who's playing it, but here's why. Because I've watched more athletes and more musicians, people who sell tickets and t-shirts, alienate audiences that aren't of color. And I told my daughter, I'm like, who's Black, this is not my son, but my daughter. I was like, do not play this game. You are the people's champion if you get into a position where you are a champion. You make music for everybody and anybody who will listen. Invite everybody into your world. I'm sorry, but Black America is 13% of the population. What about the other 87% of the money? Just the money, just the success piece that you're leaving on the table. Like, we worship Serena Williams in our house. She's not a black kid's. You could get Matt Walsh to sit down. It's very difficult to get people from the left to sit down. It really is. They're less willing to engage. God damn.
Why do you think that is? Yeah, like, have you had a hard
Impossible.
time?
Did you see Jon Stewart come out and say that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, Anna. Okay.
Jon Stewart's having a hard time getting people on the left?
Where's my phone?
I'll go on his
please
show.
Google this.
I will.
John?
I'll go on your show,
I got
John.
one for you. He came out and it was everywhere, and he was incapable of bringing left journalists onto his show. They wouldn't even return
The fuck is she talking about?
the calls. Hang on, where is my phone?
I'm dying to know about this.
Okay, Jon Stewart calls out NBC and CNN for not allowing reporters on his podcast.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so
there's more to this that I don't know.
On his podcast?
I mean, I don't know too much about that story, so I got to read the details. But
SM says these people run away from leftists. Yeah, on the regular.
there's this.
I don't think it's just them though. It's also like the MSNBC. So it's
Yeah,
CNN,
have these-
MSNBC, NBC.
They have these exclusivity clauses in their contracts that prevents them from being able to appear on other shows. It's kind of like
That doesn't sound like a political issue. What is she talking about? Like the idea that left-wing journalists or whatever that means, right? I don't know, MSNBC journalists? Like, what is a left journalist, according to these people, are not refuse to go on Jon Stewart's podcast, which seems like a pretty big opportunity.
the non-compete clauses that other employees have in other
He
fields
ain't
of work.
saying that's it. He's saying they're not even returning calls.
So wait, even Anna's dubious about this. Am I right? Is Anna kind of like, well, you know, that could be a non-compete clause. That could be this. That could be that.
Interesting. But why?
Because he's making fun of the DNC and the Republicans at the same time.
Yeah, he does do that, and I love that about him.
So
yeah.
does Bill, and somehow Bill manages to pull it off. But he's saying that the minute he'll point out something about the DNC that's hypocritical.
Yeah, that's right. Jon Stewart is canceled by the left. Thanks for...
He even says while he's doing it, he's like, well, there goes that booking. Like,
Somebody just framed this as CNN is too woke for Jon Stewart and to her, and she ate it right up.
Great. I mean, great. The way I see it is, if you are lying to your audience in order to maintain access to certain people, then you're putting together a pretty crappy show.
Right.
You know?
That's literally all of journalism. That's literally all of journalism. This is access journalism. I talk about this all the fucking time. Right? Journalists are always balancing this, and yeah, you kind of have to balance it. But yeah, there are a lot of journalists who, you know, err on the side of deferring to important guests, to, you know, people like JD Vance, right? If you give JD Vance a hard interview, you probably won't get him back on your show. Your network may not get him back, right? If you give a hard interview to Trump, he'll never talk to your interview. Yeah, like TYT.
I mean, he would have to muzzle himself in order to appeal to people who would be boring as hell on his show anyway. Who wants to hear from ideologues? Ideologues are boring. They're like the most boring, predictable people on the planet. Yet they are like, our media's littered with them. Like, let's it's about time we purge some of the ideologues and bring some, you know, actual...
I thought we were against purging.
Nuanced thinkers, critical thinkers on.
Well, that's why shows like yours have millions of subscribers, though. I was just talking to Chris, my executive producer, and we have this idea that a documentary that I wanted to take out, and he was like, I'm telling you, it doesn't even matter. TV's dead. Everything's here. This is all that matters. And he started telling me just they're running out of money. There's no funding. There's no eyeball.
All right, this is getting boring, and I need to keep my word in saying that, especially when we don't hit the donut goal, I am not doing more than 6 hours. So I did more than 6 hours. I'm not keeping my word. But the real deal is, chat, that I'm supposed to start my stream way earlier than when I started, and it's fucking my entire life up, right? Like going to sleep too late. So yeah, we got to 69%. That's a good number. It's better than 0, and you know, I'm gonna cut it here. I'm gonna end it here. And hopefully we'll start again tomorrow, and I'll get up in time. But there's more to be gleaned from this interview. I am convinced, all right? I did not plan to watch it all. I thought that maybe we'd have timestamps. But Anna says here about Lizzo, I wish she would apply that to trans people. Imagine if Roseanne was in the recording studio. Okay, I'm hitting the stop button. Good night, everyone.